Tervan Saranai, everyone. Today we are going to start our Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom channel. Shani, our first host, is here. Over to you, Shani.
Good morning, everybody. Namaste, everyone. Namaste, everybody. Let's start our discourse for today. And let's observe something quietly. Imagine looking at a beautiful piece of cloth from a distance. It may look like one smooth fabric, the whole thing, and thin, whole. But if you move closer, very close, you begin to see individual threads. Each thread is separate. Each process another. Each contributes something. This smooth cloth was never one thing. It was countless tiny threads woven together so skillfully that the stitching disappeared. Other thought is like this. The world we experience is just like this. Even self is like this. So today we will investigate this stitching, this new, this weaving process, not the finished cloth, but the countless threads that become a seamless reality. So now suppose someone says, well, instantly something appears. You do not know hear a sound. You know what it means. You can almost see it. Perhaps you can imagine holding it. Perhaps you can almost taste it. This experience feels complete, unified, single. Yet, is it actually one thing? Is it actually a thing as it really feels like? Look carefully. There is a sound, apple, and then there is a visual image. There is a color, there is a shape, there is an imagined way, there is a texture, there is a smell, there is a taste. There may be even emotions or more thoughts connected to apple. More thoughts like childhood, a marker, a lunchbox, tree. But none of these alone are apple. Yet together they become one thought. The stitching disappears. Only the finished fabric remains. So this every experience begins as a tiny thread, a bunch of colors, a vibration in the air, pressure on the skin, a scent follows, a flavor, a tongue. These contents do not arrive announcing, I am an apple, I am a chair, I am your friend, I am your body. Nothing. They just simply appear very quietly, very briefly. So if left alone, they are only just simple content. But the mind does not leave them alone. It begins the weaving. One thread joins another, then another, then another. Soon a pattern emerges. A pattern is recognized. A pattern receives a name, an identity. And the name begins to feel like an independently existing thing. So how do we separate threads find each other? Because we only actually got one sense of contact from one of our sense faculties, but we get the whole thought, and this whole thought has every other sense of contact related to it. So how do those separated threads, those separated sense of contact find each other through resonance? Even though we name the sense of contact, all are just vibrations. Whether it's a vision or a song, a smell, taste, anything, it's just a vibration occurring in each sense of faculty. So this vibration has a frequency. So once we actually get one of the sense of contact, it starts to resonate. Just like the mechanism of the tune. We only hit one tune, but the other with the same beat we start to move automatically themselves. We don't even have to touch it. So likewise, when one of our sense of faculties give us a sense of contact, it starts to resonate with the same frequency. But now this sense of contact is not alone. It is linked, combined, and has created the one whole thought. So now comes this linkage, not the separate sense of contact, but the whole thing, whole package of sense of contact, not separately, but as one whole thing. And that's what we call thought. This process happens each and every time thought appears, whether it's a simple object like chair, carpet, bed, apple, or to complicated situations, whatever it is, each and every time this process happens in our mind. Thoughts never appear out of nowhere. They were never located. This resonating process happens each and every time. It could be another sense of fantasy, or it could be another thought itself that triggers this thought. So now, to that resonance, this one whole package comes, not comes in the sense, it doesn't mean, it doesn't come from somewhere at this moment. Thoughts are never stored. They cannot be located because they are just just like the sense of contact. Thoughts are also a vibration, a frequency. They cannot stop anywhere. So what happens is something that's similar to that previous thought that resonated and created in our mind right now, right at this moment. So each and every time when a sense of contact happens, we get a sense of contact. This resonating process happens, and in the end, the thought gets created in our mind, not an existing thought coming from past or future to this moment, but the same similar thought or previous thought gets recreated this moment. So each and every time a thought is a new thought. There are no old thoughts. They are similar to old thoughts, but they are always new thoughts. And that new thought also appears and disappears. It doesn't stay. We can't keep it. Just like a tiny spark. It sparks and then make it an example. Imagine standing in a valley. You shout one word. This echo returns, not because the valley stored your voice, but because the conditions allow that sound, that vibration to arise again. So likewise, mind work. A sound leaves immediately. Those conditions allow that vibration to rise up. Immediately connected patterns awaken. And we hear apple, object, of. It happens so fast that a person cannot see itself, this process. They need wisdom His wisdom, the seed, and sound. So this apple, the sound itself is only a sound, but through this resonance, this process awakens the thought, and there is now color, texture, smell, taste, and no other thoughts related to it. But one feels one sensical, one simple sound. If it stays as it is, it's just a sound. Appeared and disappeared. That sound isn't saying anything more, just other than occurring the sound. So how we get this object like feeling to this thought? Thought gives this alive feeling to this sound. If it's a sound, it's just a simple, flat, light thing, sensible. But if it becomes a thought, now it's heavy, now it's three-dimensional, now it's alive. Then the whole network lights up. This completed activation is called a thought. Yet underneath, even though we feel the thought as one whole thing, it is all a combination of countless aspects, sense content, thoughts, all connected together. So this process separation is done. Yet people often believe thoughts simply appear, but perhaps they are assembled too quickly to observe, just like watching the spinning fan. When it spins slowly, you see each blade, but when it spins rapidly, it appears as one transparent circle, just like thought may work in a similar way. The assembly is so fast that only the finished experience is noticed. The stitching disappears, the spinning disappears, the process disappears. Only the apparent object remains. And because the process is hidden, the object feels independent. It's not simply an object, simply an thought. It's complicated. It's heavy. It's strong. So powerful. It feels like the reality itself. It's even more stronger. Expand this beyond the point. We look across the room and we see just a vision, but not just. It doesn't end with the vision. It becomes object, which means not chair, bed, cupboard, table, everything. The whole world surrounding with object, things. That's how we see it. We feel like we are living in a three-dimensional world. We think chair, but before chair, there are just bunch of colors, lines, shapes, shadows, colors. That's it. But with this resonance, thought appears and the recognition happens. All of those pieces became one, and now the appear, now the label appears. And it's not just simply feels as a simple concept, simple formation. It feels there is definitely a chair. I feel it strong. Now there seems to be a chair, definitely. And how strongly feel this object is thought really. We feel even without us looking at it. It is still there. That's how we feel it. Let's say we are walking into another room, yet in our mind we still feel the chair is there. That's how strong we believe these thoughts, these objects. That's how strong we are trapped in this emotion. But in the first place, there's not even a chair. This whole chair is in our mind. That's why when we go outside the room, we still know the chair. Because the chair is never outside. It's always in our mind. Not just there, but each and everything we see in this world. The world itself is constantly being stitched together like this. You get a sense of contact, resonance process happens, thought appears, and we only see the thought because the process is so fast, and we don't stop there. We believe the thought is there, and not only that, we think the thoughts, this object, exist out there, not just simply, not just assuming, but we strongly, blindly believe this object is out there. So every object, every place, every person, every situation is happening, appearing just like this. The weaving never stops. Yet, no matter how we live, when you look, when you open your eyes, when you see objects, you feel like there is a chair. Definitely there is a chair. Here I can see a chair. So how can we say there is not a chair? But the chair is a thought, mental concept, a formation. What you can actually see is just a scene, just a bunch of colors, just a shape. You can't even see the or three-dimensional chair. Each and every time you see one side of the chair, but somehow you believe, you strongly believe there is a 3D chair there. There is a strong 3D chair with weight, with the depth, with the height. You must feel like sitting there. You must feel it. That's strong. But none of that happens when you're looking at the chair. It's just a bunch of colors appearing. Nothing real. You're the one who's assigning this bunch of colors as the chair. You are the ones believing, even though you can't see the front or back of the chair, you are the ones blindly believe, assume there is a back of the chair. Because we would never be able to see the front and the back of the chair at the same time. We always see two dimensions. Each and every time they are just two dimensions. Maybe there is movement, maybe there is this look of changing, but they are all appearing as a result of the speed. This was its speed. But each and every time you are able to see a 2D image, a bunch of colors. Can you see a 3D object in a 2D image? You can see a picture, yet you are blindly believing the chair is a 3D chair, an object is in that picture. That's how we used to see this world, label this world, believe this world. We create this thought in our own mind, yet we blindly believe it is out there in this sense of contact. We feel like the sense of contact, this vision, this thing represents that object. We feel like that object exists there on its own. We feel like we are using the sense of contact to observe the object. It feels like it independently existing. We have come to the point we feel the thought is real, that's all. Yet each and every time the thought is real in our own mind, we only receive that sense of contact, not just the vision, even the sound. We get the simple sound. Sound didn't say anything, just suffered and says, we are the ones believing there's object, the thing behind it. It came from that thing. But the sound never said, I came from this. We are assigning, we are assuming, but we don't feel it as assuming. We feel strongly this assumption is real. That's why we strongly believe the thoughts are out there in that sense of contact. That's why we believe thought is existing, even without us making it. But the thought in the first place is the construction of our sense of contact. This mind creates the thought in the first place, using sense of contact as one. And then it assigns it to the outside. When it gets a sense of contact, immediately assign that created sense of contact, created thought without. That's what happened each and every time. So now the mind has stuck in its own creation, believing it's real. Mind has stuck in its own illusion. So maybe thought is real, chair is there is an object out there, 3D, real. It has a weight, it has a depth, it has a height, everything feels real, feels existing, but we are unable to see. It's just we are thinking. We are mentally assigning all of those concepts, those properties, those constructions to a simple sense content that is appearing now. The thing is, we are used to this perception, this wrong perspective. Since childhood, we used to live, experience the world in this way. So even though it's an illusion, we are used to it, so used to it. Even the life has become reality. Life feels like reality. That's why it's hard to unsee this own perspective. It's always an illusion, mentally assigning things, always a mind created world, a thought created world, never an objective existing. But we are so used to believe in this thing. Now the thoughts feel strong. That's why we strongly feel the chair is there, real as the chair. Because the thought is so powerful. The mind gives this reality, feeling strongly for us. That's why we strongly feel the chair is there. Because not never listens and then never gives the chair except what it really is, just a bunch of colors. Whether it's the chair and how strongly it is really we feel, all are given and driven by our mind. Just let's take another example. You feel mad when you see someone, but you know this madness, it never comes from somewhere else. It happens in your own mind. The stronger it feels, the stronger your thought is. So the thought is the one who gives this power. The stronger the thought, the powerful this madness, this emotion towards that person. Likewise, the thought, the stronger the real the thought feels, the powerful your mind has given created to this thought. Because this mind assigns these objects not from me, since the mind has given more power to this thought, the more powerful, the more real we feel out there. If our mind doesn't work, it's just a scene, okay, that's it. But when mind starts to assign it as a chair, identify, recognize as a chair, stronger this thought, the stronger the real we feel it is. it exists, its property, its shape, its texture, each and everything. That's how we, us, everyone is tapped in this mind's illusion, not anyone's, but their own minds. People are trapped in their own mind. Yes, they believe that it creates really exist outside, not just simply, but strong. That's why we feel this world is real. Objects are there, people are real. Each and everything that feels real is always a mental construction, mental formation that is so strong to the point that it gives us an illusion of a reality itself. People always that in their own mind, yet they believe that thing there is outside world. So by Soa, we talked about this outside objects, outside things. So there is another thought that appears with every outside thought. Likewise, we assign objects, things to outside. That's the same thing. There's another thought. It's great, but it is assigned to inside. So what happens is, as usual, we get a sense of inside, and then the mind creates the object, the thought, through that whole resonance process. And at the same time, another thought that created, which is known as the self, me. And that thought is assigned to inside. That both this outside and inside thoughts are were created from the same sensor contact. So what actually occurred was the sensor contact. It can be any sensor contact. Could be a smell, taste, touch, sound, or even a vision. A vision occurred, and immediately we created a thought saying, "This is a chair." And at the same time, another thought get created. "This is me who is looking at this chair." So, what actually happened was we only got the vision. Only this eye sensor contact occurred. But two illusions were created. There is a thought out there, and there is a me who is looking reflected. There's basically a sense of self who is observing is doing. So this I is also created in the exact same way through sense of contact. The self gets created, but yet we assign it to inside. And even this assigning, that also happens mentally. It's a wrong perspective. Likewise, we assign chairs to outside. We assign the self to inside. So now there is this self is looking at that chair. But this self and this chair, both of them are mental formations that feels real. So both are illusions. Illusions that got figured or that got reconstructed from the same sense of content, a bunch of colors, that vision. Now imagine not just the chair. After the chair, we see something else. And after that, another, and another. This chain continues. We see one after another. Even the thoughts themselves triggers when thoughts do appear. It's always thoughts appearing again. And at the same time, this self also appears each and every. Even though they are illusions, we feel now they are real. Not only that, what that outside thought can be different. It can be moved from chair to couple to dog to mother, father. It can be varied, but the self, the sense of self, is always there. So that's why we feel this self is strong. Because each and every time with every thought, this self is appearing and disappearing. It happening so fast. So we mistaken it as a continuous self existing solid self. As usual, the best example we can give is the light bulb. Each and every time the light bulb flickers, likewise each and every time with each and every outside thought appears the self, this inside self. It appears non-stop because the thoughts change, self also appear and disappear again and again. Like the bulb flickering. Because it's happening so fast, we can't see it as a flickering, but we see it as a continuous light. Likewise, we can't see the self appearing and disappearing each and every time. We see it as a continuous existing self. We can't see the death of itself. We only see the birth. You always feel like I'm affected by it. I'm doing it. I own it. I am controlling it. So we always feel like there is this self who is continuous existing, doing things. Because we cannot see the death of this thought of self. Even the chair, we can't see the depth of that thought because each and every thought, no matter how strong, how powerful they are, always thoughts appear and disappear like a spark. They cannot exist. But because this sparking, this flickering happens so fast, we mistaken it as a continuous self, continuous chair. That's how this illusion creates these solid, continuous entities, objects, things, self. So now, this style is being used to see the world in this. Now we strongly believe there is a solid self, and this is strong to the point it feels real, solid, not just simply, but so strong. But if we examine this self, this thought, where exactly is this thought? Where is this entity that possesses all these changing experience? Because each and every time sensor contest change, and with each and every sensor contact, with that thought appears the thought of the self. But it is always the symbol, just like but the symbol. A vision appears. It gives the sense of self, a self looking at this thing. A vision who is observing, a self who is observing this vision. That's how it happens. This illusion, it does not arise because we can't, because this thought exists, because this self exists. This illusion arises, believed, because we can't see the process behind it. If we see the process behind it, then we know it's an illusion. But because we can't see the process, that's why we feel this illusion as a reality. And that's what in this time people are told to see this process. Once you see the process yourself, experience it yourself, then you get the confirmation it is an illusion. You get the confirmation yourself. And once you get the confirmation yourself, automatically the value, the power you have for this thought, for this starts to fade away, starts to melt away. We cannot force it, the power of the self, the thoughts. We cannot force it. We can end it at once. It happens automatically. It happens naturally. The only thing we have to do is to know this Try to understand this is an illusion. This is the process that creates an illusion of the reality. That's what you have to do. This illusion of self does not arise because experiences exist. It arises because we stop seeing the countless changing conditions woven into the experience forward. We are always unable to see how this sense of self gets created, built in the first place. Because this finished thought hides the real sensory contents behind it. We can't see it as impulse or motion, but we see it something solid, real. So when you see it again and again, this when you understand this wrong perception, this wrong perspective, we are used to see, experience the world with that deep understanding, deep knowledge. It changes the value you have for this illusion of the outside world, illusion of the self, and not just simply by knowledge, but then you start to feel it. Then you open your eyes and observe the world. You see this world is not as solid as it seems. It's a vision, just a simple punch of color. In that vision, you are the one mentally forming thoughts and assigning those thoughts into these each color, shapes in this vision. I'm blindly believing that we are three-dimensional. We create this whole three-dimensional room in our mind, and at the same time, we have a feeling, a sense of self who is doing this, who is observing this, or who get affected. This sense of self can come in different forms. You start to feel this truth, not by knowledge, but with that deep understanding. And with that deep understanding, this illusion starts to loosen its power gradually, not at once, but gradually. So just there gently, we end up a morning summary for today. There was a major body
difficult to understand this. This is why the Buddha taught he viewed this there should be a very careful we cannot go out from the illusion of consciousness. Therefore, we try to understand everything through the illusion of consciousness. This is our helplessness. The Dhamma beyond the illusion is consciousness, where consciousness is not bearing anidassana. It can only be recognized wisdom, jnana. Wisdom and consciousness are two different sensory canaries. We emphasize frequently wisdom jnana was not consciousness jnana. That is why the Buddha Lord told jnanasa adhigamaya, not the vijnanasa adhigamaya. We can understand clearly that all this depends on the wisdom acquired from listening to the noble friend Kalyana and reading Suttame Jnane. Why are this called wisdom jnana? This is very delicate matter. The Buddha could have told some more wisdom jnana, only a word. Now we have told consciousness vijnana, it's also a word. It is not tied anywhere, this consciousness with the eye. And those are the just feelings which we experience through those faculties. This do not really exist, just puts them in place to ourselves. Why we call jnana after everything when we talk about different kinds of wisdom? For example, wisdom of arising and passing away. Dravya jnana and acquiring wisdom through listening and reading. Suttame jnana, it is the book. It is called knowing specially. This is completely against Dhamma. It is hard to write in word. For an example, nobody can explain the writing to taste of salt. That is why we tell you that this wisdom has to be realized. Actually, wisdom is awareness. After we see an object, we have an awareness that we saw it. It is called Suttame Jnana. When we listen to something, we know that is the truth. Then we try to understand what we thought we correct by this listen and treat the knowledges as wisdom. But what we thought is not wisdom. The Jnana is acquiring knowledge is listening. Then there is a sense of feeling. There are two words called Janato, Pasato, knowing and certainly. Then a Dekar. These two words take you to the whole journey. We sharpen a knife by scrubbing both sides in a stone. The sharpness is not related to be act on scrubbing the sides, but the sharpness is the realization. It is wisdom. Wisdom is not the knowledge. One forgot what he read or listened. He doesn't remember that sutta, but he knows the whole. It is something like this knife cuts when it has sharpened, but the one who sharpened the knife but the one sharpened the knife doesn't remember which side it was scrubbed. Most of the people say Arinhans. We cannot remember the sutta, but we do not have attachment or aversion with anything. We feel that there is a reduction of defilements. That means it was quashed the wisdom. Can anybody tell that he does not reach the realization? It cannot be explained what it is. If someone asks, in every direction illusion has been coming to the Dhamma. There are wrong views. This is the set of views. Therefore, we have a journey to go carefully. To go very carefully. We cannot believe anything. We cannot judge anything. Even cannot follow on individuals. It is not possible to do so. The Buddha has refused those following to the Buddha. Asked Bhikshu Vakkali, that are you doing be looking at this decaying body? Don't attract to the form. What is the message the Buddha was giving over there to the Dhamma? Not anything else. Freedom from the samsara is our progress. It is freedom from thoughts. Very moment it has to be felt that we are free from the mind. Then, I like our friends of Dhamma. We always try to practice it in our Dhamma, in our day-to-day life. Sometimes we want to explain some Dhamma errors. Also, our Buddothpado, the spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, ready to explain to our correct path and real answers and solutions. So, in our friends, we are with a moment or listen to Dhamma talk. Let's join our Buddothpado and Hanse. Everyone, son, everyone. Everyone, son.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet? තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. The way to get rid of grief, the way to get rid of mind is the path to Nibbana. There is nothing as mind. You have to understand the truth of the mind. Mind is impermanent. Dhamma is not something in a book. Dhamma is to get rid of the mind. Dhamma means nothing exists. How a natural mind becomes Aryan. Aryan land is the place where the mind is liberated. If you see the mind, you too can attain Nibbana. You will attain Nibbana in this very life. So you have to walk in the right direction and should establish mindfulness. Shouldn't fill your mind with empty, wrong ideas. Today, Buddhists are lost, trapped in an illusion. It is difficult for them to come to Sammaditthi or the right vision. Today, our society is lost in a visual desert. Everyone is helpless. But do you know who sees truth has no depth? Death is really a thought. Should anyone be afraid of a thought? Thoughts appear and disappear every moment without a trace. It's an instant death. Every moment a new mind is born. This is samsara. At every moment the mind is born and a mind dies. Chitte niyati loko means the whole world is in our thoughts, but we think it's external. Mostly we live in past thoughts. There is actually no person, no soul, no doer. Do you actually believe in this world of illusion? Do you believe in this lie? Although we are Buddhist by name, we are not Buddhist unless we know the truth. The doctrine of this Dhamma is very rare. How do you know what happens after death? If you don't know the truth, you are blind. Do you want to die like that without knowing the truth? The body we are carrying will fall to the ground at any moment. Dhamma and yourself cannot be two. Everything you see is Dhamma. Dhamma should be preached with direct experience. Once Lord Buddha asked the monks, "Do you preach Dhamma because I told you so?" The monks answered, "No, Bhante. We preach it with our own experiences." So Lord Buddha said, "Sadhu, sadhu. It should be like that. Dhamma is not in a book. Dhamma should be seen in one's own mind. Unless one sees Dhamma in his own mind, he is not in the path to Nibbana." Many people today study books, but Dhamma can never be written in a book. Dhamma is not something which is in a book. You must understand it in your own mind. There's only the message in the book. You get the knowledge from the book, but be practical in Dhamma. You can't find Nibbana in a book. You can get the address from the book, but you have to walk along the path alone. If someone says that the book is Buddhism, it's a delusion. Practical Dhamma cannot be written in a book. The absolute truth is difficult to hear in this time. No one believes that Nibbana can be achieved today. But you too can attain Nibbana, not after death, but in this very life, in this very moment. You will be free from suffering. The absolute truth which was buried in the sands of time. Maybe you don't believe this story, but the truth cannot be hidden. Someday you will understand this. This is a doctrine you have never heard of. Everyone born in this time is very fortunate because it is Buddothpado time. Only by understanding Buddhist philosophy, you could get rid of Mithya Drishti or false views. If not, you will inherit only sorrow. You have to understand that the outside world is not true. It's an illusion. It's a mirage. That world is not real. As long as the world is real, you will inherit only sorrow. It is time to get rid of these misconceptions and false views. You too can get rid of the grief. The only refuge in the mind is to get rid of suffering. Buddha said, "Nati me saranam anya, Buddho me saranam vara." Take refuge in the Dhamma, true Dhamma. Dhamma is taking refuge in path to Nibbana. Now it's the time to open your eyes. The Buddha Shasana has fallen into a childish possession of worshipping. So let's get rid of the mundane world. We have to understand the true Dhamma. That is, the outside world is not true. It's an illusion, a creation of your own mind. Did you know that our world is magic or illusion or Maya? And our job in this world to find the magician behind the magic. If we don't understand the magic, we will take it as reality. Today, the whole world has got caught to this magician. But if you go behind and see what the magician is doing, or if you at least listen and contemplate to what the spiritual guidance teacher is trying to convey to us, don't get caught and cheated to this magician. Still, are you listening to it? So, the only way to catch this magician is to understand the dependent origination Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world, and it was under the sands of time. So, if you see how your mind is created, and once you catch the magician behind it, the so-called Vijnana, magic won't be magic anymore. It's not easy to do this. It could be only be done by people with great wisdom, not great knowledge. So our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, who lived in forest monasteries in Sri Lanka for a long time, searching for this pure truth. Actually, one has to achieve great wisdom or jnana. One has to do a lot of sacrifices going through this Dhamma path, especially the practical path to Nibbana. We too were listening to many Dhamma sermons, doing rituals, going to temples, worshipping, praying, doing various kinds of puja, meritorious deeds for several years. I think who are listening to Dhamma have gone through the same rituals. But I ask you one thing. Did you ever find solace, end of suffering, end of dukkha, end of samsara? Yes, you might say you found, but it is temporary relief. But once again, you are back to suffering, isn't it? So, Buddothpado time is very rare. And to find a proper spiritual guidance teacher is also very, very rare. So now, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, our spiritual guidance teacher, is revealing what Lord Buddha has preached to the world so many years ago with his own super wisdom, and he is showing the practical path to Nibbana through insight meditation or Vidarshana meditation. Now we have to talk a bit about Vidarshana meditation too. Because all these years what came up was concentration meditation or samatha bhavana. There are various ways to practice concentration meditation, and everybody thought it is the way to Nibbana. Why do you think Siddhartha Tapasa left the 5 hermits? Because Siddhartha Tapasa knew it is not the path to Nibbana. Buddha's philosophy is in Tripitaka, but by reading it you get merely a knowledge. And knowledge is the mind or thoughts. As Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, our spiritual guidance teacher, always explains to us that you can't attain Nibbana through knowledge or with thoughts. So for many decades we thought that we cannot attain Nibbana in this time. That's how we were taught. We have to complete 10 perfections or Dasa Paramita before everything and complete meritorious deeds. That's how we were taught. Actually, now we understand that it is not so. After listening to Buddothpado sermons, we came to know that we can achieve Nibbana at this time, at this moment. And there are no reasons to fall back into the samsara. Now, the great light of wisdom, like the brilliant rays of sun, coming in all directions. If you really, truly want to endure suffering or endure samsara, Buddothpado sermons will guide you and show you the path to Nibbana. It's the practical path to Nibbana. When you know the real path, the story of heavens, Brahmaloka, or actually the 31 planes of existence will be a mere sankara or a thought. It's like you are closing your eyes with your own hands. The true Dhamma has awakened. So open your eyes, listen carefully. This is your own story. This is your story of freeing from suffering, freeing from samsara, ignorance, mundane world. There is nothing called permanent. So come to the Arya Bhumi, where even we don't find death, where you will find everlasting peace, eternal bliss. This supreme Dhamma is not easy at all to explain. This is not a knowledge. This is super wisdom or jnana. It is like the taste of salt, which cannot be written in a book. That's why it's called Sandittika, Akalika, Ehipasika, Pachupanna, Dhamma. In the mundane world, everyone bound in wrong views and concepts. As long as the external world is true, you are in total delusion. You are bound to suffer. What you have to understand is there is no doer. It's a five-sense creation. Actually, we don't say that outside world is existing. We don't say that outside world does not exist. If we take like that, it will be two extremes created. Lord Buddha said, Majja Jnana. So there can't be any extremes or anta. What we say is that the world is created only in this moment. Chitte diyate loko, salayatana loko. It creates this moment and disappears. But due to our ignorance, we take the thoughts are for real. And then happens all the jealousy, anger, hatred, greed, and so on and so on. That's how your samsara circle is created. As our spiritual guidance teacher points out, we don't experience the outside world in any way. What we see is the only our own creation or vijnana mayava or the illusion. Even if you see a new planet in another galaxy through a telescope, again, what you see is your own vijnana maya. Try to understand this. Contemplate on this. So, the senses also differ. Humans have their own sensor system. Likewise, animals have their own sensor creations. So, they see different dimensions. For example, cow sees only red color. The bee sees the world in another different shape. The worm only has the skin feeling. The cats have night vision. Dogs can hear far better than humans. Even a small ant has its own world, isn't it? All different dimensions. Animals, like human beings, build houses, have families, have their own children, and so on. So, some animals, like insects, cockroaches, have feelers. Bats have some radar system, and so on. They are in their own worlds. Take the weaver bird. Who has taught him to weave the beautiful nest? It's the feeling. Nobody taught him. See how the termites build their castle. Nobody taught them. Isn't it funny that the humans think they know everything? We can learn a lot from animals as well. As humans, they love their children. They protect their families. They like to live in peace, isn't it? They also have feelings. When you come to know this true Dhamma, you see everything as oneness. The path is very pleasant. You don't harm anyone, even with the word, even with the thought, because you have the universal kindness and love. So how beautiful is this Dhamma? Lord Buddha has shown the world about this universal kindness and love in examples like Nalagiri Damana, Alavaka Damana, and even to Angulimal, Patachara, Kisa Gotami, Sunita, Sopaka. What this world needs is not mere technical knowledge, but love, humanity, freedom, kindness, and compassion. Isn't it? Can you see what happened to the world because of these defilements? There is hatred, jealousy, greed. Because of that, wars between countries. For what? Just because of the thought. And because they think the outside world is true. Actually, if people worldwide listen to Buddothpado's sermons and understand that there are only thoughts and there's nothing outside to fight for or to suffer for, there's no one to kill outside. Imagine how beautiful that would be. That's what our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, always explains to us. Actually, there is no doer, no soul, only a sensor system is working. It's a process. The listeners of Buddothpado's sermons know this truth. So they understand that it's only a system working and their defilements starts to fade and they feel peaceful and calm. In the mundane world, there is always fire. Now we feel that the fire is slowly diminishing. It does not happen overnight. It takes time, but it will happen gradually and steadily. So what you have to contemplate specifically when in the Nibbana path is how this so-called soul is made. How is this existence feeling came? We have already talked about this several times, but this is the main point or the key point we have to understand. And our spiritual guidance teacher always express this point. How do we get the alive feeling? Now we know that our six senses make the world. Salayatana, loko. Whatever the aramuna or the thought comes to one of the senses, it generates power. And all the other senses get together and create the mind consciousness. The vibrations, the sparks, or the waves happens very fast, and the illusionary chair, tree, mother, father, everything is created. But it's an illusion. Likewise, we get the feeling of existence or the feeling of me due to the speedy vibrations. It is actually an illusion or a chittarupe or a mind creation which happen naturally. But we think it's real, and either we get attached or disattached to that mind creation. This happens due to our ignorance. Because as a Buddhist, we don't know about Paticca Dhamma or Hetupala Dhamma, how the mind is created, and we take the outside world as true. If someone sees this as a natural phenomenon, no doer, nothing exists, and it's a creation of senses happening automatically, no one is doing this. He is out of ignorance. He has wisdom and will have a calm and peaceful mind because there are no defilements. If you don't know how this power is generated, his defilements are more. He will do anything to get what he wanted. He is always burning with inside fire. You must have seen people like that around. They are always angry of something or someone. Always find faults with someone. They are restless. Always want to do something. Find fault with others. They don't like to share things with others. They don't talk kind words. Their actions, words, and thoughts show that they are burning inside. If they stop for a moment and think, this is my mind. Why should I do this? Nobody is doing this. This is only my thoughts. Then the whole world will be peaceful. So, if someone knows this Dhamma, doesn't matter about the religion, but if someone knows how the thought is made and how we suffer due to a thought, the lives will be more peaceful, isn't it? If you go back to the radiant mind of the baby, it is so pure. Though the five senses are working, the mind sensor is still not created. The mind power is still not generated. The mind power is just like magnetic power, electric power. It gives us the lively feeling. So more the stimulus we get, the senses, more the mind power. So some people tend to kill each other due to this mind power. So as we said, everything exists at this moment in the mind of this moment. It is called Darshana Sampatti. So investigate and contemplate this carefully. The state of thinking and the state of feeling are two different kinds. Therefore, you need to be very careful. At the moment, you get a thought relating to the past. And to trace this thought, there should be an awareness. When past thoughts emerge, you should have the awareness to recognize them as that garbage from the past. Actually, it is a telepathy system that works. The feeling of self comes into effect due to the past perceptions. Within this charge in the mind, Chitta Aropana, these past perceptions are also a reason to feel the sense of self. This is like a current, like a magnetic force, or like electricity, where the charge of mind that has emerged. The reason for this is the repeated flow of thoughts, or the abhisankarana. It has the nature of re-emerging. Sense of feeling is there. The feeling of self that there is a world gets diluted is the sign of diminishing the desire, aversion, and delusion. So the mind is entirely perception. There is no existing thing as a mind. It is an appearance which arises and passes away. The objects and forms are a nature of appearances and disappearances. These mind objects, or araman, and forms are perceptions that flow through like a river. The flowing of these perceptions is due to the speed. The speed has been created by the addition of light, color, and sound. It is called the contact of five senses, or passo. This process is continuously taking place due to the speed of flowing. Nothing is here existing. Even for a moment, there's nothing. These are mere appearances within the speed. These are called appearances arising due to a cause. Here cause are sound, color, heat, cold. The result is the illuminating of five faculties, or ayatana. Then these faculties have their own activities. Now you can understand well. That is why we use simple language. You will experience this as nature. When the dilution within nature is taking place, it cannot be felt that there is a person or self. When someone contemplates on this, he will feel that there is no real value in this world. With this, there is a feeling emerges that he has got relieved from the world. It is not that just watching the thoughts. There is an awareness of the state of feeling. That awareness is the correct awareness, samma sati. Beyond that point, only there is the correct vision, samma ditti. One who has the correct vision will get the correct thoughts, correct speech, correct actions, correct livelihood, correct effort, correct mindfulness, and correct concentration. This is Noble Eightfold Path. This will not be met by the one who lives in the material world or the mundane world. If he sees that this world is unreal, then he will meet the Noble Eightfold Path. So, Vinaya Loke Abhijñā Domanassanan Kaye Kayanupassi Viharati. The one who will meet the Noble Eightfold Path meets these four foundations of mindfulness, or Sattara Satipatthana. The meeting Noble Eightfold Path is the meeting of the four foundations of mindfulness, or Sattara Satipatthana. Then he knows that this world is not true. To see this, he practices the contemplation of the body, or Kayanupassana. The Indriya Bhavana, Dhatu Manasikara, Anapanasati Bhavana, or Navasivataka are a few of them. When like this, divide the body into different ways and thoroughly investigate to see whether there is a self anywhere in the body. Then he sees that there is no place where the self is. This means he realizes that there is no real world and there is no self. Actually, there is nothing about sattva or person. Investigating this Dhamma in this manner leads to getting rid of the wrong view of there is a sattva and a person, sattva pudgala bhave. When you look out and if you feel that there is a thing, then there is also the feeling of self coming into force. If it is taken as a book, table, or bed, then there is I or self. So what you have to do is to see the truth in one thought, only one thought. When an object arises and is taken as a book, means that it has already become a thing. Then the self is also there with the thing. If there is a thing there, there is a I here. Here I am is the book. I am is the book. The book is I am. The book is there, meaning I am there. However, when we practice this practically, the chair, the table, and the book are all we see as usual. Nothing is lost. Can be seen everything as usual. Not blind. Can be heard in all sounds. Not deaf. But it is coming to the point of seen as mere seen. Ditte, ditte mattan. Though it is seen as before, there is a state of which that not belong to anybody. No any value like before. It is a feeling of emptiness. Being in that state is awakening to the moment. Becoming in that state depends on the dilution of desire, aversion, and delusion. Until such time, this state will emerge slowly. This awakened state comes into prominence as per the progress of individuals. It depends on the level of diluted taints and defilements. Accordingly, one reaches the state of noble Arya Pudgala. These are the ones who realize the stream within, or Sotapanna. Now you know where to go. The path and the address you know. Walk on the path carefully. This sermon is enough. Listening to this again and again until you get the clear path. Why this Dhamma is akaliko? This Dhamma is timeless. That means akaliko. This Dhamma is to see this moment. It is called momentary sampatti or shana sampatti. Seeing this moment is the scene of nirvana. For that, it is necessary to see the Dhamma, which is the scene of nothingness. So this means there is nothing as much as such a mother here, instead seen as colors and sounds. Then there is no self in the colors and sounds. Seeing the Dhamma is seeing this truth. It is the Sat Dhamma or Satya Dhamma or true Dhamma. The realization of Dhamma is the realization of nature. That is why it is called Durlabam Sat Dhamma. Savana Durlabam Shana Sampatti. It is seen in the way the mind is forming at the moment. Only this moment is existing. In every moment, there is a mind arises and passes away. Until there is breathing exists, the mind arises and passes away. The sparks and charges of the mind are taking place. These sparks occur in the five senses. The aggregation of sparks of the five senses is the mind. In other words, the addition of sounds and forms is the mind. Other than that, there is nothing as a mind anywhere. Actually, this mind is not the brain. The getting together of sounds and colors is called the mind. Nothing else. This means the knowledge of feelings, perceptions, formations, and consciousness is the mind. This knowingness comes from the mind's consciousness or mano vijnana. There is nothing like mind consciousness. The sparks coming from the five senses, sound, color, smell, taste, and touch, due to the illumination or prasada of them and added together is the mind consciousness. This happening is a system and it is nature. The feeling that there is a thing outside and getting deceived by it is the origin, samudaya. If so, likes and dislikes arise. Then we get the current of milliwatt 5. It is the feeling. We call it charge of the mind or chitta aropane. It is something like a magnetic charge. Yarupe Nandi is being attached to it. Tadupadanam Bavu. If so, the existence or Bhavaya is a result. The book is here, the world is there. Then the world has been created. Salayatana Loko Loko. The world has been created by the faculties or ayatana. The Buddhist is one who sees the cessation of existence and he sees there is nothing outside. Then he is getting liberated from suffering and leading to nirvana. If there is a thing outside, then there is a desire or aversion. Become attached, followed by clinging. Then existence or bhavaya is followed by birth, decay, death, sorrow, lamentation, suffering, and sadness. Having suffering, if someone sees that there is nothing outside and with the vision, he will get freedom from suffering. For this, he has to listen to Dhamma and get to know the wisdom of truth. Oh, Satyajnana. The one who has the wisdom of truth, the wisdom of action for him, what is this truth? It is the message from the noble friend, our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Hansa. Once this Dhamma is heard, it starts to feel him every moment that there is no world outside, there is no self or Atma, non-soul. And these all are sounds and colors. Though the mind says thirsty, it cannot drink water. Though the mind says hungry, cannot eat. Look, putting into the mouth, going to the stomach and going out. We say, I drank water, I ate rice. Never, this mind has never drank or eaten. In other words, the mind is the I. The mind cannot drink water. What happens here is only a process. At the time that the infant was born, he does not know about yellow, red, blue, or anything. He comes to know about these colors when he starts preschool at the age of 4. Until then, this child does not know the colors. This means the teacher is showing colors and making sounds while trying to relate to each other. For example, after drawing a picture A on the blackboard and showing it to the child while making the sound A. If you say A to an English national in Sinhala, he doesn't know it. Even this is the same for Chinese national because he does not have a picture or form for that sound. Likewise, the picture or the form gets added to the sound is called the mind or the chitta. The thought that everything is there that we came to know due to the above process is the reason for such deception for a long time, or the anusotya. Within this, we had a burning, we went through lots of suffering. We saw externally that everything exists. The mango tree does not say that it is a mango tree. We say it is a mango tree. If some other national comes, he does not call it the mango tree. He uses a word that he knows from his own language. So this example shows us that there is no external things as we think. Here we associate with only our thoughts. We never have gone out from the thoughts. The mind is a wave or a taranga, which is the combination of a wave of sound and a wave of color. In other words, it's a frequency system. In this wave of the mind, there is nothing as thing. There is nothing about the self. If this is realized, then it comes to ditte ditta mattan, sute sutta mattan, mute muta mattan, viññate viññata mattan. There is nothing to be seen. Nobody is seen. Then the seen is only a seen, nothing else. If the sound is added, then there is a thing. Now, what do you have in front of you? Say we have a table. So, a wall, a bed or chair. Now, without those sounds, look at them. If those sounds are erased, what would happen? They become just merely pictures. When the sounds are added, then there are things. If sounds are not added, it is just a scene. There may be enough colors and many forms, but to become something, it has to have a sound. If there is no sound, then there is nothing. Then we see the sound is not true. If one sees the truth, he feels no value in them. He knows the reality that the thing is only an addition of sound and color. Therefore, he doesn't have any value in it. If it is taken as a thing, then suffering is inevitable. Now you need to listen to these sermons one by one very carefully. Actually, all are vibrations and free vibrations. That means kampana and pratikampana. This has been formed like this. The rotating speed of the earth creates a magnetic power. It means as the earth has been rotating around itself at a speed of 180 kilometers in an hour, it creates magnetic power, resulting in emerging energy force between the North Pole and the South Pole. This process leads to the formation of the ozone layer. And within it, the layer of air in the beginning, the Earth was a huge cloud of particles or dark matter. Over time, with the vibrations and revibrations and continuous rotations, these clouds of particles turned into dust. At present, the planet Jupiter, or Brahaspati, is still a rotating huge cloud of dust. As such, those clouds of dust vibrating and rotating together and with the effect of heat and cold generated from the layers of ozone and air started slowly getting thicker, forming the Earth's surface. Then the water and life on Earth all were the making of this process. Though the Earth and its surroundings were products of the dark matter in the universe, the nature of the Earth is different. All these are natural phenomena. The nature of consciousness or viññāna also showing us everything there constantly. Therefore, when we see outside, we can see everything outside. Though we see everything outside in the real sense, we see our own minds. Even though we see the tables, chairs, beds, trees, whatever, it is the mind. But there is a nature of feeling which is relevant to everything, still not belonging to anything. This state of feeling is the awakening to the moment. This is what we are talking about. This state is like awakening from a dream. The clouds pass through, and in the same way, thoughts also passes through. There is no single moment without a thought. It is a non-stop process because until the inhale and exhale continues, the mind also arises and passes away. Though the clouds continuously pass in the sky is beyond the clouds. Likewise, the awakening state is beyond the thoughts. Though the thoughts are continuously passed through, this state of awakening cannot be taken by thinking. It can be experienced only if you get into that state. It is something like one gets the experience of the taste of salt. He can feel the taste of salt, but it is unlikely to explain to another the feel and feel the same experience. Within this state of awareness, realization will emerge. This cannot be taken merely by thinking. If it is a thought, then it would be an illusion of consciousness or vijnana. Becoming in the state of awakening is the result of a practical process. This is the product of realization of the Dhamma, which can be achieved through wisdom. To achieve this state, there should be a great wisdom. This process is not simple like doing samatha meditation, focusing on a single object. We also did this samatha meditation for some time, but ended nowhere. After all, we realized that it was not the correct way to find the truth and started practicing vidarsana or insight meditation. Today, we can see that there are some efforts among the people to find out the true path, to prevent from suiciding, stealing, murdering, and hating. A child to be born tomorrow and turn towards great kindness. It is the need to express true Dhamma. Now you have a work to do. If you see the mind, it comes one after another continuously. This happens within a certain speed. You can find this explained by the Buddha in Kachaniya Sutra. Also in there are a lot of sutras which explains this. The Buddha has said, Rupantiko also Rupam Vaditi. It means the form or Rupa is being formed due to the collision, the spark or light flashes of five senses. Due to a very sparking speed. This sparks happens in the five senses and it creates a feeling that there is something. The world is appearing when the eyes open and the same time disappearing when the eyes close. This reveals that there is no existing world. This is a feeling of self within the speed of sparks in the senses. We are trapped within these friction flashes or aropana. It's just like we are trapped in the magnetic force of the globe. Magnetic power is created due to the rotating speed of the earth. The throwing stone comes back to the ground due to this magnetic force. The earth with the ozone layer and air cover has been created due to the circulating speed and as a result, it generated magnetic force. The moment this speed stops, everything scatters all over the universe. Likewise, with the inhale and exhale, and also the rotating speed of the globe, there are continuous sparks within the sensors. The day inhalation and exhalation stops, the speed is also going to be stopped while throwing out to the space. The mind and the mind-made self going to be seized at that time. So I think it's enough for today. Buddothpado answer, Teruvan Saranai. Do you want to add something? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, sir.
Yes, I think it's good explanations. But I won't practical side. But yes, explaining is very good. But people won't experience. They won't experience. They won't practical. They won't be practical. Not a thinking, not a knowledge. I like to say the whole everybody you listen this time first what we are saying, but after you realize what is our life, what's happened here, why are you sometimes suffering, why are you sadness, why are you thinking about the death. Actually what happened, most people talking about after the death they are going somewhere, they are thinking they are going heaven, no heaven. That's what you think. Ask yourself, your mind, what's the happen? It's true, it's happening. What is Buddha explaining? Buddha explained this mind is process, it's a system. What is dependent origination Dhamma? Buddha explained whole world is our mind creation. We are thinking. Everything is sound and forms together. That's the thoughts. These are thoughts. You are in thinking world. You are in mindful world. It is not real. But you have existent field. You have a life field. Yes. But you can't see this, your eyes. But you can see this, your inside. Wisdom. Nobody is here. No one is. It's your mind. Mind consciousness is the world. Is creating the world. You are talking about chair, table, mother, father. But Sinhalese are talking Amma, Tata, Givaldara. What is this sounds? Chinese are talking Chan, Chin, Chu. What is this sounds? Sound is, yes, sound is the word. What? Yeah. Sounds became your mind to picture. That's the word. Sound and firms together. That's the important, that sound and firms. The mainly sound and forms are coming together. That's but inside their field, skin, sense, and your taste and your smell, 10 senses. Your nose, your mouth, and your skin, these are senses together. That's Buddha's word is the field sensor. The field sensor, and your eye, you can see that's a firm, that's the sound is your ear. These are together coming. That's the kindergarten time. Little child is first time know this chair, table, red, yellow, blue colors also the thoughts. These thoughts are creating. That's the Pubbe Nivasa Jnana is the Buddha's word is this present moment is only the you are living is thoughts. But this creation is, look at this creation, past and future. What is this past and future? Is future not coming, but present moment is you are thinking. The future is the present moment, only the thought you are thinking. It's not happening. Otherwise, is the past is gone. It's not coming. But you are thinking. It's present moment, only the thought. Now it's okay. Past and future is you know this present moment, only the thought. But this present moment thought is not real. It's otherwise sound and forms. This is the case. This thought is existent every time these thoughts are created. Every time one thought is coming. That's the stimulus. But it is not real. It's illusion. Sound also vibrations is we are talking about quantum theory like that. Vibrations, waves. So, you know, that's colors also, lights also, waves. Red, yellow, blue. These colors are waves. The sounds are waves. These colors and sounds together, wave is coming, existent. Chair, table. Chair is chair have sound, chair have color. Chair have otherwise rough and smooth. That's your touching sensor. These senses are creating this existent world, is thinking world is coming. That's a thoughtful world. Is mind world is created. That's not real. It's not real. It's illusion. This is we are talking about dependent origination is avidya paccaya sankhara. Avidya is existent field is not real. Is sankhara is creating this censoring, this creation is made in this illusion. Misconceptions. Like a mirror. You can see your face is mirror. But mirror have something? No. Like this. So you know this Dhamma, the value is not coming. The existent field is the value. Every thoughts have value. This was existent field there. That is the value. Value is not something you thinking. These are permanent. That's the value is coming. But you know, you understood after these thoughts are not real, solution, value is gone. This little bit is happening. Value is fading. That's the defilements are fading. That's the attach and disattach. Attach, ill will, that is this words. Ragakyo, deshakyo, mohakyo, nibbano. Attach and ill will, and that's the illusions are fading because attach and disattach is value. Your thoughts haven't a value, it's not existent. You know it's not existent, it's not real, so value is God. That's the defilements are fading. That's finally your suffering is gone, fading. sadness is gone. Because you know the truth is no one is here. Nobody is here. It's a system, like a robot. This creation, this body. The body is creation. The senses are creation. That's the body. How is body is creating? This body wants energy. That's is your energy is how is coming. The senses are creation. That's the your neurons are your body. It's like a wiring. Yeah, that's a system. It's energy, power. It's sensory. It's happening. That's the power. Your body wants this power. The movements won't be happen. Power won't somewhere coming. But it's not somebody is doing. It's automatically natural phenomenon here. Automatically is happening. That's the alive field. That's the living field. That's a being. But this one understood. Someone know this. No living being. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Nisato injures. But everything is normally happening. Normally you can see, normally you can hear, normally you can. That's a normally senses are working, thoughts are coming. But it's okay. Why? No any inside paining or vibrations. Thoughts are happening. But you are like a feather, like a trees moving branches. The leaves are moving because no pain, like a wind, like a feather. That's the tranquility. Finally, but you know the truth? Satyajnana is the truth. So Krutanyana, now you can experience. Yeah, no one is here. What is the Krutanyana is tranquility. There's a peaceful world is coming. So everybody in calm and cool because egoistic is gone. Egoistic is fading. No inside paining or inside vibrations because egoistic is fading. That's a tranquil. That's open your mind. That's a peaceful happiness is coming. Human life. So it is a reward to everybody. It's okay. Tomorrow we can explain other sides of this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. How is, why is valued, why is it important, why is humans won't know this Dhamma. So they want peaceful, they want happiness, endless happiness. This happens in this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. You can hear, you can listen, you can experience. It's not believing. That's the true Dhamma. That's the way of Nibbana. True Dhamma has awakened to the moment. This present moment is only the moment. This present moment is everybody is in dream. But you awaken this dream, you are in not a blind, you are in the truth. That's the happiness in this world. No one to anything, any problems, any questions, no one to come in because you know the truth. Nobody's. It's very nice to understand, but not easy. It's okay. We can meet tomorrow. Everybody's Teruan Saranai. Thanks for this, Dr. Chandani and other Dhamma friends. Teruan Saranai. Teruan Saranai, everybody. We can join tomorrow.
පෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
හයිසබ්බන්තිගේ පාටිස්ටාර්ට්
Teruvan Sarnai, dear Dhamma friends. Welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to thank our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending the Dhamma's home talk. Here about discuss Dhamma. This Dhamma is not the one somebody can see from the outside and understand. This is a wisdom of realization and has to be realized within and expressed to others. This has been explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra in one line, that is, Skandhanam Padbhavo Ayatananam Patilabho. To understand this, someone should have further knowledge. The Madhupindika Sutta, Sanchetana Sutta, and Jati Dhamma Sutta are like links the chain. Can be removed one without affecting the other. Without understanding one sutta, the other one cannot be understood. The one who understood all as one block will be able to explain for all in different ways, in different situations and different people. But what the Buddha explained in all sutras is one thing. It is the unlimited truth. We need this Dhamma, is this sutra, as well as the ultimate truth. This is very important. Here all explain now the rise of this form, Iti Rupan Samudaya. Now you should not have any doubt regarding the wisdom of recollection of past mind, Ubbe Nivanasati Jnana. Then the wisdom of recollection of past mind, of the ability to see past mind according to the order in which those minds have taken place. Like what is happening now. What happened at that time as such? The little child doesn't know anything when he was born. The Buddha said that the birth, jati, is the jati of the eye. When something is seen, in ideas coming as this gold, this is a gem, this is a book, this is a stable, as such. For all this, according to the usage, likes and dislikes, we realize this nature varies from one another. This is not good. It doesn't work for me. Just throwing it away. Accordingly, vision arises. Otherwise the object is good. This is valuable and I need to keep it. Then desire arises. This is how desire, aversion, and delusion enter into play. Therefore, this is where the defilement originates. Then he gets angry when he encounters an undesirable object, and he gets rejoiced when he encounters a desirable object. That is where jealousy, anger, and stinginess come in. It is the nature of the small child's behavior. He grasps that he likes and does not allow anybody to take it away. This is called the nature to tendency to become attached. This nature of the tense has been inbuilt into the cells since the time of the mother womb. The cells have the nature of the tendency to attach. This is how the system is maintained by Mother Nature. These all are governed by the nature of speed. For example, the relating to fiber balls and concealing of fire. fireballs. Fireballs, we can see rings of fire. But it's a real sense. There is no ring. There are only two fireballs. The speed of nature is illusory like that. When someone's childhood doesn't have an idea to make, he doesn't have the feeling of love. These ideas are coming to his mind when he getting young. The reason for this is the continued build-up of vocational formations again and again. Rupang, Rupattaya, Sankatang, Abhisankaroti. What happened was the child took the addition of color and sound and the thing. Taking this process and think ignorance, avidya. The combination of color and sound is the formation, sankara. Showing a thing by adding sounds and colors in the take of formation, sankara. It is itself ignorance. It is not possible to say whether ignorance or formation comes first. These both come together. There is no descending or ascending order in dependent origination. When writing it, there is no other way other than writing it in order. In an actual sense, it is not written like that. The reason for this, the formation sankara is also ignorance that taken as a thing. The formation happens due to name and form, nama, rupa. The combination of colors and sound is the name and form. It is ignorance that creates the formation, and the formation that case of consciousness, which is the knowingness. The knowingness is also the formation itself. Because here it comes to know the thing at the book. The book itself is the formation, name and form. This book is the book has also ignorance. Six faculties, and contact and aggregators. It's already this side. When the thing is there's cleaning, Padana comes. Then cleaning leads the system. Wow. Followed by birth, Jati, K, Jara, death, Marana, Sarodukka, and elimination, Parideva all come into operation. This happens because the form has been taken as through. Here the book was taken as thing. The existence here is also the book. There is the book. There is the table. There is the bed. And these are extensions. Attachment. Decide. Comes coinciding. Yeah, it's a thing. This decide or lead to cling. Dear friends, we are every day we practicing in Dhamma our day-to-day life. Sometimes we with some problems we want to cure our Dhamma problems. Then also our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado RN has always give to correct answers and she explained to correct path to us. So we will little moment the Buddothpado RN say join with us. Teruvan Saranai everyone. Teruvan Saranai.
Everyone Saranai Manian Mahansa. First of all, let me pay my humble worship to the Supreme Buddha and our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Admiring the great initiatives and efforts made by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse to spread the true Dhamma to the entire world in English, I find myself very fortunate to be able to share my thoughts in the daily English Dhamma Zoom session. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa and Teruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Dear Dhamma friends, if I ask you, have you ever felt unhappy, sad, lonely, or depressed? I'm sure you will say, why not? Life is full of sufferings and discomforts. We feel sad when we realize that we get old day by day. When we get caught with various diseases, when we lose our loved ones, when we have to associate whom we don't like, when we can't get what we desire, etc., etc. We even feel sad to see or hear innocent children dying or facing severe hardships all over the world due to human-created wars, natural disasters, and diseases like COVID virus. Suffering is common to all beings. Lord Buddha once said, Dukkhe loko patittito, which means the world is established on suffering. From ancient time, people were very curious to find a solution to sufferings. Some thought we suffer due to our bad karma. Some thought suffering is created by a supreme authority like a god. That's why when people undergo various suffering or losses, say, oh, it's God's wish or the Creator's wish. Or sometimes people say, that's my bad karma. Well, 2600 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama also wanted to find a permanent solution for this problem of suffering. We call his mission towards finding a way to end the suffering as Arya Pareshana. We call it Arya Pareshana. In other words, the noble experiment. Siddhartha Gautama realized that suffering is a universal truth. Whether you are human or an animal, whether you are a king or a beggar, you are not free from suffering. Um, 2000 years ago, addressing the 5 ascetics in the deer park in Varanasi, Lord Buddha revealed for the first time to the world Chaturara Satya, or the 4 Noble Truths. By self-realization, through awakening spiritual life, or we say Dhamma Chakkusaya. Dhamma Chakkusaya. What are the 4 Noble Truths revealed by the Buddha? I'm sure you know them by heart. They are the Noble Truth of Suffering, Dukkha Arya Satya, Noble Truth of the cause of suffering, that's Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya, the Noble Truth of the cessation of suffering, Dukkha Nirodha Arya Satya, the Noble Truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, Dukkha Nirodhagamini Patipada Arya Satya. So those are the 4 Noble Truths declared by the Blessed One. Explaining the 4 Noble Truths, Tathagata made a lion's roar, saying, Kubbe Ananusutesu Dhammesu, which means what he has revealed to the world is something that was not heard before. I repeat, what he has revealed to the world, something that was not heard before. The doctrine or the philosophy set forth by the Buddha is an Anatma Dhamma. In other words, it's a no-soul doctrine, Anatma Dhamma. This is also called the Satya Jnana, or the true Dhamma. Lord Buddha found the solution to end the suffering is not anywhere outside, but it is within ourselves. The solution to end the suffering is not anywhere outside, it's within ourselves. We are very fortunate that this true Dhamma, which was hidden through the time, was revealed once again by our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse through Abhinya Jnana, in other words, through is self-realization experience. So, dear Dhamma friends, now let's discuss the message of our spiritual guidance teacher in detail. Let me first start by quoting a popular saying of Buddothpado Aryan Vahans in his teachings or discussions in Sinhala language. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නම යනවා මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා which means I go a long journey with myself but at some point I leave myself behind and I will never return. I go a long journey with myself, but at some point I leave myself behind and I will never return. If you are wise enough, you will see that these few words contain the message of the Lord Buddha to end our suffering and the journey of birth and death, or samsara. In this regard, we need to first understand the functionality of the senses or ayatana and the formation of thoughts and our existence of a soul. Well, what are these five senses? We associate six senses. I'm sure you all know that. We associate six senses. The eye sensor. In Pali we call it chakku. In Pali, tongue sensor. Jivha in Pali. Body sensor. Kaya in Pali. And finally, mind sensor. Mano in Pali. So those are the six senses. Let me repeat. Eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, body sensor, and mind sensor. The functionality of these six sensors is actually a system. Aryan Vahanse has clearly explained the science behind the functionality of the sensor system. A spark or a vibration always takes place at any one of these six senses. The moment you open your eyes, there will be a continuous vibration process that takes place at our eye sensor. That continuous spark, that continuous sensor spark creates an image. This is called the chakku prasada or eye sensitivity. Chakku prasada. There is no actual image there. We think that outside light is coming to our eyes. But that is wrong. What happens is, due to vibration, light is created in the sensor. Due to vibration, light is created in the sensor in the form of an image. And this is a totally natural process. No one is doing this. A rising of some awareness of an image at your eye sensor level is the Chakku Vijnana. Chakku Vijnana. That is the so-called alive field. Alive field. The alive field in the sensor itself is the soul or I-ness. It's the soul. The seeing, creation of the alive field and creation of the soul occur in this very moment. The seeing, creation of the alive field and creation of the soul occur in this very moment and disappear in this very moment itself. This is called the birth of the eye. Buddha has preached that the birth of the eye is jati itself. The birth of the eye is jati itself. We can also relate this to the Paticca or the Dhamma of cause and effect. When there are conditions, things or objects or mind conscious will arise. When there are conditions, things or objects or mind conscious will arise. When such condition ceases, things or objects or mind conscious will cease. So your soul is a Sambhuta Dhamma. It is a Sambhuta Dhamma. What does it mean? Sambhuta Dhamma, which means it forms or occurs in this moment and it was not existed before. Let me repeat. Forms occurs in this moment and it was not existed before. Also, it will not exist in the future too. Lord Buddha has preached Hetum Paticca Sambhutam, Hetu Bhanga Niruddhati. Let's take our spiritual guidance teacher's example to analyze this scenario. When you stand in front of a mirror, your image will appear on the mirror. Your image will appear on the mirror. So your image will appear on the mirror only when you peep into the mirror. Once you move away from the mirror, your image will disappear. So what you need to understand is your image was not found in the mirror before you peep into the mirror. Similarly, the same image does not appear in the mirror once you move away. This is the cause and effect. When there are conditions, things will arise. When such conditions ceases, things will cease. Do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, a bird will see the same world in a different way. Just imagine one of your eyes is replaced with an eye of a bird. Just imagine. When you look from one eye, you will see the world in a different way to the other eye. This means that you will experience a photo based on what your sensor creates. The light is created in your sensor. So that's what we should understand here. The light is created in your sensor. If sensor does not spark, you will not be able to experience that part of the so-called world. There can be certain vibration that our eye will not form the color or light. We think that we see the outside world, but actually we experience what is created by the sensor. Actually, your eye will not identify the image. Image is just colors and shapes. Even though we say colors, colors are identified as red, blue, green, yellow, etc. only at the mind conscious level. Only at the mind conscious level. You need to understand that in your childhood, red, blue, green was formed in your system as vibrations when you were learning in the nursery. Now when you see that color again, means a new vibration occurs in the sensor. That new vibration will be automatically matched to previous similar vibrations. So this is the functionality of the eye sense system. If I say your eye has not seen outside, if I say your eye has not seen outside, is that correct? Even though we think we look at outside, actually what is happening is we see what is created in the sensor. Just imagine once your human eye is replaced with a bird's eye. If you look at the world using one eye at a time, then what will happen? You will see completely two different worlds. Do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, a bird will look the same world in a different way. A cow will see the world as red. There are some people only see black and white. They are color blinded. Let's see how the ear sensor works. When the sound wave strikes the ear, an awareness of hearing created in the sensor is the ear conscious. But it does not know what the sound is. The ear sensor generates the sound sensor in this very moment. That is, vibration occur at ear. The sound object will not be created sometimes. For example, sound will not be created in the sensor for sounds more than 20,000 hertz. then your sound system has no capacity to experience those sounds. If a person is deaf, the vibration will not happen at the ear sensor. That means if sound object is not created in your sensor, you will not be able to experience the world. There are some birds can hear sounds more than us. Even though we both live in the same world, the world we experience created is different to each other. Now let's try to understand how the touch sensor works. When you walk along the road, when you walk along the road in bare feet, what do you feel? What does your feet feel? Do you think your feet can recognize sand or stone? No, your feet cannot recognize. It can recognize certain touch feeling only. So we call it body consciousness, which cannot recognize whether it is sand or stone or something else. The mind consciousness is the mind consciousness that recognizes that touch feeling. Now let's try to understand how the thoughts are formed. We'll try to understand how that a particular mind experience or thought is occurred. When you were small, when you had no previous experience of red, blue, green, yellow, a sun, moon, book, your mother would have shown you them and educated you with the names. What is coming from the mother is actually a sound. At the eye sensor level, a vibration took place. When mother gives the sound at your ear level, another vibration is taken place. Without your knowledge, a new vibration is taken place, combining the previous two vibrations. A kind of a transformation of vibration happens. This is the point where all sensor level vibrations are contacted to provide the mind consciousness. For example, when you see a tree, a vibration is taken place at the eye level. That is the eye consciousness or a live field. So some awareness will arise. But Chakku Vijnana cannot identify the image. This Chakku Vijnana is a kind of a vibration. Then what happens? This vibration will be matched with a similar previous vibration. This is called the telepathy system. Due to this telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be matched to the previous vibration that occurred in your system. You think it is your past memory. No. As Aryan Vahanse has explained, this is sort of a telepathy system. Your whole body is a sensor system, like a circuit. Whenever conditions present, your system The sensors in the system continuously spark. When conditions change, it would be a different experience. So, your mind conscious will never meet present. What is experienced by the mind conscious is a similar past vibration. So to understand something, mind conscious is always looking at the past. In our mind consciousness, at a very high speed, trillions of sounds and shapes come together and ignite like sparks at all times. These data, thoughts, turn very fast in a circle. Like a fire, like a fire circle, giving us an illusion that thoughts are real and true. All these sparks that ignite with thoughts, in other words, chittaropana, in the mind consciousness gives us an illusion that everything is real. When all senses are combined, mental formations are created. Sound, color, smell, taste, etc. are combined due to contact. And then a feeling such as the existence of an individual being is created. This process occurs continuously and at a high speed. When we analyze each sensor, they have no issue with the external world, as it cannot identify any objects. So the sensors have no issue with the external world. Then who has the issue? It is our mind consciousness. Let's say if someone shouts at you in bad words, you must realize that it is just a sound created at the ear sensor level. So the ear has no issue with the bad words. Then who has the issue? It is actually the mind consciousness. Are you seeing the world, or are you really seeing what is created in your sensor? Let me repeat. Are you seeing the world, or are you really seeing what is created in your sensor? So my question is, can you ever experience outside? No, you will never experience the world outside. The world is created in your six senses. That's why Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana nirodho nibbana. If you really analyze, the mind consciousness cannot experience outside. It will always a nama dhamma experience by the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is a different stage in which these colors and shapes are identified as the real object. It is at the mind consciousness level the objects such as chairs, tables are identified. All these are just sounds and forms. All these are just nouns and forms. Identification of chairs and tables as objects itself is the alive field. The alive field automatically takes the sense pleasures as I see, I hear, or I feel. What you need to understand is the alive field is created due to a series of vibrations at the sensor level. When there is a vibration, the alive field or I-ness or the soul is created. Similarly, when there is no vibration, the alive field or soul is not created. The soul is created in this very moment when the conditions present and it ceases there itself. The soul is created in this very moment when the conditions present and it is there itself. The alive field or sense pleasures are taken as real in the land of ignorance or avidya bhumi. Let me repeat, the alive field or sense pleasures are taken place as real in the land of ignorance. In other words, in avidya bhumi. One with an understanding of true Dhamma will realize the alive field created at this moment is due to vibration at sensor level and sense pleasures as a natural phenomena, and no soul could be identified anywhere. There is a verse in the famous Buddhist scripture, Dhammapada. Digha jagarato ratti digham santassa yojanam. Digho balanam sansaro sadhammang avijanata. The meaning of this gatha is as follows. Long is the night for the sleepless. Long is the league, in other words, the long journey to a tired person. Long is the journey of samsara to the fool who knows not the sublime truth or true Dhamma. Lord Buddha described that all laymen, in other words, all those who are in the Krutajana Bhumi, the land of ignorance, as fools. Well, Buddha said so not to insult them, but to show their real status. All laymen are fools because they are in the wrong view or micchadikti. As they are living with the thought that all phenomenal things, the external world is real. All laymen are fools because they are in the wrong view or micchadikti, as they are living with the thought that all phenomenal things that exist in the world is real. They think the external world is real. As Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has clearly pointed out, We need to come out of the Miccha Ditti by listening to the true Dhamma and gaining Satyajnana. We are very fortunate that our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, has made a lion's roar by revealing the Satyajnana and true Dhamma which was hidden through the time. So we should listen to the sermons of that tells about the Satyajnana. There are so many intellectual sermons that Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has preached. They are available on YouTube. So you can always refer to them and you keep on listening to those sermons, so that slowly, little by little, you will get an insight of the true Dhamma. Those who believe the outside world is real are far away from the truth. Well, what is truth? Truth is the understanding of cause and effect. In other words, understanding of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. If I relate Buddha's example to see the depth of the true Dhamma, one day Lord Buddha inquired, Ananda, what is more difficult of the two? Shooting an arrow through a keyhole from a distance, or shooting a piece of horsehair split in 7, kept 500 fathoms away with another such piece, so as to hit the end of the first piece. Ananda Thero said, Bhante, it is more difficult to shoot the piece of horsehair split in 7 at another such piece. Then the Tathagata stated, Ananda, if someone realizes the Four Noble Truths of suffering, cause of suffering, cessation of suffering, path leading to the cessation of suffering, it is more difficult task than shooting a split horsehair at a distance with another piece of split horsehair. The difficulty in realizing the Four Noble Truths of Satyajnana should be understood from this sima. So, we should think, having obtained a human status, it is a great loss to spend time enjoying 5 sensual pleasures. Which can be had at any time and are even enjoyed by animals. Not putting an effort to realize the Dhamma at least some extent. So whenever possible, we should try to reflect upon the true Dhamma. And so gradually we will see that the defilements, our defilements like anger, aversion will slowly diminish. It won't happen overnight. You will see, you will feel that your defilements getting slowly diminished little by little. So that is the positive change that will happen in you by exposing yourself to this true Dhamma. So, I think I have explained you about the true Dhamma, and I hope you have gained something from it. And I suggest please keep on listening to the sermons on true Dhamma, and try to improve your knowledge and to gain Satyanana. It should not be merely a knowledge, it should come from within. So thank you very much for listening. Therwan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. I'm sorry if I have done any mistakes in my speech. Well, our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado and Vahanse, will advise us, will continue to advise us in our path of in the spiritual path. If there's anything to be added, I hope Buddothpado and Vahanse will explain us. So, Therwan Saranai. To all of you, Therwan Saranai, Aryan Vahanse.
Therwan Saranai, our Buddothpado Dhamma friend, for your valuable speech. Therwan Saranai, Manin Mahansa.
Oh, Therwan Saranai. We have 9 minutes of,
Yes. I think Aryan Mahansa is not with us today, no?
Yeah, okay.
I think since we have few more minutes, I think I must tell something.
Okay.
I thank our Dhamma friend Hasita for giving us that valuable input. I think he made a very good effort to show this, what's the real truth behind our soul. I think it's very important for us to, understand we need to look at this Dhamma in the right angle. I think that angle is very important. Because sometimes we think that we exist, that is our soul exists, and then keeping our soul inside, we try to analyze maybe the outside environment or whatever our inside, and we try to interpret the Dhamma also in the same way. But I think that is not the angle which we want to study this. We need to first understand Buddha explained to the world Anatma doctrine. So Anatma means it is not another theory. That is the truth. So there is no soul here. Because we feel there is someone continuous living being, living continuously inside our body. That's how we feel. So we always feel someone is living inside, because someone, in every moment, someone continue to feel. So, but we need to understand here what happens is each and every moment, the soul or that feel, form and disappear. So that arises and then it disappears. Arises, disappears. So feel, but you feel that continuously there is someone living inside the soul who continuously enjoy, every moment. But that's not the case. The actual scenario, what happens is, the moment you contact with the outside, your sensor generate the pleasures, and that pleasure is the feel, then that feel is very natural, that comes automatically. But due to your ignorance, you think I feel, because all the time there is some feel, and your system also, kind of trying to move or to see different things, to experience different things, because you think there is someone living inside and I need to satisfy that self. So I need to give different, feelings to satisfy that inside soul. This is the problem. This is why all the competition come. This is why you are really in a pressure, because there is someone inside to satisfy. So you have a competition one over the other to satisfy yourself. That's why the jealous come. And when you can't do that, maybe you are in anger. Because all the problem comes because you feel there is someone inside, then I need to satisfy that I, that soul. But actually what happens here is, this is a very natural thing. The moment your sensor spark, that you can't control anyway, you can't control sound objects created in your ear level. You can't control whatever the feeling which occur in your body due to the wind. You can't control the moment you open your eyes. The world is created every moment, so that you can't control. So, but the problem is, each and every sensor, when it's activate, when it's do these productions, naturally the sense of pleasure is created in the system. The problem is this sense of pleasure. Now this sense of pleasure, it's a normal thing. So when you eat chili, your tongue will feel some spiciness. So it's a natural thing. But that feel, it will last a moment and then that disappear. So moment you look at a wall, that's a different feel. Moment you look at something else, it's a different feel. Let's say you are in the garden and there are several flowers in your garden. So you look at one flower, different feel. When you look at a different colored flower, you get a different feel. So that feel is actually the soul here. There is no any other soul. The soul appear, disappear. The feel appear, then in the very next moment it disappear. So the feel, that combined feel you get, appear, disappear. So this you need to slowly understand. So when we analyze this outside world even, we don't say outside world exists. We don't say outside world does not exist. Those are two extremes, my friend. That is two extremes. What we say is, the world created this moment. Salayatana loko loko. It created this moment and then it disappeared there itself. In your system, there is no way for you to experience the outside world. That's a different point that we clearly explain you, because at the sensor level, the world is created. So sensor has its own limitation. For example, being a human, there will be a three-dimensional image created at your eye level, but there can be another animal living in the world that have vision ability of different dimensions. So then the world you see is the one which is created, in your sensor. Therefore, we can't say whether the outside exists or outside does not exist. What we can experience is what? Only what is created. But at the same time, what is created, at your eye level, it is just a light. It don't have any feeling. It doesn't recognize your mother. So all the time, through a sound, all these images, photos, you have formed kind of a different vibration that your system does. So if you take for everything in this world, there is some sound, isn't it? Every material thing you have given a sound. So form appear at your eye level, then your mother say, son, this is moon, this is your father, this is book, this is pen. So each and every material thing, a sound is created, and then the form and sound combine and form a different vibration. That is the arising of the mind. So you think there is a continuous mind. You think there is a continuous mind. No, the mind is a spark, Sambhuta Dharma. It occurs at this moment and then it disappears. You think that mind is the soul, but that soul, then I would say, it arises and it disappears there itself. This is what you need to understand. There is no continuous soul living inside. So that is the misconception. That is the wrong view. That's why you suffer. You suffer about your past. You suffer about your future. You are unnecessarily in a stress because you think someone inside and you have a very big pain, and you are in a real pressure to satisfy that person. So the moment you get out of this incorrect view, you are very calm and cool because you have only this moment. So awaking to the moment is you understanding this truth. So I think that's enough for the day. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa, and also thank you very much, Dhamma friend, who are helping us for today's Zoom session. We'll meet tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Teruvan Sarnai, dear Dhamma friends. Welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to thank our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending the Dhamma's home talk. Here about discuss Dhamma. This Dhamma is not the one somebody can be from the outside and understand. This is a wisdom of realization and has to be realized within and expressed to others. This has been explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra in one line, that is, Skandhanam Padbhavo Ayatananam Patilabho. To understand this, someone should have the knowledge. The Madhupindika Sutta, Sanchetana Sutta, and Jatidhamma Sutta are like links the chain. Can be removed one without affecting the other. Without understanding one sutta, the other one cannot be understood. The one who understood all as one block will be able to explain for all in different ways, in different situations. I think we
Teruvan Sarnai Mehenin Wahanse, we can't hear you properly.
on the spiritual path. That a few bishops. We are trapped with six senses. Sensations getting through the six senses are real. When the truth is realized, we recognize all are else. We are cycle of birth and death, samsara.
Teruvan Sarnai Mehenin Wahanse, I think you have a signal problem. Can't hear. Everyone surname meaning answer.
Sorry, everyone, my signal problem today. When you have tasty food, when you have good clothes, etc. This is the mundane we life. After some time, clothes deteriorate and we look for new clothes. Again, after some time, they get spoiled and old, spoiled and old. Again, we look for new ones. It is manner. We are running after better and better ones. Even for the food, we are running after new dishes and new varieties. Of in the ignorant way of life, we are never satisfied for long to look of the next. There is nothing in this world to be called satisfactory for long. This is suffering. What we think pleasure in this world, in fact, on pain only. There is no lasting pleasure and end up in suffering. Who asks whether you can see Nibbana at this moment? Through that Nibbana is seen at this moment. At this moment, you have a thought, thoughts appear and disappear. There is no lasting thought, all are transist. It is only this thought that give of suffering. What we call the mind, in fact, is collection of thoughts only. Use mind and thought, interact suffering in only the mind. Therefore, seeing and truth in simple words, understanding the full function in the world. The mind manifested world is created by your mind. That is why Lord Buddha said the six senses themselves are the world. Salatana loko loko, chittena niyati loko. Beauty and the ugliness that you see are not outer objects, but in your mind. Moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. The birth of thought and death of thought happens in the moment. The one who sees the birth and death of a thought seen Udevaya will not find conventional death. This death becomes fails. Birth and death happens at this moment. Before you outgoing breath happening, you need to contemplate Marananusati. Contemplating Marananusati means seeing the death or thought at the moment. Lord Buddha said if one contemplates death before the in-breath goes out, that is the truth. Seeing that in the moment, this Shanasampati, which is the recognize the reality of the moment. It is very rare for one to see it in the moment. It is very rare to listen to Dhamma. It is very rare to get a human birth. It is very rare to do the ritual taking place. Okay. Friends, we are always our practicing day-to-day life. Always need to solution for our problems. Then our Buddothpado spiritual guidance teacher did it always give to us real path and correct answers. So we have wait a moment. Our Buddothpado teacher with us. Therwan Sarai. Therwan Saranai.
Answer. May I pay homage at your feet? Everyone surname, everyone. Welcome to the Buddothpado Zoom sessions.
Today, we will talk about self or the concept of me and how it is created. If I ask a question, whether you like to lose your so-called soul or individual self or me, many will say no. We don't like to lose ourselves. Why? Because we love ourselves. Here, what we meant by soul or the individual self is the sense of individuality or I-ness, or the sense of separate entity that we believe as me, or the feeling of existence, or the Atma Sanya. In reality, there is no such soul or individual self. It is just a belief, a concept, an imagination. So what happens here is you are afraid of losing an imaginary, non-existent me. How can you lose an imaginary thing? How can you lose a thing that does not exist? It is like a frog in a well who is afraid of coming out of the well, isn't it? It is scared of all imaginary, fearful things outside. Another example, it is like a baby chicken. He is scared of breaking the eggshell to come out of the shell. All are imaginations. So we will find out how this imaginary self is formed. How do we get this alive feeling? To identify how the self is made, one should know the dependent origination Dhamma or Paticcasamuppada Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world. Paticcasamuppada means the process of coming together of all senses. It also is dependent on cause and conditions. If you take a book, for example, the concept of a book is formed due to a color and sound. Actually, color and sound are also vibrations. When you were small, you were shown a shape and you were taught a sound by which to call this shape. The shape and sound together makes a chittarupa or a mental image, which is called a book. It is actually a thought. A thought, as you know by now, is a illusion or a mirage. But when we see the shape, we match the sound, so we call it a book. As our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado pointed out, it is a telepathy system that works. Even sounds and colors are vibrations. All are at sensor levels. It does not come from outside. You have to remember that it does not come from outside. It's a creation of our senses. So when the six senses come together, it makes the illusion of a book. It happens naturally. It is a natural phenomenon. The six senses generate power due to sparking speed, which ultimately creates a thought. Example, chair, house, book, everything. It's like a machine. Body needs power. The thought gives you the alive feeling or the soul. It's a process. It happens naturally. For example, if you see a picture again and again, you will see it in a dream too. Now, how does this happen? Repeated vibrations or the sparking speed has built up power or energy. That's why you see it as a dream. There is no one doing it, no doer. It's a natural phenomenon. It happens due to your attachment or the disattachment to the given thought, which is an illusion, a mirage. So, how do we get this alive feeling? It's actually due to the mind power produced by the vibrations of six senses. It's like a current. It's the life feeling or the soul or the Atma Bhava. We think there is a soul. So the six senses are creating the current, the waves or the spark or the vibrations. This happens so fast. For example, if you draw a picture of a child running in a book and turn the pages very fast, you could see a running child, but it's an illusion. Likewise, we get the feeling of fear, and either we get attached or disattached to that mind creation. This happens due to our ignorance, because as a Buddhist, we don't know about Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, or how the mind is created, and we take the outside world as true. So, if someone sees this as a natural phenomena, that there's no doer, nothing exists, and it's a creation of our senses, and it's happening automatically, no one is doing this, he is out of ignorance. He has wisdom and be peaceful and calm inside. He's always burning with inside fire. You must have seen people like that around. They are always angry of something or other, always find fault with someone. They are restless, always want to do something, find fault with others. They don't like to share things with others. They don't talk kind words. Their actions, words, and thoughts shows that they are burning inside. So this is why war is happening in the world. Maybe due to one thought of someone. So many innocent people suffer. They have a big ego. Their mind is not calm and peaceful. If they stop for a moment and think, this is my mind, why should I do this? Nobody is doing this. This is only my thoughts. Then the whole world will be peaceful. So, if someone knows this Dhamma, doesn't matter about the religion, but if someone knows how the thought is made and we suffer due to a thought, the lives will be more peaceful, isn't it? If you go back to the radiant mind of the baby, it is so pure. Though the five senses are working, the mind sensor is still not created. The mind power is still not generated. The mind power is just like magnetic power, electric power, and so on. It gives us the live feeling. So more the stimulus to the senses, more the mind power. Sometimes people kill each other due to this power. In Tripitaka, every sutra explains about these sense creations, how we suffer due to this, and how to get out of this suffering. Actually, there has never been such a self or separate individual in you, but you are afraid of losing an existing imaginary self. Imaginary me. Here we use the term self, soul, individual self, I-ness, ego, or Atmiya Bhava to express the same meaning. Where is this individual self? Where does it exist? Question this yourself. How does it come into seeming existence? If you inquire deeply, you will find that it is an imagination, an unchecked belief, a thought only. Recognition of the fact that there is no such individual self or Atmiya Bhavya is knowing the nature, that is to say, knowing Dhamma. It is the complete understanding of Dhamma. This is knowing the truth. This is not merely an intellectual understanding. This will be a life-changing recognition. Lord Buddha asked the monks, is this I permanent? Is this I a soul? The I is the activity of seeing. Take a common example of a book. You say, what I see is a book. Analyze this. Book is a word. It is in fact a sound. Is there a book in the sound? Or is there a sound in the book? Where is the sound? Where is the book? How did the book come into seeming existence? So, Buddha explained, no, the I is not permanent. This needs to be understood in the correct sense. With the activity of seeing, the I is created at the moment by your own mind. This needs to be recognized. Once you recognize, then only you can say, no, I is impermanent and I is not a soul. You know for certain that there is no such thing called a book. It is a fabrication and imagination. You never find a thing called a book. That is why Lord Buddha said, no, anicca bhante, is impermanent. If there is a thing called a book, it implies there will be somebody to see it. A book cannot exist without somebody seeing it. A subject-object relationship is established. Is it the truth? We should investigate so-called somebody and the book. Is there an independently existing book? Is there an individual self? The sense of individual self is called the bhavya. If you recognize that there is no thing, then you become a Buddhist. Is there an individual self? Let us investigate. By seeing through your eye, you say a book, but book is merely a sound, and in that sound there is no thing. Word of sound is empty of anything. I received only a color. Here color implies both from the form and the color. That color does not contain a book. You will not find anything in a color. That is not magic. It is your own experience. You have to trust your own recognition. When you see the book, you have a sense of I seeing the book. Is it not? Then how can the self of individual entity, me, come into existence? Inquire yourself and check it out. Is the sound a self? Is the color a self? If you do not find a thing called a book, how can there be an individual self to see such? Non-existent book, non-existent self, non-existent world. Where is the world? Does it exist outside of you? The color came to the eye. Is it world? The sound came to the ear. Is it the world? Inquire this. Why can't we turn inward and see this rather than follow habitual patterns? Whatever you perceive, are those real or just mental contracts? Understanding the functioning of the six senses is called seeing the world created by the six senses. Salayatana. So, Salayatana is the six senses: eye, ear, tongue, nose, skin, and mind. Mind is created as a result of five senses. Six of the six senses is Nibbana. Now, you know that the mind is formed due to the speed of the sparks through the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the body.
The result is the sense of existing things like books, tables, beds, and so on. These are the mental creations, which is called mano sanya. In reality, there are no such existing things as books, tables, beds, and other things. The mental projection creates illusory objects outside. If you see the truth, you will recognize that reality is there are no existing things. They simply appear when appropriate conditions are present, just like the rainbow. Once you see through this illusion, why do you worry about the world? Are there things to lose? What is there to lose? What for you are crying? For what reason can there be any sorrow? Are you sorrowful due to a sound? Are you sorrowful due to colors that you see? Are you sorrowful due to manosanya? Is there suffering in the sound? Is there suffering in the color? Where is sorrow? Where is suffering? You cannot find suffering anywhere, can you? It is the mental creation that you created by binding color and sounds together. For example, book. Suffering, the mental creation are called Vijnana Maya, in other words, an illusion. You cannot find these mental creations anywhere. You cannot locate those. They simply appear and disappear. In reality, they do not exist. If you believe the illusion, you are bound to suffer. You are in the samsara. Think of the image you see in the mirror. Using a sound, you call this image as me. Is anybody there in the image in the mirror? So, is it the color coming to the eye? Is it the sound me? Then how does this me come to existence? Isn't it your imagination? Does it really exist? Who am I? Where am I? What am I? Really, where does this I exist? Have you ever questioned this way? We usually ask people, where are you? So we may say, I am doing this, I am doing that. So it implies I exist always. What is this I you refer to? Where did this I come from? From the eye, from the ear, from the nose, from the tongue? Is there any other sense organ that I exist? No, it is simply an imagination, a fabrication, a thought. Similar to the way you created a book, table, bed, and so on. The I, the sense of individual self, is the concept. It is your own imagination. Through social conditioning, you kept on using the word I without even checking what it refers to. This is a wrong identification or sakkaya ditthi due to a lack of inquiry, due to ignorance. If you see a book, that means I also exist. Similarly, to the way the book is created, I also created when you start learning the words. When you see a book, at that instant, there is I also to see the book. If there are existing things, then an individual self called me also exists. If no things, then no me. You should clearly understand here, no things means there are no things, as you habitually perceive them to be. Seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, and touching. That happens. But you know the reality that things are merely mental constructs through binding colors and sounds. Nothing more. They simply appear and disappear. With this, you will recognize the falsehood of individuality of me. False cannot stand with the truth. So me dies. Understanding this illusion means understanding the truth. So can you see that we all are deluded? Deluded. All are trapped in an illusion. Here it is raining, there somewhere is snowing, somewhere is dry period, another place typhoon. What are these all about? Is it not all these are illusions of the mind? In other words, Maya or Vijnana Maya. What Vijnana Maya gives is like an icing cake. Because of this icing cake, you must not lose your human nature. As a human being, if you can see reality as it is, what is the real nature of a human being? Is it not attempting to see the reality, the truth? If you do not see the truth even for a moment, it will be like you have not seen the reality of that icing cake. You may have seen large wedding cakes made of many layers, but only a small part of the cake is cut and eaten. Most of the parts are made of foam and decorations and are not edible. Our story is also like an icing cake. What we dress, what we think, what we see, what we hear, and whom we associate with all are illusions, a Maya only. Our minds knows whether we are happy or sorrowful. Mostly, we become sorrowful because of the fear of losing imaginary things. Is there any other great joke than that? This is the funniest story in the world, creating non-existent imaginary things and weeping for those. Animals cannot understand this, but humans have the capacity to understand. It is irrelevant who you are, what you are, and your social status. What is important is whether you know the truth or not. Once you know the truth, you start living with the truth. You become free. This is the profundity of knowing the truth. You do not daydream. You do not fall again and again. You do not grieve or cry when leaving the world. You will see death every moment. You will never worry about death. That is also seen as blissful. If we do not lose things in the world, how can there be new things? Think for a moment. If this planted tree does not fall down, how can there be an opportunity for a new planted tree? Why don't we respect nature? If this mother planted tree does not fall down, there is no room for a baby planted to grow. How can new people be born on earth if people do not leave the world? This is nature. There exists only nature. Similar to the plantain tree falling down to let the baby plantain tree grow, elderly people will have to live to let others come. Otherwise, there will be no space in our houses for newborns. Nature is the truth. Is there any story other than the nature? In fact, there is no story. There is no point in living in the illusion. Daydreaming in the illusion. It is like thinking about a non-existent rainbow. It is all right to see the rainbow and enjoy it, but we should not cry and ask to possess the rainbow. We should not try to claim ownership of the rainbow. We know the fact that we can never get a rainbow. In similar manner, we should not try to possess or claim ownership of this illusionary world. On the other hand, to claim ownership, there is nobody here. What is needed to be done is simply see the rainbow and its beauty and be happy. Similarly, see the beauty of rain and be happy. See the wind and be happy. Try to be happy in all circumstances, no matter what comes on the way, whether it is flood waters, sorrow, or an overflowing river. Even if your last breath is about to go, be happy. This packet of flesh of bones is like the soil of the earth. There is nobody here. There is no individual self. How wonderful, how blissful it is if you can see and abide by that there is no world, nobody. It is simply the happenings in nature, nothing apart from nature. Then you will be ever blissful. This peace and bliss can be achieved only through the understanding of Dhamma. No one can reach this state without seeing how the sense of individuality and the world come into seeming existence. That is, out of dukkha or suffering will not happen. Until such recognition of truth happens, all are in dukkha. If you want to get out of this fire of dukkha, you should understand and recognize the truth through Buddhist philosophy. All beings end suffering by knowing the truth. How beautiful is if all human beings could recognize the truth. We do not think anyone in the Buddha's path fall into lower worlds or has dukkha even at this moment. When you go in this spiritual path, everything goes on as usual. Sometimes you forget things. You feel you are slow at work, less interested in worldly things, and not too serious about worldly affairs. These are natural at the beginning because you have started going against the natural flow of ignorant life. These types of changes are noticed at the beginning, but slowly all become normal. The reason for this is your attachment to the world is slowly fading away. Earlier we behaved as a slave to our minds. We are adamant about doership and achieving results and targets. Things needed to happen our way. We have deeply dwelt on this world. This is the natural tendency of an ordinary householder. However, when you are on the spiritual path, you feel the kind of freedom and lightness, and you are not much agitated within. You feel you are not too attached to worldly things, not excessively dwelling on worldly objects. You will notice these kinds of changes in small day-to-day matters initially. With time, it becomes normal. You still do day-to-day things, but you have fewer worries and anxiety whether you do things or not. You will realize that slowly the tendency to dwell on worldly matters and attachments will fade away. This is a kind of stabilization in your life. This is a kind of balancing of your life. When you move along the Buddha's path, you will naturally awaken to Siddhi. That is, be aware of whatever you do, whatever you think, and whatever happening around you. Eventually, your life becomes completely natural. This is not thinking. If you dwell too much on thinking, then you will notice forgetfulness, less interest, slowness. You may check yourself if there is any grasping and attachment happening. This is the contemplative process. This is called Savitakka Savichara. When you progress along the path, it will become Avitakka. This is not a state of thinking or contemplation, but it is a kind of natural state. Contemplation or reflection is a thinking process. It is only when at the thinking level such apparent drawbacks that we mentioned earlier are seen. So mind is a bundle of habits. We talk, we brush our teeth, we comb our hair. It is all habitually done. All these kinds of habitual patterns will continue. It is not an issue at all in the path. Nothing will change. Even you do not notice of such activities are happening. When you progress along the path, you will notice that slowly the tendency to dwell on worldly matters and attachments will fade away. This is So when you advance along the path, even when you think, you are aware of it. When you do activities, you are aware of those. If you are unattached to things, you are aware of those. If you have been involved in any thought or not, there also you have an awareness of it. That is, you have awakened to Sihir. Gradually, your Sihir sharpens. Clarity happens. Then you can do any activity much better with Sihir. Only at the initial stages, you will notice such changes as we explained earlier. It is like the sugar has not fully dissolved in a tea yet. You have not reached the avitaka state. This is the manasikaroti swabhava. That is the state of mind who is on the path, margasita. In other words, this is the state of the yoga. Once you reach the avitaka state, you become established on the Buddha's path and all will disappear. When on the spiritual path, some people will feel disgusted with the world. Some seek solitude. Here we should understand that solitude and nibbida are two different conditions. Solitude is not the condition of nibbida. Nibbida is the condition that you are not affected by any sensory sparks. The condition of nibbida is it is a feeling of indifference. You are not thrilled with anything. In the household life, we seek tasty food, beautiful clothes, look for festivals like the New Year. In nibbida state, we are unconcerned about whether there is tasty food or not, whether festivals are there or not, and whether good clothes are there or not. You become disinterested in worldly things. You do not have a thrill through worldly activities. Solitude is a supreme state where there is lightness, freedom, peace, and bliss. You should clearly understand that nibbida and solitude are two different conditions. You will know these things through the Sihir. In Sabbasava Sutra, no ajata, no ajata bahita. No ajanato, no apasato. If one does not know the basic of Buddhist philosophy, Sabbasava Sutra does not make any sense. Lord Buddha advises practice only for those who have understood the key teachings. That is when you have the understanding of the fundamental truth, Satya. Then only practice is to be done, Kritya. This is where all defilements, kiles, begin to diminish. It is not good enough intellectually to know them, but it should be seen through one's own and become a living truth. We should know that in Buddha's path, there is no doing. It is the path of wisdom, path of non-doing, the path of dhyana. There is nothing to be done. If one says, I will do, then we notice that he has picked up the wrong side of the teaching. Buddha's path is the path of inquiry, the inquiry by the keen intellect. This is the jnana marga, dhyana marga. That is yoniso manasikara. What should happen here is the continuous remembrance and contemplation of the teaching that you have heard and learned from the spiritual teacher during day-to-day activities. This is wisdom. This is called the awakening of the spiritual eye, or Dhamma Chakushe. We should understand what is meant by doing here. If you say you are doing, that means you use thoughts for doing. For any intentional doing, thoughts are essential. This is not the thing we are talking about here. This is happening internally within you with your spiritual progression. This is the opening of wisdom. This is the way of this is the way we can explain. So what we do in this part? It is only listening to Dhamma and Konaso Mansikara. Buddha's path is not action oriented. Any action is done by using the hands, body, and mind. Here we do not do such. Then what are we doing? Is the seer a doing? Is being aware a doing? All of these are seen by seer, by keen attentiveness, all defilements or impurities within are seen by seer. The path that listens of all kills is the path of Arahat. It is not the path we are following. Is this the path of doing or a path of being in awareness? This is the path of being aware. It is correct to say this is happening rather than doing. In reality, it is happening, not doing. When you truly understand Buddha's pointing, it happens without doership. When you clearly understand Dhamma, detachment happens by itself. Or do you do detachment? It happens naturally. Is it not? This talking is also happening, not anybody doing. This is the wonder. To grasp this, we need our own experiences. These are the experiences that should come through a deep understanding of Dhamma and seen in your day-to-day activities. These come naturally when you progress towards complete realization. So this is why Lord Buddha said, there are no ready-made routes. You have to make your own route to sail through. You cannot sail through someone else's route. This route we refer to here is not a thing. It is your path of travel with full awareness at your own space. Now you will notice even you scattering mind by here. If your mind dwells on worldly things, you are aware of such. Gradually, clarity develops with being aware. If you have developed here, you will not run after your thoughts. You will not become a slave to your mind. In the Japanaka Sutra, 6 senses equate to 6 animals. One time, eye pulls you away. Another time, ear pulls you. And on another occasion, the tongue will take you away. If you are not aware, you will run after each sensory senses. This is the nature of ordinary householders. That is why we need to be in seer or awareness. So your attentiveness to seer grows only through your understanding of Dhamma. Understanding happens through listening to Dhamma regularly. That is why Lord Buddha said, the existence of sasana totally depends on the spiritual teacher or the Kalyana Mitra. Durlabam manusattam, durlabam saddhamman savana, durlabam shana sampatti. It is very rare to have a human birth. It is very rare to have the opportunity to listen to the truth Dhamma. And it is very rare to see the truth at this moment. What is highlighted here is the importance of spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitra, and opportunity for listening to Dhamma. So if we do not get a human birth, we will not be able to hear the truth. If Lord Buddha had not expounded the truth, there is no chance to hear such. Even having a human birth, if we do not listen to the truth, we miss the given opportunity to know the truth. Seeing the truth is very, very rare. Seeing the truth at this very moment is darshana sampatti. Though we say in words, see the truth, you cannot see the truth at this moment. It is happening. You may be surprised when you hear these words. If you try hard to see the truth, then you are grasping upadana. It is a trap. There is a spiritual secret behind it. There is a very important point that cannot be explained. It is not easily recognized without the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitra and Mahansa. Being aware of the thought stream and contemplating of thoughts are two different things. If you contemplate on thoughts, unknowingly you start dwelling on thoughts. This is grasping of upadana. When you progress along this path, you may notice that things will happen without doership, and you are simply observing the actions. This is kind of wakefulness arising within. This is the dawn of wisdom or dhyana. This path seems difficult initially and needs sharp intellect to see through. There are many traps a spiritual seeker could fall into. That is why guidance from a spiritual teacher is required. So, moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. Thoughts are the results of sparks happening through the six senses. In fact, it is due to the tremendous sparking speed of sensory perceptions. Sparking happens through eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. Once a thought appears, naturally, we get the feeling that it represents something. At the same time, we get the feeling of living I. We feel an existing individual or living entity. This is the Atma Swabhavaya, Atma Bhavaya. All thoughts that appear and disappear gives rise to a sense of feeling of existing I, the Atma Bhavaya. With the sense of I, we feel we are living. We do actions and we think. This is a natural process. The sense of existing I, living I, thinking I is a delusion, a false belief, false identification due to ignorance. From moment to moment, we get different impulses. Sometimes we are sorrowful, sometimes we are happy. We are oscillating between pain and pleasure all the time. This oscillation of mental status depends on the degree of attachment, aversion, and ignorance that each has. What are these raga, dvesha, moha? These are actually thought forms. In other words, impulses. We feel the effects of this raga, dvesha, and moha very clearly. Why we are sorrowful, why we are happy, why we are subjected to such impulses. We are oscillating between our own thought patterns. One time, your home comes to your mind. Another time, a temple comes to your mind. Another time, a person that you met yesterday comes into your mind. Sometimes you just keep thinking about the past and future. In this manner, we are subjected to train of thoughts. We are getting impulses through different thought patterns. We feel we are living. We have a feeling of a living entity here. The sense of living entity or sense of individuality or me is called bhavaya. In this manner, bhavaya is created each moment. The creation of bhavaya, moment to moment, is called pono bhavika. In other words, repeated thought patterns generate the power to sustain the sense of a living entity. The I-ness sense of I is like a whirlpool. It has its own pulling power. It gives a sense of doership. It gives a sense of existing entity, a living entity. I exist. This is me. I am living. It binds us. It keeps us in samsara. In reality, there is no such living entity or I. It is just a process, just a functioning, just a happening. I, as a separate entity, is a wrong identification due to ignorance. I sense is simply a thought. In order to further explain this, we say a thought cannot eat, a thought cannot drink, a thought has never walked, a thought has never sat, thought has done nothing. However, thoughts gives us a feeling of sense that I exist, I eat, I walk, I sit. Where is this I? Where is this thought? Who is the I? Is this form body? Is the body I? Is the sound I? Is the name I? Then who is this I? Can you find any entity called I here? No, there is nobody, no entity. Then why do we feel this I-ness, existing, living? So we should catch this I feeling or sense of I by being aware. That is, we have to be in here. We should catch this I feeling or I-ness whenever it raises its head. This non-existent ghost-like I-ness or sense of individuality needs to be caught and questioned. By being aware, being in here, you should be able to identify and catch this non-existent separate entity feeling or this I feeling is due to our ignorance. Not knowing the truth behind the thoughts. When caught and questioned, you will notice it does not actually exist. We have to catch this I whenever it raises its head, just like cutting a stack of padding, harvest with the sickle. We have to catch and drop our ignorance of being separate entity. For this, we need wisdom. We should see the truth through the wisdom. This will happen only when we know the Buddhist philosophy and we see the reality of thoughts in day-to-day experiences. Those who know the Buddhist philosophy and who see it in practical life can be free from this ocean of ignorance. Otherwise, it is impossible to be free from the ignorance. Fading away of defilements happens only when you know the philosophy and you try to see it in your practical life. Otherwise, knowing philosophy is just bookish knowledge. The way to freedom is solely on wisdom through the right view or samadhi. You should attempt to see the nature of thoughts from moment to moment in your practical life. This is the way to freedom. So what is an illusion? It has no real existence but appears to exist. For an illusion to happen, a number of conditions to be satisfied. For example, a rainbow. Was there anybody to get deluded? No, there is nobody. Then who got deluded? When a little baby is adopted in America, he says, "Mother to that color and form appearing to him over there." If the baby is taken to China, he says, "Mother to different color and form." To this baby child, the mother is born through his seeing and hearing. That is through the eye and the ear. To this child, he himself was born through his eye and ear. The eye and ear here mean the activity of seeing and hearing. The binding of color and sound together creates seeming objects or the world. So, the mother is born through the eye and ear. If we ask the child, where is your mother in his language? He replies, there is my mother. That is my mother. Language does not matter. Only mental projection that relates to sounds matter. There is an immense illusion happening here. Are we saying the child got deluded because she is not his actual mother? No, she is his mother to him. Here we must know the truth behind how the mother is born or created by the child. Lord Buddha says the birth of the I is the birth. Is there anything or any object called a mother? Here the great mistake is taking the mother to be existing object or a thing outside. The untruth here is the projection, the mental projection of an existing thing or object outside. It is a mental fabrication, a falsehood. It is not a matter of his mother. It is not the actual mother and the other being the actual mother. Even if he says that mother is the actual mother, even this is the untruth. Why is it so? This is due to the abhisankarana. Recurring thoughts create seeming objects or things because of ignorance. It adds value and seeming reality as well. This is called abhisankarana. So this phenomena occurs due to tremendous sparking speed of sensory inputs. This is the nature. This is a natural phenomena. If one tries to change, then it will be a disaster. Nature cannot be changed. Even if a wave wants to change the ocean, the wave cannot do anything. No matter how hard a wave tries to become a very high wave, it cannot become separated from the ocean. So, does the birth happen from the womb of a mother? Inquire this, question this by using wisdom. This is why Lord Buddha explained in detail in Jati Dhamma Sutra, Vata Sutra, that no pregnant woman gives birth to any child. But household people cannot believe this. How could we believe this? Is something gone wrong with Lord Buddha to say so? No, there is no mistake with Lord Buddha saying. The fact is that we are not spiritually mature enough to grasp the point in that Lord Buddha is making. We need subtle and keen intellect and an understanding of Buddhist philosophy to get the meaning. We must see this through wisdom. What we need is to come out of deep ignorance. We need to recognize the key teachings of Lord Buddha. So, mother is born through the eye and the ear. This is the momentary projection of creation from sparks through the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, and mind. If you see this truth, you can spend the whole day with this contemplation. If we could see this truth from moment to moment, we will be actually at peace, a great relief. Then we are seeing only the truth each moment, seeing only the truth. So I think it is enough for today. Aryan Mahansa, Therwan Sarnai, do you want to add something?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි වෙහින් වහන්ස.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Arunase not joined with us yet, so our time is past now.
Yes. Okay, we will conclude for today. Okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Dhamma friends. Dear friend of Dhamma, welcome to our English room talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy is the Buddha. Buddha is that the Buddha speaks to the world, because without the basic knowledge about the thought, its formed the mind would be able to attain nirvana. Then a practicing monk in a monastery has a journey with his own mind. He is having an internal conversation with his mind. When a thought appears, he knows whether he was aware of it or not aware of it. He knows he missed attentiveness and went along with the thought's stream or not. He is aware of when contemplation happens. He knows when he missed contemplation. He knows that there is nothing to contemplate, etc. You know, now there is a kind of internal conversation within with your own thoughts. You should know clearly here is not self-talk. I am going on a journey with my mind. I do not need anybody. I am going alone with my mind. We do not need to talk to anybody about this journey. Can you do this journey? I am talking with my mind. Sigiriya painting are very beautiful. Like seen in the painted wall at Sigiriya Buddothpado, we need to see your own minds. We offer flowers to Lord Buddha in the evening and be in silence. In that silence, we can contemplate many things that happen during the day. From morning to evening, what we did, what we talked, how many times your minds stray away, how we are is full awareness here. How many times we missed here and went along with the thought stream. To what extent we dwelled into thoughts. To what extent we were free from the effects of thoughts. This kind of journey with your own minds is very beautiful. Take bundle of white sheets. Let us write in those sheets how we went along with our own mind during the day. It will be like writing a beautiful story. In the end, you will find me writing sheets in with the story with beautiful and sweet. We went to then we took we wrote in the sheets how we did walking meditation. What we contemplate, how the mind became purified and calm, how the mind stayed away, how old memory and covered the moment, how we create the thoughts by using old memories, how we lost the present moment, how we were falling in the spiritual path, how we come back and awaken to pure awareness here. We kept writing these happenings like a novel. This here. This is all internet story. This is the story of mind-made world that did not for 1 week and 2 weeks. In the end, we had many sheets. Some people ask, are you writing a novel? Yes, I have a novel. We are writing a story about our mind, own minds. We made a little less. We are going on a journey with our own mind. We went on a journey with our mind. We took our mind to Nibbana. We showed our mind the truth. We made our mind see Nibbana is a wonderful story. Who can do this? We wrote that we felt when doing walking meditation on sands. We wrote how much live a burning fire and felt deep. We wrote about how we saw Dhamma through all these events. Everywhere we saw Dhamma. Every moment we spent with Dhamma Amatahan. It was like the wall of nature touching to us. There was nobody to speak with. There are only trees, old wine, sun, trees, sands on the tour. Nothing else. The home, the home. We are telling this story. There's body to tell. There's nobody to tell. We know only we have seen the truth and absolute truth. What has happened to the people in this world? What these people are doing, they are going on this journey with themselves. Why don't they awaken to reality? Why don't they high and come the spiritual path? We should be awakened to this here in this journey. We have made this journey with here awareness. We have to follow the path of Nibbana. This is very sweet and beautiful. That is why we said we are going on a journey with ourselves, our best friend in our here. Dear my friends, like this we always practicing in Dhamma day to day in our life. Like this practice, we want to sometimes clear the Dhamma, or we face many problems. We want to get a solution. Our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher always ready to explain correct path. So then practicing all times our in Dhamma life, day-to-day life. So with this moment, Buddothpado join us lesson. Teruwan saranai.
Teruwan saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruwan saranai everyone. Welcome to the Buddothpado Zoom sessions. Lord Buddha has revealed the truth to the world as a path to freedom, eradicating suffering and misery. What every human being needs in life is the freedom from dukkha or suffering and be at peace. So, what is dukkha? If we look at this dukkha closely, we will understand that dukkha is due to the existence of the so-called me. Usually, we say, I am in dukkha, I am suffering, I am unhappy, I am suffering because of this person, or because I have lost something. I am suffering because I don't have money, and so on. Sometimes, even if we have everything, still we suffer. Maybe due to an illness, or maybe somebody has died, or somebody is sick. So in this manner, we attribute the dukkha to various things or people or situations outside, such as when we do not get what we wanted, when we lose something or someone we like. This is never ending. So in all these situations, we say, I am in dukkha, I am miserable, I am unhappy. Why dukkha always happens to me and my family? And so on. If you take the mundane world or the Pruthakjana Bhumi, everything exists outside. So we can point out and show someone or something which makes us unhappy. Sometimes someone might kill that person, harm the families, burn down the houses. Day to day, we can see those things happening worldwide. This happens because we think that there is an outside world and the people outside makes you unhappy or sad. We always think that the other person should live as we tell them. This is why the wars happening all around the world. That is why Lord Buddha has said, this is a Pruthakjana Ummataka Bhumi, or the crazy world. As long as we take outside as true, the dukkha or suffering is inevitable. So even for a moment, have you ever felt that you have a mind? People are so busy these days that they don't have time to stay still and think. Often we say, I have a mind. I have used my mind so to study hard, to become a doctor, to become an engineer, to do some business, and so on. But whenever the mind is there, wherever the mind is there, it's dukkha. There is suffering, unsatisfactoriness, or unhappiness. Also, there is joy and happiness. There is a duality. Mind never stays at one end. It always oscillates. If there is one end, it implies the existence of the opposite end. Duality is the nature of the mind. Now we understand that dukkha is for somebody. But if there is nobody, can there be any dukkha? So, Lord Buddha has taught us the truth, the reality beyond duality. This dukkha is a feeling. You cannot write it in a book. It is a practical experience. You can't measure it. You can't write it in a book, or you can't find it in a book. You can get the knowledge from the book. In the book, they must have written, this is the way to end the dukkha or suffering. But if you keep looking at the book and read it repeatedly, even daily, do you think the suffering will end? Obviously not. We have to keep the book aside and be practical. And for that, we need the guidance of the Kalyana Mitrayan Vahanse, who has gone through the practical part and explains the experiences he had. So what are we looking for? A path to freedom from samsara. For that, we should know the true Dhamma. So after listening and practicing true Dhamma, you should be considered that you know the truth. You should be confident that you will not have any birth after death. So The path lies in the phrase Nibbidanti Viraganti Patinisakam Passi. So what's the path to freedom? It's Ragaksho, Dveshaksho, and Mohaksho Nibbana. If we believe the outside world is true and hold on to the existence of things outside, we can never eradicate sorrow or dukkha and become free. So, Kalyana Mitra can uncover the message only. It is by yourself to walk along the path. No one can make you to realize the truth. Even Lord Buddha can't make anyone realize the truth. There are many things to be told on the spiritual path. If you keenly investigate, recognize, and experience the truth by yourself, then you will clearly see the fact that there is nothing called mind. The so-called mind is non-existent. This may cause serious arguments. How do you say there is no mind? There are so many books, sermons about the mind. This Dhamma we are talking about is beyond reasoning and logic. That's why it is called Atakkavachara Dhamma. It is beyond the reach of thought, understanding, and conception. This cannot be debated by logic. In reality, there is no thing called mind. It does not exist in reality, only seemingly exists. If this is so, then how do we say we have a mind? How do we say we think, we talk, we remember? Yes, that is how it seemingly appears. So, many people naturally think the existence of a mind, it is not easy to recognize. The no mind. If we keenly investigate, what is this all about? Mind is that which momentarily appears and disappears. It does not exist constantly throughout. All the samatha, vipassana, and all sorts of meditation and practice are to understand and recognize this fact. Sattva Satipatthana, the Noble Eightfold Path, Satyas Bodhipakshika Dharma, are also practiced in order to recognize this fact. These words are like precious gems, very important. So, we said there is no such existing mind. Naturally, we tend to think things exist. No, but we can't prove such an existing mind. Then it is an extreme view. Anta. It is false to say non-existent. Then it implies it had existed. Either way, it implies existence of things, which is false. Lord Buddha always shows Dhamma in the middle part. Buddha's preaching always based on the middle part, or Majjhima. All Tripitaka Deshana are based on Majjhima. This can be seen only by those who have understood this fact. When you read sutras, the understanding totally depends on your spiritual maturity. When we say Rupato Nichyato Anicyato Anicyatam Bhante, this is said for all things. Is Vedana is Nitya or Nitya? It is Anitya. Khandha is Nitya or Anitya? It is Anitya. Sankara Nitya or Anitya? It is Anitya. Vijnana Nitya or Anitya? It is Anitya. What is tried to convey here? There is no thing called mind. Kanda itself is mind. If Vedana is anitya, Sanya is anitya, Vijnana is anitya, how can there be existing things all the way through? There is no such existing mind. You may not believe this. Also, you do not accept this. Therefore, I suggest you may keep this in your mind to inquire later. When you investigate and reflect with keen intellect, one day this point may click to you. Then you will understand the message that was conveyed by our spiritual teacher. There is no such thing called mind. We are trying to recognize this reality. This is what you will realize at the end. This is called emptiness, shunyatave, empty of things. This is shown through Shunyata Patisamyutta Deshana. That is why advice is being given to reach emptiness or Shunyata state. Most do not understand this Shunyatave. Some may think it is like emptiness in outer objects. This is not so. There is nothing called mind. Mind appears and disappears. Tatra, tatra, vipassati. Momentarily appears and disappears. What are these jnanas? Known as Udeva jnana, Bhavana jnana, Munyatapammata jnana. What are these 10 jnanas? They are not the mind. They are not in the mind. We told this over and over. They are not the mind. This Deva jnana is that which knows the appearance and disappearance of the mind. That is a sense of knowingness, arising and falling. When you say anicca sankhara, upadavaya dhammino, upajjita nirujjanti, that also shows how the mind appears and disappears. Even in Bhattekaratha Sutra, which is a very important sutra, Atitanata Gammeya Appaticintanagata, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This is the nature of reality. All momentarily appears and disappears. See keenly, attentively how this is occurring each moment. The spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Varanmahansa, explains the nature of mind through his own experiences. It is not borrowed knowledge. It is difficult to write in a book. It is not in a book. It is in your mind. So, if one sees the reality of the mind, it is freedom, nibbana, recognition of the non-existent mind is nibbana. We cannot write this in a book. Why? Because the experience one gets cannot be translated into words. Can we write the taste of salt in a book? Even you spend 5,000 years, you cannot write this in a book. No one can argue this fact. Similarly, if you spend 5,000 years, you cannot write down Nibbana, the nature of reality, in a book. This is you get from experience. You can't write it on a book. The nature of reality, you can't write it in a book. This is a wisdom you get through experience. Until one sees by direct experience, one will not know the reality. Until you taste salt, you do not know what it really looks like, isn't it? Until you get direct experience by your own, you can never find Nibbana or the truth from books. You will die. You will never find Nibbana from books. Nibbana, the truth,
should be experienced by yourself only through your own efforts. That is why we call this Sandittika Dhamma, that is subjected to one's own recognition and experiences. So, if there is no mind, it momentarily appears and disappears, then how does time exist? That is why we say Dhamma is not subjected to time, that is Akalika Dhamma. At this moment, a thought appears and disappears. Where is the time? Time is also thought only. So, the appearance and disappearance of thoughts is the only thing happening moment to moment in the so-called world. That is all. When you say you die, it is just an appearance and disappearance of another thought only. Every moment thoughts rise and fall away. That's all. Where is the time now? These are all our imaginations and fabrications. There is no such thing as time. Only the truth beyond time exists. This is just a way of reality. This is called Atakkavachara Dhamma. No point of arguing. The salt taste cannot be written in books. In similar way, we cannot argue and win on this truth. This is the absolute truth. This cannot be subjected to logical arguments. This is the truth one should recognize and experience. So why this is a Sandittika Dhamma? Because no one can teach this. No one can give you. One has to recognize by his own efforts and experiences. The salt you eat is only experienced by yourself. How can you make someone else to experience it? This is directly experienced by yourself only. Sandittika, Ehipasika, Opanayika. Anyone can come and investigate this. Until one directly experienced by oneself, this cannot be expressed. Pachupanna Dhamma. That is by nature arising and falling. That is why we say only this reality exists, nothing else. So Dhammam Passati, Soma Passati. Lord Buddha showed us to see him through Dhamma. We told Buddha is not an individual. The state where no mind is the Buddhahood, or the Buddha's nature. So this is the word we use to point this nature or to represent only. There is emptiness, Shunyatavya, at this stage. There are no defilements, pleasure at this stage. There is no thing at this stage. All arise and decay. Only the truth ever exists. And that's why it is only the Nibbana, the absolute truth, exists. So how can then one say all appear and disappear and only Nibbana ever exists? This is by recognizing the fact that all else appears and disappears. By recognizing the falsehood, truth is revealed. This is a very deep, subtle not-knowingness. There is no such thing called mind. It only momentarily appears and disappears. There is no thing that ever exists. This is very simple if one sees it is in this manner. How can then we have reasons to be sorrowful or unhappy, dukkha? We do not find reasons or causes to be joyful or sorrowful. All thoughts, constructs, end then and there. All appear momentarily and disappear. If we cling to a thought, projection it is inevitable that there will be a residue. The thought of a book appears and disappears with no residual left. The thought of a wall appears and disappears. No residual left. Nirvashesh. We are using the words only. You could recognize the deep meaning that these words points to. The one who sees the momentary appearance and disappearance of a thought, constructs of the mind, will not find the so-called death. Then he will be ever blissful and at peace. The mind is like the wind. Is there beginning or end to the wind? Can we enforce an end or boundaries? No, we cannot limit or demarcate by any end or boundary. In other words, it is impossible to fix it. No ends, no extremes, no boundaries. We cannot define or fix this. It is just a natural phenomena of arising and ceasing. We cannot show you the mind. There is nothing called the mind in the world. However, when you are able to grasp this, it is like recognizing the nature, like the wind. Where does the wind exist? Can you show the wind? We have shown many similes which have no extremes, ends, or fixations. Consider a river. We cannot show you a river. If you touch it, it's water only. The river flows. The wind flows. Rain also like that. Flow of water drops. We cannot make any fixation on any of these. There are no such thing as wind, river, etc. Those are concepts only. The word river is not the river. The word wind is not the wind. Can you touch the river? Can you touch the wind? Can you touch the rain? No. Likewise, can you touch the mind? No, we cannot. Understanding the Buddhist philosophy means recognizing the non-existent mind, the shunyata. In order to reach the goal, Lord Buddha initially showed the two extreme positions, the two ends, the external and the internal, or Ajatta Bahita. Then Lord Buddha went on to show that the external is not real. There are no so-called objects as we perceive them to be. It's only thoughts or thinking about externals. Having this insight, one can be free from the illusion of external objects. This is the Sowan Alaya. Next, Lord Buddha has explained that there's no such thing called internal mind also. It is not real. Here the mind means the aramuna itself. There are no things in the mind, and most importantly, there is no such thing called aramuna. It is a transient, arising, and ceasing thought formation. Having this insight, one can be free from the influence of transient thoughts also. That is the freedom from non-existent thought formations. Ultimately, it is realized there are neither aramuna nor things, only knowing emptiness, shunyata. So almost all the time, we have a sense of, we have a mind, we are hearing, we are seeing, we are thinking, we are feeling. This is a false notion or the mistaken view of the world that we should get rid of. That can be done only through wisdom, knowing the reality behind it. Through all sensory inputs, we are naturally deceived, giving us a false sense of existing objects outside. Having this false sense for a long time, it has become a sort of living truth. Ordinary people naturally believe independently existing objects, the world including themselves. It is the living truth for them. That is why they are consumed by dukkha, suffering, or unhappiness. In reality, there are no such existing objects or world independently. The wrong notion or belief of independently existing objects or the world is the cause of dukkha. If you see non-existent things as non-existent, how can there be dukkha? This is the reality. Every dukkha, sorrow, comes due to the false beliefs or notions. We have explained the appearance of seeming objects with so many examples previously, using even scientific examples, quantum principles, etc. To be free from dukkha, Lord Buddha mainly explained about the mind and the nature of the mind. What is important for us is the path to freedom from suffering or the freedom from non-existent mind. For that, one needs to see the seeming formation of the mind or the reality of the mind. If we say suddenly there is no mind, many do not believe it. In that case, we need to show the truth behind it by simplifying it, the nature of the mind. That is where we have to explain in detail, step by step, the process so that the listener is able to grasp it. That is where we have to show how the seeming mind is formed. We have many sutras like Mahanidana Sutra, Salatanika Sutra, Skanda Sutra, all are to explain how the seeming mind is formed. The Satra Satipatthana, Chaturarya Satya, Arya Ashtanga Marga, all discuss the same topic in essence. Through those analytical expositions are provided to explain the fact that there is no thing called mind. So there is no such thing called mind. It is merely a concept. If we understand and see clearly this pointing, that will be a great accomplishment. Lord Buddha says, one can shoot an arrow to split the hair of a horse into 1,000 parts, but seeing this truth is almost impossible. Knowing this truth is not easy. If one grasps this by experience, it is pratyaksha, a living truth. Lord Buddha has given many similes to show how difficult it is to grasp this truth through the ordinary human mind. One can see a rainbow in an early morning, dewdrops on a grass blade, only if one sees it at an exact required angle and position only. In a similar way, we will grasp this truth only if we analyze and understand the truth in an appropriate viewpoint and understand it. In other words, we must have the correct viewpoint, correct attitude, right level of spiritual maturity. Then only one will have a chance to recognize this truth. You will not get the supreme truth through your own fancies and viewpoints. It has to be seen through the direction the teacher is pointing to. Lord Buddha also explains that in order to cross a river, there are no ready-made rafts. Each has to make their own raft. This means, depending on our own past experiences, tendencies, habits, we have to have our own path to suit our own nature. We have to get rid of our past conditions, habits, so through our own efforts. This is to how to progress the spiritual path. Depending on your job, spiritual understanding, habits, beliefs, age, social responsibilities. So you have to have your own method of practice or kamatahan to see arising and ceasing thought formations. This is the raft here. One has to see vigilantly each moment how the thoughts come into existence and disappear. This is tatra tatra vipassati. You have to do yonaso manasikara vigilantly. There is no universal method for everyone. You have to sail across the ocean of samsara. Through this scene and investigation, there comes a stage that you will have to drop all your past knowledge, concepts, and theories that you studied and accumulated so far. That is, you have to let go of all. If not, you will not be able to grasp the truth. The so-called mind is merely your knowledge, the collection of concepts and memories. The sense of me, the sense of living me, sense of separate entity is your past data, acquired knowledge only. The moment you let go all, then and there, where is the mind? For the one who is deluded by external world, for the one who believes in Nama Rupa, there's no path to freedom, no path to Nibbana. He does not become a bhikkhu of this sasana. What Lord Buddha showed us, Ekayano Maggo Ayam Bhikkhave, is that the so-called state that free from dualities, free from rupa, free from nama existent objects, free from extreme ends, free from ajjata bahita, free from fixations, boundaries. This is the way it can be explained by words. If this is to be explained to the one free from the burden of knowledge, like Sunita Osopaka, this is how it is explained. Thought or aramuna comes to mind, but seemingly objects do not exist outside, but those appear in your mind only. We live in a fabricated world made of mental concepts and imagination, and it is not a world existing outside. We are merely in an imaginary world of names and forms, nama, rupa. This is not the reality. The seeming world does not exist outside in real. That means there is no reality outside you. There are no things in thoughts. Thoughts are also not real. They appear and disappear. With this insight, one is free from duality, external and rupa antaya, and internal and namantaya. The thought or the aramana does not belong to the external or outer end or rupantaya or to the inner end namantaya. The thought or aramana itself cannot claim a place for its seeming existence. The thought itself loses its place of existence, or rather its own existence. Now, a sound is heard. That sound is not a thing, just hearing only. No concepts, no labeling. Take the sound of the wind. We have named it the sound of the wind. Take a sound of a crow or a sound from a tree. We name all of these. Without a name and form, it's just hearing. Just hearing. When we have this insight, that is unreality of names and forms, or nama, rupa. All concepts and labeling fall apart. This means one sees clearly the unreality of so-called external objects. We need to see the thoughts themselves are also not real. These are no concepts in them also. All are our own make it. Then the sound is merely a sound without a name attached to it. Sound is only a sound itself. There are no intrinsic thoughts attached to the sounds. This is where no mind is. We have discussed here about the sound. Now let's take a color. A book is seen by you. There is no such thing called book outside. The seeming existence of the book is merely a memory of past data in your mind, which is imagined through concepts and labeling. These concepts and names are created by us and are merely thought constructs only. And in reality, those are non-existent. Can you find a book in your mind? Can you find a book outside you? This is merely a scene only. See here clearly the point in that there is no one to see and no thing to be seen. Just seeing is happening. If there is a thing, there is somebody to see it, and vice versa. In reality, there is nobody to see. It is just seen only. The book becomes oneself. Nothing exists apart from oneself. If it is a house, I am the house. There is no separate me and the book or separate me and the house. If there is a separation, that is the illusion, Maya or mirage. Through this deep understanding, you will now find anybody or a separate entity. Just happening only, everywhere, just happening without an owner. You do not find any individual entity doing that. The feeling that I exist is not a thought. The taste of salt is not a thought. It is felt or experienced by your jnana. That is why no one can explain this. This is jnana. Jnana are not thoughts. I sees a color called red. This is a thought. What knows the appearance and disappearance of this thought is by jnana. How do you know a thought appears and disappears? How do you know another thought appears and disappears? It is not a thought seen by another thought. This is beyond thoughts. This is called jnana. One needs to awaken this dasa jnana to transcend thoughts. This is what we call awakening Dhammachaksha. This is seen by Abhijna. When you hear these deep insights and recognize the truth, all of your conventional beliefs and concepts will fall apart. All our thought constructions, sun, moon, whatever you talk about, are mere thoughts. In many sutras, Lord Buddha says, whatever I discuss on the phenomenal world, or Laukika Bhumi, is not true for the spiritual world, Lokottara Bhumi, and vice versa. This is because the phenomenal world is made up merely on the concepts and beliefs, and all of those will fall apart in the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Nama and Rupa have no validity. Vijnana Anidasana. Vijnana is not created. Vijnana never existed. There are several sutras discussing various aspects of practices of non-existent mind. For example, Kevata Sutra, Brahmavimartanika Sutra, Prathama Nibbana Sutra. In the spiritual path, what is important is to be practical. We have to be free internally. In the spiritual path, a sincere seeker will see himself the progression of his own inner peace, diminishing release, or raga, dvesha, moha. When you do walking meditation, you will see there is no such thing called earth, leg, or walking. There is no owner for sensations. Then you will feel like walking free and light. In Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha expounded the truth as profound and not heard before. This means Buddhist philosophy is beyond conventional thinking. This statement is valid even today. The things we all consider real are in fact false. Reality is completely different. This is the point we need to understand first if we are on the spiritual path. We habitually think our perceptions are true. We are trapped with 6 senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. We believe the sensations getting through the 6 senses are real. When the truth is realized, we recognize all are false. As long as we do not recognize the truth, we are ignorant. Due to this ignorance, we are subjected to an unending cycle of birth and death. This is endless suffering, dukkha. Unless we come out of ignorance, there is no escape from suffering. It is only suffering in mundane life due to ignorance. We believe we are happy and satisfied when we have money, when we have tasty food, when we have good clothes. This is the mundane way of life. After some time, clothes deteriorate and we look for new clothes. Again, after some time, they get spoiled and old. Again, we look for new ones. In this manner, we are running after better and better ones. Even for the food, we are running after new dishes and new varieties. So, in the ignorant way of life, we are never satisfied for long. We look to the next. What we think pleasure in this world is, in fact, pain only. There is no lasting pleasure. All ends up in suffering. If you ask whether you can see Nibbana at this moment, truth is that Nibbana is seen at this moment. So at this moment you have a thought. Thoughts appear and disappear. There is no lasting thought. All are transient. It's only these thoughts that gives us suffering. Therefore, saying the truth in simple words is understanding the full functioning of the mind. This manifested world is created by your mind. That is why Lord Buddha said, the 6 senses themselves are the world. Salayatana loko loko, chittena niyate loko. Beauty and the ugliness that you see are not in outer objects, but in your mind. Moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. The birth of a thought and death of a thought happens in the moment. The one who sees the birth and death of a thought will not find conventional death. This death becomes false. Birth and death happens at this moment. Before your outgoing breath happens, you need to contemplate Marananusati, occurrence of death. Contemplating Marananusati means seeing the death of thought at the moment. Lord Buddha said, if one contemplates death before the in-breath goes out, that is sacred. Seeing death in the moment is Shana Sampatti, which is recognizing the reality of the moment. So it's very rare for one to see death in the moment. It is very rare to listen to Dhamma. It is very rare to get the human birth. It is very rare to live in a spiritual elevated place. So now you know you have only this moment.
If we talk to you, it is only at this moment. If we talk to you tomorrow, there is also only this moment. Even in 5 years' time, only this moment. If we think past, it is also thought in the present moment. If you think of the future, it is only a thought in the present moment. We have only this moment. However, even the thought at this moment is not true. Past thoughts are gone. Future thoughts have not appeared yet. The thought appearing at this moment is also not true. Now imagine you see a book. So this book is not outside. It is a thought in the mind. This book is created in the mind by binding color, form, and sound together. Now analyze how you came to know the book for the first time. In early childhood, when you start speaking, you were taught colors and sounds such as red, blue, yellow. Here, color includes form as well, and the sound is the word of the language you use. For easy reference, we use the word color only. From that early age, objects are identified by binding color and sound together. Until today, this process of binding colors and sounds continues for your wordly transactions. We call the result of combining colors and sounds the mind of thoughts. Here we use color and sound because these two are predominant among other sensations. Binding sound to color to other sensations happen in a similar way. When you hear the sound parrot, a form of a parrot is created in your mind. If you hear the sound crow, a crow is created in your mind. If a person who does not know English hears the word crow, any form is not created in his mind like us. He has not bound the color to the sound crow. Do you see how a form is created in your mind out of a sound? Now you can understand that the mind is the result of binding colors and sounds. This is the truth you need to recognize. So we have only the present moment. Everything happens only at this moment. If you see the reality of the mind, you will see that there is no book out there. There is no crow outside. All appear in the mind at this moment. So you are free from outer objects. Now, when you investigate the mind, can you find a book or crow in the mind? No, we can't find anything in the mind. It is just the appearance of a thought. Now you are free from the mind as well. You cannot find anything inside or outside. It is empty of things. The shunyata, no material or mental objects exists to be grasped. This is called animitta. If there is no book, then no me also. The absence of me or individual self is the absence of things. This is shunyata, emptiness. This is freedom from the mind. This is the Buddha nature of the moment. Buddha's birth is at this moment. Buddha's death is at this moment. Buddha's awakening is also at this moment only. Therefore, Buddha's Temagula or birth, death, and awakening is at this moment only. So if we take like that, every moment is a result, isn't it? If one realizes the truth, for him every moment is auspicious. The greatest achievement in human life is the realization of this truth. So I think it's enough for today, and I invite Buddothpado Mahanse to add anything.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Buddothpado Arina's not to join with us, no?
Yes,
So,
yes. Shall we conclude the sessions today?
okay. Then the means only.
Yeah. So we'll finish for today.
Okay.
Shall
Then
we? Yeah.
leave. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, finish today.
Then
Therwan
තෙරුවන්
Saranai.
සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Therwan Saranai.
Table, house, mother, father, and so on is created, which is an illusion, a mirage, which is a mental image or a chittarupa. With that creation, we get the alive feeling. That's another spark, the soul creation, I creation. Now the ego, myself, is created. If we take that everything exists outside, and if we don't see this, only a mind creation. So then, who are you? You are not the body. If the mind is not working, senses are not working, that's you call death. If you understand this, you won't find death or birth. So, why do you have an ego? It happens due to the I-ness. So, I am jealous, I am proud, I need to buy something, a better car, a better house, and so on. It goes on and on. It's your samsara. Always I, ego comes forward. I want to be better than the other. My child should go to a better school, so and so on. It's power which is generated. This all happens because of some vibrations, which automatically happens at the sensor levels. So it's the vibrations again. Sometimes the thought ends up bringing a war between two countries because of a thought which was an illusion. Everything happens due to vibration. Actually, till our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Mahans, showed us the pure truth. We all were in the mundane world. What happens when we see the truth? When we see the truth, that there's nothing to get attached or disattached, nothing to be proud of. Actually, there's no self. We go to Nibbida. It comes with the understanding of Dhamma. Then it goes to Viragya, means no attachments, no definements, because there's no one to get attached or disattached. Your fire within will slowly die down. You will feel the calmness within. If you understand this, there is no one to suffer, only a creation of thoughts. Everything is not real. If someone understands that the world is not real, it's only in your mind, you will be relieved. As I said earlier, we have to see only one thought. Let us see the importance of studying just one thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that has 5,000 leaves on it, and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of that leaf, you will learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaves on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arises in your mind. What you need to do is to understand just one thought. Understand how the thought is formed and how it ceases to be. Udaya, well, the wisdom to see the formation and the cessation of the thought is called Udaya Jnana. Actually, our problem is that we fail to see the truth in this fleeting thought. By now, we all have observed SIL, attended many meditation classes held in this society, practiced Samatha Bhavana or concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to know now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use it in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and attain Nibbana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it ceases to be. So now we know it just happens, nobody makes it happen. There is nothing as a thought and there is nothing as a mind consciousness. Let us say that you see a book. The fact that you see something means that you exist at that moment. You see the book only because you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you. According to the Buddha Darshana or the philosophy of Buddha, you are the same as or equal to the book. In fact, that you see a book means that you are the book. So all these years we have always created a cause or a hetu to give rise to a thought. This time we will remove the cause that gives rise to any thought and we will awaken to the supreme moment of truth. Awakening to the moment of truth is an auspicious moment. It will be an end to the illusion that you exist. When you realize that you never existed, it is like experiencing your end or your death. In other words, you will realize that when there is no you, there is no death. Your realization that you never existed to face death is a very pleasant feeling. When you become one with the nature, you feel like a bird that left the cage to fly away into freedom. So, what you have to do is, you have to attempt to say just one thought. Now, if you have the wisdom to see the Aramuna and you understand the Dhamma, then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Krutya Jnana, which in turn will lead to Krutajnana. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana, that is Darshana Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist and you should know how your mind is created, how the soul is created. You need to eliminate your Sakkaya Drishti. You have to recognize that everything that we experience or feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain the realization that there is no you, you automatically move on to develop the Krutya Jnana. Krutya Jnana means you realize that this illusion is created only by six senses, and you clearly see the nimitta svabhavya of the six senses. When you have the wisdom of the Krutya Jnana, you just don't do anything. The scene of the illusion automatically happens. Automatically happens means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Krutajnana, the moment you receive an aramana from one of your senses, you will immediately be able to realize that book which you see outside is only a thought, and that is this, it does not exist outside. And then you let go of that thought. When you let go of one thought, it is similar to letting go of a long string of consecutive thoughts that arises in the mind consciousness. Now we know that we always have only one thought, and we should know that the thought is formed only in this moment. You should also have a very clear understanding that there is nothing as the moment either. And you should have the understanding and the wisdom that not even a book exists at this moment. It is an illusion. When you arrive at this point of wisdom, you will awaken to the moment of pure truth, that truly nothing exists at all. When you awaken to the moment, you will experience the nothingness, the shunyatavi. Now we will talk about Satara Satipatthana, or four foundations of mindfulness. Lord Buddha assures us that if a person follows the Satara Satipatthana in the Vinaya Loke basis, within 7 days or 7 years, the results will be granted. Today, many are not aware of how to follow the path of four foundations of mindfulness. It should be done with the proper understanding. If you follow the right practical process, the results will be attained. So our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aran Mahansa, shows us the correct practical path. So one should understand before practicing Satara Satipatthana, first you should know the Satya Jnana or the Darshana Jnana perfectly. That is how the mind is created before stepping into the Krutya Jnana. So we'll start with Kayanapassanava. You are Vinaya Loke means you are not in the body. So there are several ways to practice it, like Anapanasati Bhavana, Indriya Paropariya Bhavana, Skandha Bhavana, and so on. So Buddha said our body has 32 parts and asked, where are you in these parts? Is your hair you? Is your teeth you? And likewise, so on. Nowhere. You are not anywhere. It is in your thoughts only. That is Kayanupassana, which means no one is here. Your hair is not you. Your teeth is not you. You are not in the 32 parts of the body. So Vedananupassana, the pain is there. It is your body pain, but you are not there. If you suffer or worry due to pains, no one here to take the pain. But body pain is happening. You are thinking that I have pain in my leg and so on. All the senses are working. It's a natural phenomenon. Pain is not yours. It is only the body pain. If you are existing, you are suffering. That's in the mundane world, but everything is in the thought. Chittanupassana is our thoughts. It's also sensor. Nobody is there. No soul. You suffer due to a thought, but it is a sensor. So, Dhammanupassana, now you know that there is no one in the body. There's no one for the pain, no one in the thoughts. So, Salayatana Loko, Salayatana Nirodho, Nibbano. Nobody is here to suffer. And when you know that, you feel calm and at peace. So, we will talk a bit more about it. So, as long as you know the truth, you will not meet anything worthy or worthless from the outside. Actually, if you don't believe in the outside, there would not be anything of value. Gold exists in your mind. Gold is a convention or a name made up using perception. When you look at it this way, no physical or mental suffering can arise. Now you know how to differentiate the convention and the form. Now you have something to do. You should see the Buddha's philosophy with the wisdom and reinforce the mind about it. You have to apply it practically to your day-to-day life. You have to live your life according to this philosophy. For many years, you have been used to living life with the wrong view. You have always been used to living in an illusion that there is a person or things that exist outside. If you have lived having a false view without knowing the philosophy of Buddha, you have to be free yourself from this false view. So, therefore, you should look at your mind. Take 10 thoughts that comes to your mind and apply this philosophy. The next day, take 15 thoughts that comes from your senses. The day after, look at 20 thoughts that comes to your mind. Day by day, you can increase the number of thoughts you see and improve your practice on seeing your thoughts. At first, you might feel that is difficult. When you analyze one thought according to the philosophy, you might realize that you have missed 10 others. So, your progress on the path depends on your practice of seeing the Dhamma in everything. Atapi Sampajana Satima. Atapi means the determination of effort to apply to analyze thoughts by seeing the truth that there is nobody outside. Satima, the wisdom of seeing the non-existence of a person outside. Sampajano, a steady awareness has to be maintained in order to show each thought the truth. When the mind is shown the truth, the 5 spiritual faculties, Pancha Indriya Dharma, begins to grow. So, a mind that lets go of all receiving thoughts by seeing that there is nothing outside will escape from attachment and suffering. The faith that arises through this escape operates as a special force of faith or Shraddha Indriya. The same way, the determination and effort used to analyze each thought becomes another force of Virya Indriya. The seeing of truth becomes easier. When you continue seeing the thoughts according to the philosophy of Dhamma, what seems to be difficult earlier becomes much easier. So all thoughts will be easily analyzed with mindfulness. and wisdom. At this point, another force of mindfulness called Sati Indriya will be in operation. When someone knows this pure truth, there's nothing to attach to or detach from. For the one who is freed from the illusionary world, when suffering is seen clearly, the cause of suffering declines or diminishes. When the cause of suffering diminishes, one achieves freedom from the mind. Understanding how suffering arises means you show the truth to the mind with effort, determination, wisdom, and with awareness. If one shows the truth to the mind, it is called the Marga Jnana, or the path to the truth. If you clearly understand how to practice Kayanupassana, you would let go of your body attachments. So we'll talk a bit about Vedananupassana. So we meet or receive feelings within the world. Feelings comes from a specific person, a specific place, a specific taste, a specific smell, or from specific images. We feel that we receive feelings from external. If we feel some kind of suffering or any feeling, we feel that it comes from somewhere. We feel like we can stroke some place with our palm of the hand and say that the feeling can be felt. We will be able to say that the feeling can be felt at this specific point. So this shows that we associate the form, rupa, to a thing. We connect the feeling to the body, and wherever there is a feeling, it is followed by thoughts, volitions, or mental formation, sankara. It means that there will be bodily volitions, kaya sankara, verbal, mental formations, vachi sankara, and mental formations, mano sankara. Bodily, verbal, and mental mind formations built on ignorance or avidya. Now, during this mindfulness of feelings or Vedananupassana, one should let go of these three formations. For that, one should let go of the world first. The mind rises into action in the form of the mind, the body, and words due to grasping of the stimuli from the world. A stimulus occurs in the mind. Taking that stimulus as a target, we get up and go from here, good and bad, coming and going. All these build up because we grasp that stimulus due to our ignorance. When you get a feeling, it is not felt just alone by itself. You get a feeling of where it comes from too. You can touch it, you can say it, you can think of it, as that is where the feeling came from. What is that place? What is grasped as a thing is the form or rupa, and that is your body. Really, the form cannot be grasped. The thing you feel is your body. The feeling that you can grasp your body is an illusion. Now you even meet a body that has a feeling. Now we also find a spine which can be feel the pain. You can find a leg that feels the pain. We find a knee that feels the pain too. We also find a stomach that feels the pain. So now we have really found the world. The feeling, the sensation belong to the world. You may find the world externally. You may find the world mentally. We have a false belief, a misconception regarding the feeling. We believe that we suffer due to other people or things. We get attached to the world, or we oppose the world, or we confront the world. We think that this feeling of pleasure comes from the world outside, and we try to own the world outside. Also, we think that this pleasure and suffering comes because of that person, this person, because of that place or this place. If we believe in an external world, we tend to get attached to it, thinking that feeling comes from external world. We either tend to get attached to the world or oppose the world because we think that the sensation came from the world outside. The external world means the image to the eye, the sound to the ear, the smell to the nose, the taste to the tongue, and the touch feeling on the skin. Not only that, the feeling that we believe as the inside is also the external. So whose eyes are these? They are mine. The nose, the ears, the tongue are all mine. Hair is mine. When you say that these hair follicles on my body are mine, it means you think you own it. It is an external thing, but you think you own it. It is not me. You are not the owner. My eyes, my hair, my nose, my tongue, my mind, my thoughts. This so-called mind is not me. If it does not belong to me, it is something external. Even if you say that the feeling is mine, it means it belongs to the external. So, if the pain is in the knee, and if the knee is mine, then the pain is also mine. The owner has to go through the pain, but actually it's in the external, isn't it? There's no me in the knee. Is there? Isn't it only a thought? You think it is me. So now we can come out of this illusion of feeling by really recognizing the sensation. That it means we have developed mindfulness of the sensation in the correct manner. If you understood the truth about the sensation, then the feeling will not be mine. Then you won't believe that there is a place where the feeling came from. A feeling is only a feeling. It cannot be anywhere. If there is a place where the feelings come from, that means there is a world. It means that you have grasped the world. The feeling has been accepted as something that has to come from the world outside. If we are in this order or the shasana or in this field of study, then we have to find the true meaning of the feeling. Otherwise, it would not be the correct practice of the Vedananupassana. When you practice the correct mindfulness of the sensation Vedananupassana, a body cannot exist. Let us see how we can go wrong and believe that there is a body. So when we meditate, we shut our eyes. For example, let us say that we want to practice the breathing meditation, Anapanasati, while being seated cross-legged in the lotus position. You tend to feel pain in some place of the body, and you point at the place where the pain is felt. While keeping your eyes closed, you tend to move your hand to the area where the pain is coming from, and you tend to shift to a different position in order to prevent feeling the pain. When your hand moved towards the point of pain, your mind told you that you felt the pain on your body. But according to the correct mindfulness of the form, Kayanupassana, the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the body should not experience any feeling or sensation. If at all a sensation was experienced, it was experienced only because of the formation of a mind. The mind experienced the sensation as a mirage, an illusion, just like a mirage of a pool of water in the middle of a desert. A sensation arises to the mind Then the mind assigns the pain to a certain shape from which it believes the pain came from. Then the mind tries to match it with something the mind learned previously. Then the mind ties up the sensation to the place of the body, which is also mirage or illusion, known as the body. So the sensation is a thought. The thought does not belong to the body. It arises in the mind, but we tie it to the form or the body. Then we identify that the pain or sensation arose from the body. The perception, which is a mirage, name the point from where the sensation arose from. The mind recognized the part that was named and said that the pain was received from this part of the body. The form, sound, smell, taste, and the touch sense on the skin do not give any indication as to where the pain comes from. Then, then we are made to find a place where we are able to touch and say that this is the point where the sensation came from. Then we tie that part where the sensation came from to the form of the body. Now we associate the pain with the body and think we are experiencing the pain in the body. We start experiencing pleasurable, somanous, painful, dominous, or neutral, adukkama sukha sensations in the body, mainly due to our ignorance about the body. So when you keep standing, you change posture and sit down, saying that there's a feeling of pain in the leg. You have assigned the pain to an external form, body, to a leg. When you are seated, you feel pain on your spine and you change your posture again. You think the pain is felt in your body. You start walking. Then you think that you feel the pain in your legs and you lie down. Likewise, you keep changing your posture, projecting the pain to an external body. At the same time, you also create volitions, thoughts, sankhara, such as bodily action, kaya sankhara, words, vachi sankhara, and mental formations, thoughts, mano sankhara, trying to escape from the sensation of pain. But as long as you are ignorant, avidya, and believe that the external world is true and the painful feelings is coming from the external world, you will not overcome your ignorance. Let us see how the world is created and how to let go of the notion of world. So the world, the cause of the world, loka samudaya, the truth of end of the world, loka nirodha, and the truth of the path that leads to the end of the world, loka nirodha patpada. So one who knows the truth about Vedananupasana will not believe in the pain that comes with the world. When practicing the mindfulness of feelings or sensations, one needs to apply the Four Noble Truths to this practice so that one could be on the path that leads to the end of this world. All beings born in sensual worlds enjoy pleasure due to their ignorance and their illusion. They believe that the pleasure comes from outside. Their ignorance ties them up to the rebirths and an endless samsara. They create their own faculties in order to see the world outside. From eyes, we think we can look at things and gain pleasure. From ears, we think we can listen to things and be happy. From the tongue, we think that we can taste and gain happiness. From the nose, we think we can smell pleasant smells and be happy. From the body, we think we can feel pleasant sensations on our body and be happy. As long as we think that pleasure comes from outside, we will never be able to stop our mind from going outside. So we have to maintain our wisdom and awareness that each sensation comes only from one of the faculties. In that case, we would not find a thing outside. What we do is that we tie up all the sensations from all the faculties together and create a thing which we believe comes from outside. That belief is a false notion, delusion. We all go after mirage, a fantasy, looking for pleasure. Can you experience pleasure or pain from your eye? Can you experience pleasure or pain from the ear? Or can you explain pleasure or pain from the nose? Can you experience pleasure or pain from the tongue? Can you even experience pleasure or pain from the body? If the eye only comes in contact with the color, then apart from only seeing, the eye would not know anything else apart from only seeing. When you look at a picture, you experience happiness or suffering, don't you? You would think of a sea beach, a garden of flowers, a house, a person. You create emotions about those things, but it is all a mirage, and you are tricked by making you feel pleasure and pain. The truth is hidden. The truth is that the picture is only some color, a tree, a house, an animal. These are all thoughts that was created in the mind. A false view, a misconception. We experience pleasure and pain because of a false view, a misconception. A sensation or Vedana arose due to a contact. It is only a sensation, nothing else. The sensation did not arise from the inside, nor did it arise from the outside. The contact takes place when the eye and the form or rupa give rise to a result, phalaya, called eye consciousness. The eye consciousness is an illusion, which is chakku vijnana maya. The tree, the light, and the ground creates a shadow. The shadow is an illusion. Same way, an illusion called eye consciousness is created. The eye consciousness does not exist on the outside. Therefore, the sensation created due to the contact does not come from the outside either. One should have a spiritual mind, awaken to the moment, to understand the truth about the sensation and that nothing exists. Atapi sampajano satima. One has to apply effort not to create impurities in the mind by seeing the pure truth all the times. This is the correct path to Nibbana. The ones who sees how the world is created will also know how to escape from the world. For that, it is essential to understand the four foundations of mindfulness or Satra Satipatthana very well. So, Nibbana path is based on contemplating and through wisdom, not in thinking. With thoughts, you can't attain Nibbana. It will just be another thought. I think it's enough for today, Aran Mahansa, and I invite Buddothpado Aran Mahansa to add anything. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thirvan Sarnai, everyone. I think Aryan Mohans is not there with us today. So we'll conclude today's sessions. Thirvan Sarnai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for all for attending this Dhamma home talk. When Anansa joined us, we discussed about Dhamma. Therwan Sarnai, when you read sutras, the understanding totally depends on your spiritual maturity. This is the truth. In one sense, is a sort of reader's helplessness. This is not a mistake, it is the nature. However, the one who recognizes the truth will see the real import. That is why it is said, Rupato Nichanto Anichanto Anichambante. This is said for all things. In is Vedana. Is Nitya or Anitya? It is Anitya. Skandha is Anitya or Nitya? It is Anitya. Sankara Nitya or Anitya? It is Anitya. Vijnana Nitya or Anitya? It is Anitya. What is tried to convey here? There is no thing called mind. Skandha itself is mind. If Vedana is Anitya, Sanya is Anitya, Vijnana is Anitya. How can there be excite in this all the way through? There is no such exciting mind. You may not believe this. Also, you do not accept this. Therefore, I suggest you may keep this in your mind in inquire later. When you investigate and reflect with keen intellect, buddhi, intellect, on one day, this pointing may click to you. Then you will understand the message that is conveyed by spiritual teacher, Kalyan Mitra. There is no such thing called mind. We are trying to recognize this reality. This is what you will realize right at the end. This is called emptiness, shunyata, empty of thing. This is shown through Shunyata Patisangyukta Desana also. That is why advice is being given to reach emptiness of Shunyata state. Most do not understand this Shunyata. Some may think it is like emptiness is outer objects. This is not as such. Language is used to express in indirect thing. Language is limited or expressed to ends to extremes, that is duality. One end is existence and the other in non-existence. It cannot accurately express or translate beyond these two ends. We said earlier that Dhamma or the way or reality cannot be articulately explained by using a language. This is the reason for that language is always used to express an extreme, antaya. But for Dhamma, way of reality, there is no extreme, antaya. How can Dhamma that transcends duality can be explained by using a language limited to express extreme or duality? This is a subtle point and difficult to grasp. That is why most people cannot understand this pointing. There is no thing called mind. Mind appears or disappears. Tatra tatra vipassati. Momentarily appears and disappears. What are these jhanas, knows and udaya jnana, vaidhamma jnana, jhana, munchita kamyata jnana, etc. What are these 10 jhanas? What is these 10 jhanas? These are not the mind. We told this over and over again. That's not the mind. This udayana is that which knows the appearance and disappears, and the mind. That is sense of knowledge. That is sense of knowingness, arising and falling of thoughts, armunu. Anicchata Sankara Upadavaya Dhammino Pajitva Niruddhanti. All these describes the same facts. Upadavaya Dhammino, this is the mind and thoughts construct. Aramunu. Upaditva Niruddhanti, those momently appears and disappears. If you check the Baddhyakarata Sutra, it is very important sutra. Atitana Pagameya Napatikanki Anagata. Tacha Tatripasati, this is the nature of reality. All momently appears and disappears. See clearly, attentively, how this is occurring each moment. When the explain thoughts constructs, we say the mind that sees the book will not see the wall at the moment, and the mind that sees the chair will not see the flower at the moment. This is the stream of thoughts. What is said here is that the thought of the book appears or disappears, and the thought of the wall appears and disappears momently. Though a thought arises and falls away, we call the arising of a thought a spark. We have explained this in details on this line earlier. You will be able to listen to those. There are hundreds of talks, so those that we are trying to convey is thought never ever exist, and momently appear and disappear without any reduced depth. Then our friends, when we always practicing Dhamma, our day-to-day life, then on the way we want to, we always face some problems and errors Dhamma. So we want to help us, our Kalyanitran. So Buddothpado, our spiritual guardian teacher, always ready to get a solution. Then we, at the moment, I will not join with us. Then once
Thiruvan Saranai, Venerable Manu.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai. May us pay our homage at the feet of our spiritual guide, Kalyana Mitta, noble friend, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to Buddothpado PeoTV Dhamma discussion. Welcome to the Dhamma Forum. Until Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, let's all worship our spiritual teacher's feet for his selfless service to share this message of true Dhamma and true path to Nibbana with the entire mankind. And let's all worship Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, the Noble Triple Gem. So, this cause and effect Dhamma disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddhacharya Mahanse about 2,500 years ago. is back again with us. There are more than 12,000 sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and there is a beautiful, well thought out path for anyone to experience this non-self nature. So understanding that there is no self in this body or mind is a huge challenge, depending on the wisdom, depending on the skillfulness of an individual. It may be easy for some people because some have practiced the path in their previous births also. So such people may find it easy to feel this non-self nature, but for others it is a real challenge because for so long we have been doing everything with the self perspective, because we never, before listening to this Dhamma, these sermons, we never knew, even we never thought of that there is no person in the body or mind. They were not, important things for us. We always wanted to uh, energize or augment the self view or the self image. There was a person who gathered educational qualifications, who involved in meritorious deeds, and who involved in social service activities, who like maintain the physical image, the looks. So always, due to ignorance, but every action, every thought that arose was reflecting the very strong self-view. So it was, we never thought it's a problem even to think so. We always encourage, even adults, they always encourage the self perception, self view. Like now, if there are 3 or 4 kids in the family, now see, your brother is good at this, but you are not good at this. Why don't you try? Now, like comparing people, even with uh, the children of same age group. Now your friend has got 90 marks for maths. You have got 60 marks. So you also can do that. Like always you, I, the self perception, self view, they got stronger and stronger every minute. So things like, with that, this power also will, the power in each and every stimulus, it went up due to this strong sense of self. Strong sense of self in this, there are no two things as external stimuli and the sense of self, but when in from the mundane perspective, we feel the duality. So duality, the strong sense of external existence as well as a strong sense of personal existence were there, both went hand in hand. So this absence of the self came only through Buddhist philosophy. It was mainly when Lord Buddha attained Buddhahood, he realized this truth, the dependent origination Dhamma, that everything is an instantaneous projection of the sense faculties. Only this cause and effect Dhamma, or the absence of the self, or that the fact that this is a natural system at function, came to the world. Before that, everything was done with a strong sense of self and self-view. Teruvan Saranai Champa, Teruvan Saranai. So until Dr. Kokila joins,
Teruvan Saranai, dear.
Teruvan Saranai, yes.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Wahanse, Teruvan Saranai, all the Dharma friends. I am actually gathering the information from Kurunag, the Gampa sermon and the yesterday morning sermon. I have finished it by now.
Yesterday morning one.
It's very good one, dear.
About the sense faculty experience and self experience. No?
Yes,
Is that
yes.
the one?
Yes. That
How do you differentiate? No, how do we differentiate?
Actually, it's very practically showing how to come out from the this burning. Then and the 3 levels. Aryan Hansi is showing the 3 levels. I'll tell it when doctor is also joined.
Yeah.
Other than that, because actually we all are there, no Sudharma. That means we are stuck in the mind sensor, right? That is what always telling that our mind power is high because we are unable to differentiate the mind sensor and me, the soul.
Yes.
That is the problem.
Exactly.
Yes. In yesterday morning one, Aryan Wahanse describing to Indrani, the Gampa Indrani, how should come out from how to differentiate the mind sensor and the soul, me. It's actually fantastic, dear. Fantastic, Sudharma. That is where actually we are stuck there, Sudharma.
Yes. We, however much we know that it is a sensor,
Yes.
automatically we feel it's as me, no? Mind
Yes.
sensor.
Yes. So until listening that, I didn't have the clear picture of differentiating those two. Yes, because actually, most of, not only both of us, most of the listeners, followers of Aryan Hanse is stuck in this level. Because we can not only the mind sensor, sometimes we are getting stuck in the other senses as well. Because what we see, we take it as me seeing, no, I am seeing. No.
Yeah.
Right?
Underneath it is there.
It is there. So hearing also we however Dhamma we listening, but still getting that still taking it as that, right? What we are seeing is me, what hearing is me, what feeling is me. So Aryan Hans is very nicely, a very well mannered way. He is showing how to understand the senses properly and how to understand the mind sensor and how to understand the me. Now like a soup we are all everywhere, right? Because we know but we didn't know how to differentiate. Yes, because Aryan Maharshi is telling there are layers, right?
Yes.
That means we should be able to watch our film by coming out of it, right? We should practice that, it seems. That is why Aryan Maharshi is telling, see whether your see, look, your body is working without you. He's telling, no, according to those
Yes,
4 contemplations also, Aranvase
yes.
mentioned. The main thing of that 4 contemplations is to understand there's no outside, there's no in mind is also not there. And the main point is this body is walking, eating, drinking, sleeping everywhere without me. He is asking us to look at it in the angle.
Yeah.
And yes, day before yesterday also in Kurunagala, while going to Kurunagala at Gampa, Aryanhanse did this sermon. Aryanhanse said, yes, that in that Aryanhanse said, we should practice that bhavita bahuli kata.
Bhavita Bahuli Katha.
Yes,
Always remember that everything is happening without the self, but we have to have that awareness. We need
yes,
to
yes,
see
yes,
whether underneath every word he said, whenever
yes, yes,
we talk, that is
yes,
the skillfulness. We should see whether the system is talking or you are talking.
yes,
That self view is there. So that
yes,
is the importance of awareness. See here,
yes,
anyway, actually now only we get things in place also, because
yes, yes,
now
Sudhana. Now the
there was
Dhamma
a
is, yes,
metaphor. Yeah,
yes,
there was a metaphor that awareness and clear knowledge, that is ability to yathabhuta jnana, that
ah,
is seeing the truth of the stimulus. No, they are like 2 poles of the ladder. So
yes,
they both of them should act simultaneously to liberate to somebody to walk on the path. So
yes,
that is there now. As you say, now it is to see the absence of the self that there.
yes, yes. So, Aryanvase said, Lord Buddha has said that it seems, Bhavita Bahulikata, to see that means the awareness should be there to the body. The body is working without the self. Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai, I just joined, sorry.
Sudharma was here.
Maybe line got cut out. I saw her vanish.
She came again, yes. Until you joined, Doctor, we just had a small chat, Dhamma chat.
Yeah. What was the discussion about?
Actually, Doctor, I have done this translations of Gampaha sermon. While going to Kurunagala, Aryanvase done the Gampaha sermon. No?
Oh, really?
Yes, that is the first one. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Day before yesterday morning, right? And yesterday morning, that Gampaha Indrani was asking about the self thing, and I taken down that also. Those 2 are, Doctor, very fantastic sermons. Actually, most of our problems are solved in those 2.
Really,
Because,
I need to listen to that then.
yes, Doctor, because we are, our mind power is high. You are also telling, no? So that girl also asked same problem from Aryanvase yesterday morning. Aryanvase, my mind power is high. How to come out? So that is also described nicely. And the sermon, Gampa sermon, both are there, Doctor. We can discuss today.
In the sense, same line, the practical.
No,
Buddothpado practical.
yes, Buddothpado practical. The day before one is in that, and the other one is yesterday morning one.
I thought
No,
yesterday morning.
sorry. Not yesterday, today morning. Sorry.
Today morning, 5 a.m. one.
Yes, 5 a.m. one.
I listened to that.
So that lady asked, can you remember, doctor, that Indrani from Gampaha?
Yes.
That is the one she asked based on the earlier sermon.
Yes. Based on the earlier sermon. So there was another sermon.
That is while going to Kurunagala, Aryan Vanse did the sermon in Gampaha. That is in the practical one. Buddothpado practicals, yes.
I heard the morning one. I didn't hear the previous one. Yeah.
Today morning, doctor, how clearly that problem, the mind sensor, we are stuck in the mind sensor, that is nicely described today. No?
Yeah, true. Can you repeat that?
Doctor, shall I read the day before yesterday one and then read this? Then those both will be clear.
Yes.
So, Gampaha sermon before Kurunagala on the 20th morning. In Dhamma, we are coming to know the truth. After knowing truth, inner fire is fading away, melting away. Indrani asked her mind is very powerful and how to transform into the field level. We should feel our fire, lust, hatred and ignorance. Redeeming path. If the mind is powerful, running behind the thoughts, the seeker may fall into trouble because the mind is creating illusions all the time, showing I am here and the world is true. Real truth, there is nobody here. But the senses are working. The world created by the senses is our thought world. This can be described as a detailed scientific theories, or else can say in short, the important thing is human peace of mind. Why should we know the truth? Because there is peace of mind in it. Whatever shape you see, if there is no fire in it, you are in the peace of mind. If you can see everything is happening, no one is doing it. That is Lord Buddha's path. If you can feel you are dissolving from inside, your fire is going down and you will feel the Sukhaya. The word didn't come at that time. If you are making a load out of something, even with Dhamma, you can't have Nibbana. Nibbana means releasing the load. Lord Buddha said, realize the senses. Salayatana Nirodho Nibbana. Senses and aggregates are same. Seeing is a fast vibration of aggregates. Aggregates means a lot. Lord Buddha said, aggregates means a combination of many vibrations. Realize that combination of vibrations are coming together. Very simple. Realize the sound which is included too many vibrations. That sound combined with color, shapes of light vibration. making thoughts and realize those thoughts. Clergy, that is not true. Those thoughts are not true. Then these thoughts become a power. Because of this power, we feel that these thoughts are existing. This is like the gravity power arising. When the earth is rotating, when a stone is dropped, it falls to the ground. When two pieces of wood are rubbed together, they become hot. Like this, when the thoughts are appearing again and again, there is a static power arising within us. It is an attractive force. Then there is a grasping, clinging power is also arising. Then everything is attaching to that power. Like a magnet, attract things around to the mind. This vibrational power is the mind. This is same as the gravity power. When looking at it, a magnet is moving and everything around is attaching to it. Thoughts are arising. When we see a flower, mind says that flower is beautiful. A wanting to take it home is arising. Now, trying to possess the flower, take ownership of the flower. That is the force that reveals around and is focused on the same of self. Now everything is sticking, thinking that sticking is happening to me, mine, my soul. These are mine. I am here. Every sticking thing is taken as me. Wanting to keep these things is called soul, self. This should happen again and again to continue this. This is the story, isn't it? Isn't that what we have been doing since childhood? Clinging to things as I and mine. After seeing this, even why it is coming again, it comes out of habit. Earth is rotating non-stop. Lord Buddha's example, fireball rotation, and we see the fire round. Until the fireball is rotating, fire round is there. We have to live with this realization. We know we can see a child. We know those are sounds, colors, and thoughts. But we see the child is existing because still thoughts are appearing and the child is coming again and again. We know there is no child here. We know this is my thought, but we are creating names for something forming. We haven't seen the coronavirus, but we think there is virus. We are experiencing something. We are thinking. When people die, we think there is a virus. Like that. Have you seen the soul? Soul is also there. Soul is also like the virus. That means we are living with the virus, a soul, inside the mind. We do not know a virus is there or not and dying with it. There is a thinking in us. We cannot say what we think is not there. That is why this Dhamma is not belongs to the two extremes of existing or non-existing. If we say existing, it is wrong. If we say non-existing, it is also wrong. We cannot see the soul, self, but we feel it. Cannot say it is not there. Cannot say it is there. This is seen by the wisdom. That is why it says Jnanang hoti, Jnayassa adhigamaya. Jnana means seen through the insight. This is not existing but occurring time to time. Actually speaking, there are no real thoughts. Thoughts are not reality. Thoughts do not become the truth. Those are not anywhere. We feel a taste, then we tie that taste into pineapple. We tie up, bind things that we see, even a picture of a virus, which seen through a microscope, haven't seen through the naked eye. We are drawing our form as the soul, self. Can't see the soul, but we feel it. We experience that the virus is not there because the illnesses are not there. The same way we can understand that the self, soul is not there. If we have peace of mind, relief, tranquility, and blissful happiness is there. If we feel lightness, ease, mental relaxation, there, with no fear for death, self is not there. If there is no fire, jealousy, we know now self is not there. If we are not getting sick, we know the virus is not there. All these are going through insight to the wisdom. That is why it says Jnayasa Adhigamaya. Can experience it, an insight, but physically we cannot find it. In material cannot find it. That is why Lord Buddha said it to Rohitas. Don't try to find it outside the world. Is there a aralia tree? No, it is a thought. Are there jasmines? No, it is a thought. These sounds and colors are created through the six senses, like this, like a film. Other animals are seeing another film. My mother is not the mother in your film. Like that, we live in our film. You live in your film. Every creature has their own world. But nobody is living in one world. When we see this world is not true, we understand there is nothing like that. When we see whether our soul, self is there, we find that is not there because the fire has vanished. It is like nobody gets sick because the virus is not there. There is no other way to look at it. Only wisdom can catch it. මස් ඇසට හසු නොවන බොහෝ දේ දහම් චක්ෂුෂයට හසු වෙනවා. Dhamma chakshusha means seeing the phenomena. The firing can be seen only when the fireball is rotating. Sankara paccaya vijnana means this. We fooled by ignorance, but we can see everything like in the mirror. But there is nothing in the mirror. But birds and other creatures are fooled by this. But We are not fooled by this. We know there is nothing in the mirror by wisdom. That is called redeeming from this by realization. When we switch on the TV, we can see Sirasa by tuning. This is the point of Chakkum Udapadi, Daham as a Avadhyuna, eye of Dhamma arising, experiencing the true nature of phenomena. Why we are suffering? There is a fire underneath, but we cannot see that to our naked eye. There is a phenomena, clergy, due to the fast vibration of light, sound is creating knowing, seeing through wisdom is very important. Must see the dharmatavya phenomena, how our fire is coming. Why there is nobody? Though we say there is nobody here, we feel somebody is here. We have to see that. Chakkum udapadi, jnanam udapadi, vidya udapadi, aloko udapadi, prajna udapadi. And I has created to see the reality through wisdom, seen through insight and the wisdom I opened. Chakkum udapadi, dharmatavya dakina as the eye seeing the true nature of the phenomena. Jnanam udapadi, can feel it now, that there is no self, soul here, must feel it. When the fire is disappearing, you should feel that the self is not there. Vidya udapadi, eye of science opened, seeing the truth. Now we are not stuck in the wrong views, myths. Now radiant mind, seeing that the mind is of no use. Now like a white paper, all the colors are under the white color. When the sun rays are appearing, there is no use of colors. In a film hall, when the doors are opened and the sunlight entered, film cannot be seen like that because of the sun rays are entering into the film hall. Aloko Udapadi, the light of wisdom occurred. Prajna Udapadi, eye of wisdom opened. The first sermon of Lord Buddha, Dhammacakka Pavattana Sutra. This is there. Clergy, the eye should open to see the truth. Animals cannot see this because this wisdom eye is not opening in them. You are using the mind and searching the truth. Then you will understand this world is not true. While using the mind, you will understand the mind is not true and redeeming from the mind. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. What is the path? You have gone through a path to search for you. When you realize there is no such person as me, you are redeeming from me. මාත් එක්ක මම යුද්ධයට යනවා යුද්ධෙදි මට මම නැති වෙනවා. Very nice. Live in a thought and we should know how this thought is forming. First contemplation. Outside is not true, a thought. Second contemplation. Thought is also not true. Third contemplation. Only an activity process is happening. Can see the senses are working. Thoughts are appearing. Eye is seeing. Ear is hearing. That is action mind. Fourth contemplation. Nobody is here. Seeing that the senses are working without an owner. Finish. That is finished, doctor.
What did you get from that? I mean, I know you read it, but what did you get from that?
Actually, doctor, in this sermon, it's very clearly showing no, there is no soul. How we are grabbing the soul without unknowingly how we are going caught by the self.
So what is the self there? The aramana is the self, right?
Yes, burning.
And when we fully realize that there is actually the aramana is a mirage, then the fire can't stay.
Yes,
There's
yes.
no fire. Actually, the fire is also a hatagat. It arised because of this underlying notion that everything is existing.
Yes, yes. Shall I say the other part also? Then you can explain, doctor, easily. Shall I?
Yeah. Today morning when I.
Yes, yes. In this story, there is a part of mind sensor experiencing the thoughts like seeing and hearing. Separate the mind sensor and me. Thinking means mind sensor. Seeing, hearing. Thoughts are also appearing, but there is no me. Where is me? Me is not anywhere. If there is a burning, it is me. There is a fire which is not becoming a thing. Family and form is also the mind. If blind can't see, if deaf can't hear, all those are created through senses. Have you lived without what you see, hear, and feel? That stage is like floating something. Underneath that, whether you have lived in a level without the power to seeing, hearing, and feeling, living without the mind. Are you memorizing a stage like that? Problem is there. If so, system is working naturally, and you should be talented to see that. Whoever laughed or scolded, those are not relevant to this story. All those are owned by the film. Are you watching the film or else speaking about the awakening from the film? Are you talented to see the film as it is? Can you live by realizing this, Patisotagami, seeing, hearing what others talk, happiness, sorrow, all are in the film. You should watch your own story as a film, like you are already dead and seeing the film, but you are not in that story. The perception stimuli in your home with you must watch the own film you are watching at you. All the actings can see everybody, all those are useless. Looking at the drama, be in the practical experience. Let the drama to play. You should watch the drama by redeeming from you and focus on you. Then you see the film drama. Do not keep yourself in the film. Put everything into the film. Nobody is there. Everybody is a character of the film. You should catch the fire. The base under that fire. One layer is the film. Something is floating under that layer is fire. While the film is going on, see whether there is a fire under that. That fire is soul, me. If the fire is not there, that is Nibbana, that soul. That is also like non-form level, form level, and sensual world level, like three realms. One layer is running the film. It is floating something like sensual world. Nature of looking at the film is form level. You are coming out of you and looking at you like you are dead and born again. Fire is non-form level. If the fire is not there, Nibbana is there. That's all, Doctor.
Yeah, that's actually beautiful. I can totally remember the today morning one. Don't know whether Sudharma lesson, did Sudharma listen or is she gone? Okay.
No, she is here. Sudharma is here, Doctor.
I think her line is having a problem.
Something else, yes. Mic is not there.
Anyway, it was, I would say, excellent today morning one. I can't really comment on the yesterday one.
Day before, yes.
Day before one. But today morning one, I thought it was so beautiful about this awaken from the dream. That's actually Arahant state though.
Yes.
That's actually Arahant states when if the fire is not there. But there is a very good thing for us.
Yes.
Even if the fire is there, he said it is the level of the form level.
Yes, yes.
You know that the fire is there.
Yes.
But still you are kind of not in the actual sensual world.
Yes, seeing the film, yes.
Yeah. Because you can be inside the film and suffer, but once you have heard them and understood them and then it's really beautiful that you are actually not in the dream but still having the fire. That's one stage. And then Arahant is no fire.
Yes.
That's so beautiful, I thought.
Yes, Doctor, these two sermons are directly, that means connected to us, like it's very much helpful for us to understand the reality.
Yes. Because he said people get scared. I don't know whether he said it here or somewhere else. People get scared when they awaken from the dream because they are not used to that. But actually, the being awakened from the dream and having fire, is a possibility. Sudharma, are you free?
Today, I am there, but there is a very poor connection today.
Yeah,
Maybe
we can
due to
feel that
bad
you keep coming and going.
Yeah, always. I was talking even, but no one hears because of the poor connection. Yeah, Doctor, I heard that you were asking a question.
Did you listen to these two? Like, I don't know about the yesterday one or today one?
Today morning I was there. Today
that
in the
was so
morning.
good.
Yeah, it was like Aryan Mohanse basically explaining that, talking to certain nuns and telling that what Aryabhumi is and how careful we should be about.
Not that
That's
part,
the
small part that he did to Indrani.
Yes.
That is the utmost
practical experience, Yavan. Right. Okay. I missed that part, doctor. I joined little late and
No,
at that
can't you
point
remember?
on.
Can't you remember when you didn't listen from beginning?
No, doctor. Halfway through, I joined. At that point, he was talking about nuns
No,
and
before that. Before that,
before that.
Indrani was telling
Yes.
about a fire
Right.
when Meherin Wahanse blamed her. But then he actually spoke. It's a very short amount, but it was magnificent because he
Yes.
was talking about sensual world, form world, and the non-form world in a different angle.
I will go back to that, doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, you should go back to that. And I didn't know that it was related to yesterday.
Yesterday morning, Grandpa sermon. Yes.
Because I think I listened to the evening.
Kurunagalam.
Kurunagalam.
I didn't hear that.
It's mainly Sudharma about the dream again. And being awakened from the dream and watching the dream and see how the fire is happening. Also, the Arahant state is awakened from the dream as well as there's no fire.
No fire. And when you were talking about that burning, now also, Dr. Aryan Hanse always say, when you eat now hot chilies, you will feel that. So that don't take that as a burning. That's what you were trying to tell a while ago, no? To Champa.
Yeah, even the mind sensor, there's a tricky area. Sadness.
Yeah.
Sadness and happiness is a normal part of mind sensor.
Mind sensor, yes.
Not the actual what is it called? Anger or what is the Irisiyava? What is it?
Jealousy.
Yeah, jealousy, ill will. They are not actually part of the normal mind. But it is sometimes there's being slightly happy, slightly the slightly sad can happen in the mind sense also. But the main importance is whether you are awakened from the dream. That's the thing, I think. That's the main thing. If you are feeling like you are in the dream and you are sad, that's a different story, I think. That's what I felt. What do you think, Champa? Is that the case?
Doctor, there's a small thing. Actually, we are, most of the listeners, doctor, we are stuck in the mind sensor thinking the mind sensor is me. That is solving this today morning session, solving that problem.
Yes, because Indrani was thinking she felt sad. Basically, I think that's what happened.
Yes.
She felt sad when someone shouted at her yesterday. So, but Aryan Hanse was there, I think. So what Aryan Hanse is trying to say is why are you not seeing this mind sensor separately? That was his first question.
Yes, that is the main point for us also, doctor. For this very, very fantastic because it's directly upon us.
Yeah. So the main problem here is not understanding the sense faculties.
Yes, very true.
Identifying the sense faculties and let them live, in the sense, let them work.
And
but this
doctor,
additional stuff is not actually related to mind sensor, this jealousy and stuff. because jealousy is in the film.
Someone should have a thorough understanding of the philosophy and the sense faculty function and the how the self perception, self vibration, self view all gets created to
Yeah.
feel that it is the system. No, doctor. Otherwise, if
Yes.
it's too
Yeah.
early, it will be a big pitfall. No, putting everything on the system and enjoying. We don't know whether we are entertaining or it is the system. So that is why I think Aryan Mahanse,
No, the
I
word
mean,
awaken is a bit tricky word because that word itself has a thing. Then you are not in the sensual world. So
yes,
it's a tricky word when we say that everyone can start saying, as Sudharma said, every mother can say, even now everyone can start say that, because that's
I
what happened.
remember people used to say it quite a lot in the Andolanatmaka Deshana also. Aryan
Sometime
Mahansa, I
back.
expect
Yeah.
Dukak, Dukak, Satutak at this moment for everything they were telling that.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
I do
next day
remember.
they got a big scolding telling you have a lot of ego and all. So that it
Yeah, that's the thing.
shows
The
that,
Arahant state that we are talking about.
Mm.
And awaken from the dream means outside can't be true.
Yes.
So
And
yeah.
when the defilements go down, that comparison thing also doesn't come. No, now only we feel now those days now you also told see the person who is comparing is always there. Be careful, Sudharma, like that you have told me so many times. Actually, when you begin to feel it slightly, even that comparison thing is not coming. Mind doesn't go to see what I was like in the past. That never happens, no, doctor. Only
Yes.
that thing, yeah, that. So that is why even uh, I mean, I can't imagine what you all are feeling, but uh, different systems requires different kind of timeline for this. However
Yes.
much we try, it doesn't
Yes, doctor.
happen.
Yes,
Uh,
Sudharma, yes.
yeah, it's nature and it's a different, very, very unique experience that we even didn't realize it until such a thing happens. Only it becomes evident to us also.
Yes. It
Slight
is
feeling
very
of
beautiful if you can actually feel it in a live scenario, like in the future there's a live scenario like Todd in the Champa's case. Actually, a Todd jumping at her or something like that. You know, like if the it's very extreme example because she's scared of them. But if it can happen as a specific experience and you feel that the actual thing was not under your control, in the sense even the scaring thing was not you, is the first one. The Arahant state, the scaring is also not there.
Yes.
Did you get that? It's a different thing. So the first one is actually you are not in the dream, but actually the burning is there.
Yes,
The
yes.
arupa is there.
Yes. Scariness, yes.
Yes, that means self, no?
Burning, yes. The burning.
Yeah, burning is there, but you kind of notice it. You're not doing anything for that because you know that it is not anything to be taken a big deal. Now,
Yes.
that's the thing. I don't know whether Sudharma can remember. We have talked about this before, like even if you feel sad, the sadness, you can, it's like a different experience. It's like you see kind of your sadness kind of thing. Like, I don't know how to even say that.
Yes. We see our fire. Yes.
Yeah, you see your in the fire in the sense, yes. But in a specific experience, there's actually nothing.
Yes. Doctor, as habits, I used to scared about the dogs also. It's still there in me. So it's kind of a habit. I don't know what,
Yes.
but we can't just come out of it because it comes.
No. You actually one day you might be awakened from that dream and seen that drama like that, your own drama.
Yes.
It's not like a out of body experience or anything. It's not like that. It's actually out of mind experience.
Yes, doctor. And Aryan also said something else, doctor. That means he said today one or yesterday one. He said Bhavita Bahuli Kata. Yesterday one. I think. To see the body without me.
Yeah, that is Kriyasita.
Yes, because Lord Buddha said, it seems, to see your body without you. It should be, that was awareness. We should practice that awareness, it seems.
Oh,
What do you
that is
think about that?
Kayanupassana. The Chittanupassana, even the mind is involved.
So, doctor, that means without the mind involvement, we have to keep the awareness.
No. What I'm saying is the sentence that you told was Kayanupassana. So the body works without
self.
Without self. Mind
Yes.
also works without self in an arahant.
Yes.
But you have to, that is the practice that we are finding it difficult to understand. That's what exactly that Aranhansa is saying to Indrani.
Yes.
Mano Sensei is working. You just see what is happening. Mano Sensei is working with fire.
Yes.
If there's a fire, there is fire. If there's no fire, that's an arahant.
Yes. Actually, we were caught in that mano sensor, doctor, like thinking that the self is the mano sensor and everything
No,
is.
you can't really say that. I mean, I don't know whether you can actually say that, because if the toad is there, still the film is also active.
Yes.
So we have to be careful about this. So it's a difficult, how can we say? Now, when you, it's an old experience, so don't compare with the old experience. I'm just taking it as an example.
Yes.
When that moment, just think about that moment, everything was real, right? You were kind of really in the dream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the toad was there. If it is a dog, it will be the dog. If it is the toad, it is the toad. Everything is there.
Yes. The world become true. Yes.
Yeah, so the whole Dhamma didn't come there.
Yes.
At all.
Yes.
So we know now that Dhamma didn't come. What if Dhamma came? You will feel how this jumping happens.
Yes.
Without anyone's control, jumping is happening. That's Dhamma.
Right. We are seeing what is happening inside. Yes, inside the mind sensor. Yes.
Yes, you understand that involuntary jumping. You know, you jump when a spider is there. If you are jumping, anyone is jumping. Jumping happens even without thinking sometimes.
Yes. Without thinking, it's happening, doctor. I noticed it.
So that has to actually, every experience inside should be there. That's the most important thing. If the inside is there, in the sense you know what is happening, that's all right.
Yes. Must see without acting
You're
with
not
it.
in the dream. Yeah. You,
Yes,
you
yes.
know that this is happening. Yes. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
I have told this in Sinhala once long time ago. I have sometimes joined and told. Like one day a mother came and talked about an elephant. Actually an elephant in outside. I can't remember now. With, elephant came. And she, I don't know whether she got scared or not. Now I can't remember the story. But
yes,
the actual thing was, okay, then if you got scared, it's fine. But whether you are actually in that dream or outside the dream is a different thing.
yes, yes. That is what Aryan Vahanse is explaining today morning. Yes.
Yeah. So but an arahant, that fire is also not there.
Yes, yes.
That's the extreme beauty of this Dham. Because
Yes.
there is no alive feel, in the sense an arahant is a complete redeem.
Yes, redeem from body and mind. Yes.
Yes. So then there is no fire. So whoever who jump, there may be a slight thing, but it's not a fear as such.
Yes.
So, like in your case, like the elephant who came near the house.
Yes.
So Dharma can remember that story.
Yeah, one mother, doctor from Monaragala or somewhere.
Yeah.
Is that the one you are talking about?
Yes, and also Mehin Wahanse also happened to experience that also in Mihintale. But she forgot all Dhamma as soon as she woke up, and elephant was looking from the window. And she got so fearful she couldn't remember any Dhamma, nothing. Everything was in the dream then. It was a different story. Even that it's good at least a few minutes after she came to the senses.
Yes, yes.
This is the way, like few days after sometimes Dhamma can come, few minutes after Dhamma can come, at the moment Dhamma can come, who knows? It doesn't matter actually. Because if you are in the path, Dhamma will come.
No, doctor, without them knowing that Dhamma consciously is there, one can liberate from that also. No, doctor, in Arahant state, Dhamma will not be coming. No, Dhamma. I mean,
there is no thinking of Dhamma.
Dhamma.
In Arahant state, there is nothing. Dhamma is actually, I thought about that. Is it today morning? I don't know. He was talking about too much Dhamma also. I can't remember where now. Was it today morning?
Yeah, he always says. I think today morning also he said.
Because
too much Dhamma will, I mean,
I don't know
give
whether
you
it's a whole sermon I listen. I listened to a whole sermon today, and in that also he said, Dhamma can come as a Maraya at that particular point because that completely takes over the mind again. Because you try to think Dhamma. He said it's the problem.
Yes.
In the moment of awakening, Dhamma also can't come as a thought. Moment of awakening is actually, he was talking about being an Arahant. So in the final bit, Dhamma can be a problem also. Dhamma as a thought also should not come.
Yes, yes. Grabbing Dhamma may happen.
That's why I say, always say you are thinking. No, when we talk about Dhamma, so he says, now asking us to explain a point when we say this is how two vibrations come and this happens, that happens. What are these? All our thoughts, just shut up, he would say. So that is just the mind, like another. He always tells to me, it is a syllabus, it is your school syllabus that you are taking here also. He would.
Yeah, true. Actually, that's the syllabus.
Hmm.
That's why I keep repeating to Champa, even though we talk about this Dhamma here, it's a syllabus and වචන නොඇසේවා අදහස වැටහේවා.
Yes. Yes, doctor. Actually, we should understand how this the me came from the early childhood, and we are trying to getting rid of me, and the me combination combined with mind sensor and other sensors. That is the problem we have. So we have to solve that problem. Then
Yeah, power can come as a form of Dhamma. Because this power is never willing to go away. That's why it is called Mara, Skandha Mara, Klesha Mara.
Buddha
so many
Mara.
Maras. So why it is called Mara is Mara is actually this power.
Yes.
So power comes as either sensory faculty power or as the Skandha Mara, Klesha Mara, Divyaputra Mara, Marana. There are so many ways he's talking about that. But anyway, we have to identify that nothing is actually, nothing matters once your self-view is gone.
Yes.
Your fire, there is no owner for the fire. That's why your fire goes down.
Yes.
So you watch the fire dancing.
Yes, now today I completely understood the way of looking at it.
You will keep saying this forever because I still keep saying that forever. Because we keep understanding everything until we become an arahant. We keep understanding that because the avidya or the ignorance is there until last moment of becoming an arahant. Arahant is where the fire is zero, completely the awakened from the dream.
Yes, doctor, this understanding of Dhamma actually it's coming slowly, every day, little by little now. So
yes, 100%, yeah.
That is how we are our releasing is also happening very little by little.
Yes. But we have to understand that the first, because eye faculty, we need to understand eye faculty is just eye faculty and it has nothing valuable in the sense even the light can't be important.
Yes. Today he's told not just if somebody is there without that means can't look that means somebody is there that means who is called this andya, the word is not coming. Blind man cannot see the world, deaf man cannot hear the sounds. So without those parts, the world is not arising. So nothing is those, just we are using those sensors, but they are actually nothing.
They are actually nothing. That you have to actually fully feel that, then only you can become the elements.
Yes, that
unless such time you can't become the elements, because the dream, as soon as if the misunderstanding is there, something is there in the elements, then it will be a disaster. So we need to understand even touch sensation, whether it's Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, that is also mental factors.
Yes, yes. There's nothing like that, yes. Actually, doctor, if there is, actually there's nothing like outside, no, because we are seeing the mind, no. So, බාහිර දෙයක්
Seeing the mind, touching the mind, yeah.
බාහිර දෙයක් නෑ වගේම බාහිර කියලා දෙයක්වත් නෑ. There's nothing outside and there's no outside because we are seeing only our mind, hearing only
No,
our
actually, it's both ways. There is nothing outside, there is nothing inside also.
Inside also, yes. The first step, there's nothing, and mind, there's no actual mind. It is also just appearing and disappearing, and all the stimuli are also just appearing and disappearing. Then there's no mind also.
Yes, this Aran Hanse in that whole sermon, whatever I listened today, whole sermon, he was talking so nicely about this, the stimuli, and he was talking how power is not in this body or the mind. That is the exact point that we can't grab.
Yes.
He was talking about the chair in the sense, or ice cream or whatever you can take. Now imagine the power of the toad.
Yes.
That is the power.
Yes.
That is the power that it's not in your body or in your mind, actually speaking.
Yes. It's coming from somewhere else, like, yes.
No, that is the power in
Just
that moment.
Yes, just arising.
Just arising. In another moment, it will not be that high.
Yes.
But this film is the most important thing. If you awaken from the film, you can see the power changing from Peretea to dog to monkey to God to Brahma. You can see how this changes.
Yes, when we see the mind, we know, no, according to the thought, it's going around the 31 realms.
Yeah, I use the word film because it's the mind bubble that we are talking about.
Yes.
Because when we say mind bubble, it is same thing we are talking about: the chair, the ice cream, the toad, the dog, whatever. Those that is the film.
Yes.
That is the mind bubble. So it keeps changing.
Yes.
Power also keep changing.
Yes.
Once you awaken from this dream, you can see how these power changes happen. That's not an arahant, but that is a stage.
Yes. It's slowly, very slowly, we can.
But at least the self view is gone, because the dream is not actually true to that person. That's where Sotapanna is.
Yes.
Or maybe more than that, I don't know. I can't really say that word. But this because once you are fully understanding that outside is not true,
Yes.
the complete this film is like laid on in front of you.
Yes. Now I can fully understand it, but I don't know whether I can, when it is.
No, I told you, no, drop those ideas.
Yes, yes.
Drop the ideas that you are going to grab something from Maran Hanse when you go for a sermon.
Yes, yes. No, actually, doctor, that with that 4 contemplations and then we can now very clearly understand if we are seeing the mind, hearing the mind, and uh, feeling the mind, there may anyway there's no outside. No? We can't see the outside. No?
Yes, yes.
We can't feel the outside and we can't hear the outside because all those are in the mind.
Yeah, actually, there's nothing called mind.
Yes, mind is also not there. For a fraction of a second, we see things, we hear things, and feel things. Then it's that everything is over. Then again, something else is coming.
Yeah. Yes, yes. The why I tell you to drop that urge is actually the self.
Yes, urge should not be there. I understood, Doctor, it very clearly.
The actual good thing is just calm down. Because why yesterday Indrani got shouted was she was so agitated for something, like she was shouting and trying to tell something, and
No, she was trying to keep somebody to listen Dhamma. That is why.
yes,
Somebody
so
her wife, his wife, and Indrani asked himself to stay to listen to Dhamma. That main Invanse saw and Aryan Hanse also saw and scolded her.
yeah, that's his thing. Even that is the too much urge, right?
Yes, too much urge.
Too much urge, jumping to the scene completely in the dream.
Yes.
Acting in it.
Yes.
So when everything, but this doesn't happen until Dhamma comes also. That's the thing.
Yes.
Now, I remember in the old days, like a lot of people, when they are in a queue to offer something to Lord Buddha, there is a fight sometimes. So but the fight is to offer Lord Buddha, and but the see the here this is the fight to listen to Dhamma.
Yes, and understand them. Yes.
Yeah, so it's coming here and there. It's okay.
Yes.
But actual calming down comes when you fully realize Dhamma. So this is we can't actually do anything by force. Once you hear Dhamma, once you keep understanding Dhamma, anyway, this fight slowly goes down.
Yes. But our awareness should be there, no, Doctor? He's telling, no? Advance is telling.
Yeah. Awareness of this dream is 100% needed.
Yes. He says, no. See, to understand the sensor, what sensor is grabbing this.
Yeah, even you said you are very good in Chittanupassana. That was all gone no, when the Todd song came.
Yes.
Even I don't know how to do that much Chittanupassana. But it's completely gone once the sound is heard.
Still this fire, that still this when see dogs, that some kind of fear is coming. Still that is there. Fear for dogs.
Even that you might be able to see in future. You might be like, here comes, here comes. Like then you don't really care about that.
Yes. Let it comes. Yes.
Let it come. Yeah, the fear comes. Here it comes. Like the postman comes.
Yes. The fear came. Yes, fear is coming. To see the fear is coming. Yes.
That is awakened from the dream, but not an arahant state. But it is a good one.
Yes.
Isn't it, Sudharma? Are you able to listen? I don't know.
Yeah, I got disconnected and I'm disturbing you all the time, coming and going. Yeah, now I think it's little stable. And doctor, I was just wondering about a kind of a neighbor who is very nice to everyone, but he is not in good terms with his next door. That next door person is a consultant. They are very good friends of ours actually, and he is in Mackay in the same hospital where my son works. And they came, so the family came back to Sri Lanka for 3 week holiday. So that nice person, it's again a story form. Yesterday I heard someone um, cleaning using tools and weeding the roadside of in front of my house, and I saw that guy was working. Normally, we get down a laborer to clear the road also. So this guy has got the message that doctor's family is coming down to Sri Lanka, and he put all the pulled out weeds and grass, everything in the back gate of just in front of the back gate of doctor's house, because that is the access to my place, because uh, we are in good terms, he knows somehow, and to create some unpleasant image when he comes down to Sri Lanka, of course, I mean, anybody is helpless. No, he has to come down, clear the land, garden, and settle. So this guy blocking the gate, he put a heap of rubbish and grass, everything. So that hatred, I think doctor went to Australia 3 years back. They were very nice people. They had some argument regarding again the access road of the other side. Both of them share the same access road. That was the problem. Now this guy was not teacher. Now to hearing that he is coming down, he did that much. So it's a big problem. I mean, big problem. They're very unpleasant, but I didn't actually. I just saw what's going on. So I got down. Now he has come. Actually, doctor's family has come, and I got down 2 laborers and removed all the uh, grass and dried leaves, everything, twigs and all that he has heaped in front of the gate, and I removed everything and opened the gate, and then got them to uh, clear the garden also, garden of that family, because they just came. So I was just wondering, this hatred doctor, now those people also listen to Dhamma. They are really, really nice. I was just wondering now whether a person can be very angry, very hateful of someone, and with very kind to another. So is it fake kindness? That level of defilements? How would
No,
you?
it's not a fake kindness. So if you
Oh,
have,
yeah.
if you know, Aran Hansi says this all the time. The wife
Hmm.
and another lady, he
Yeah.
says the man can fall in love with another lady, but
Hmm.
they are not similar vibrations. These are different vibrations. So they are different vibrations.
That's no, doctor. Right.
Yeah, they are different
So they
vibrations.
get on
Toad
well.
is a
Yeah.
different vibration. Dog is a different vibration.
Hmm.
Deer is a different vibration. Butterfly is a different vibration.
Hmm.
And the fire is also different. Whatever the film is, it's quite different. You know, your elder son is a different vibration, younger son is a different vibration, dead husband is a different vibration. Sister, one UK sister is a different
Yeah.
vibration. Australia
Yeah,
sister
yeah,
is a
of
different
course.
vibration.
Of course. Yeah.
So the fire is also different. It depends. So people are not actually faking.
That's their normal.
It's a kind of a different vibration. The thing is, when this film is real, the level of the bucket is the same though.
Yeah, that's what Doctor I'm
Yeah,
asking.
that is different. That's a different scenario. What you are asking is that the bucket of this the Keles bucket
Yeah,
of
that's
the
what.
level of the thing,
In the bucket,
actual
it should.
fire level is the level that we can understand what is actually happening. But that doesn't mean that they are faking. It's not actually faking. Faking can also happen. It's a different story. But you are not faking US sister and you are not faking Australia sister. But
No.
can't you see they are both different? The vibrations are different.
Yeah, very different.
In the sense, not the sisters. I'm not talking about the sisters. The vibration of you. In the sense, the mental image, power I'm talking.
Yes.
So the younger sister mental image is different. The elder sister or the other sister's mental image is different. Elder son's mental image is different. The power. So the power, you are not faking any of these things. Aranhansi also says this feel is a different feel.
Different feel. I told you.
Aranhansi says younger sister, my younger sister is this Mehninuansi.
Yes.
So he can specifically say that because he feel comfortable with that vibration.
Yes, he said.
That's a different thing. It's not a big deal though. What I'm trying to say is, if you are not in the dream, you go according to the feel. That's a different story. But in your question, what you're asking is are they faking? I don't think so. I think now if you talk to them, their vibration with you in the sense that vibration is different. They're not faking it.
Very different. When I take out the car, they come running to close the gate, telling no, don't get down, we'll close the gate like that. So too good. So that's why I don't know.
But you can't judge people like that. How you can understand is, if someone is in the sensual world, you can become a Peretya, you can become the Nireya, you can become the animal,
God
you can
and
become
goddess.
the god. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
So, that is a thought only, no, Dr. Single.
That's the power of the
thought. Yeah.
Power
And
of
then
the
I
thought.
have another story, Doctor. Snake catcher came. That 6 feet long snake was caught. So it was a big scenario. Now entire lane was after the cobra for 2 hours. We got down. I was not at home. I came at the last minute, and the how people took it, responded to that. The 2 kids were crying right throughout. The snake catcher was holding the snake from the tail, so it was a pet for him. So we were like, I actually, as a child, I was really scared of snakes. I didn't see a cobra for 10, 15. In the zoo only I saw. That day also my daughter-in-law saw it, I didn't. But this time I saw, I didn't feel that awful. It was just a incident only. But people were showing different levels of enthusiasm for the snake catcher. It was a pet. It
was a
like
task.
he was, I don't know. Yeah, task. And he treats them kindly, no, doctor. He says, I'm taking them home and keeping in cages, feeding them. And he showed images of some other like vipers, very dangerous, no, Polanga. He is treating one of the injured vipers. He's treating them. They are like pets. And for grade 4, he has a grade 4 son. He is playing with cobras like he did. So these it's evident. No, the fear doesn't come from the cobra. It's the it's in the mind. No,
Yeah,
otherwise, if
yeah,
it comes from the cobra, everybody should take it the same way. So it was
yeah.
another incident. So many.
It's nice that we talk about these things because they are the actual day-to-day life things.
Yeah, doctor. This 6 feet long cobra in the town. We are in the heart of the city, like Richmond Hill. It's really it and the nice thing is he said it's like 12-year-old cobra. So for 12 years it had
How
been
old?
cobra is years old, he said. And yeah, it is cobra life is also we came to know about cobra life. He said cobras are seen between 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Normally they come out to seek their prey at that time, but mating time cobras are found even in the evening. So he caught the cobra uh, around 5 o'clock, and he assumes that there is a female cobra. Happiness should be somewhere around. Now entire lane is again looking for that female cobra. No, not to be found. No one has seen a sign of another cobra. This was
Cobra
the
means
only.
Naya, right? The
Yeah, Naya,
one with
Naya.
okay.
One with that puffing hood. Yeah.
Mm.
Huge hood with pear shape. It was very evident. Huge cobra. However, we survived with the cobra for 12 years in the air. Many people saw it in the gardens, but it didn't harm. Yeah.
No, it
So,
can be someone who passed away also, no?
yeah, it can be, doctor.
I'm
Definitely.
joking.
And there are, no, it can be because there are, even in villages, we say so, no? Cobras are like,
Yeah.
they are not harmful. They only harm if we harm them. They are like dead people coming. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. If you like a place too much, yeah, we don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, just a matter of fraction of a second, everything is decided.
Yes.
Chutichit.
The
Yeah.
power only.
So the level of the power decides which level to go. That's the thing. It's
And
very nice to understand this dream and how it works.
and I have a friend in India, doctor. She's Amuta. She lives in Canada now. She said in her childhood she is really scared to visit her grandparents. Grandparents rear cobras. There are 20-25 cobras in a house. They just walk, slither around. They don't harm. They worship. I mean, the ignorance, super
I think it's
ignorance.
ignorance, yeah.
Yeah,
Peruan Sarna, because in Hinduism, it's a
yeah.
sacred. It's sacred, and they used to worship
Um,
cobras. And even the Sadguru is keeping cobras, and behind
really?
some church, he's cobra venom, some kind of thing he's drinking. It seems he's childhood. He's taming cobras. It seems there are so many cobras in his room.
Oh
Yes,
my
that's what
God.
that lady told me. Yeah, doctor, you wouldn't believe that those grandparents live with cobras. They are with those, I don't know how to call those
So it is very
fangs,
common to become
poisonous.
a cobra also.
Yes, yes. But they worship cobra.
With hatred, no, if you die with the power, that
No,
much
but you can
power
like
of hate.
also. You can like also. Remember, Aranwanse is saying if the old person's friend is the dog, there's so many things that can happen. It's not that it is because it's a gati nimiti and kamma nimiti. It's two different things. The level of the vibration doesn't have to be very angry mode. It's not like that. Some people's pet is a dog. It can be the last thought. It can be like
And doctor, now
there
are beliefs no at the last moment the dead people's faces appear, and so that we also get attached to them, and next birth is decided on that. So they are mere perceptions in the mind, no doctor?
Yeah.
Now actual perceptions, yeah. So that is the training we get, not to be cheated by perceptions. So at that point also we liberate from it when this is crystal clear to us. Otherwise we can't analyze and these
No,
are
we can't.
perceptions and so on get it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, if we knew Dhamma before only, it will come properly. But if you are awakened from the dream, this is not a thing at all.
Yes. No.
No,
That's
even half awakening is good. Like Aryan Hanse says today, awaken, but you feel the fire still it is good.
Yes. Today I went out and gave away the leaflets in the under this burning, scorching sun. Even I don't know how in the Ghana Junction I was giving couldn't believe it. Oh no,
Your line got bit. I don't know.
Sorry,
I couldn't
it
hear it
happens.
fully
It happens.
completely. Now I can hear.
Doctor, I was talking about going out.
Yeah, I heard that
Around.
part. Yeah, you went and what happened?
So I gave away the leaflets in the middle of the junction, very busy junction. I was introducing this and telling they were very nice and accepting it, and they allowed me to take a photo also. So all those people, but I can't imagine how I did it because
You
couple
had
of
doubts
months.
about doing that. I knew from
Yeah.
before you had doubts.
You remember I told I am not going to do that. Why should I, doctor, like that? Because that I tried to skip it, like kind of I
Yeah,
don't.
I felt that. Now you have won that.
Yeah, doctor. And yesterday I was wearing a skirt and a Buddothpado t-shirt like a village. I mean, I had a very nice, calm look. Today I had to attend a funeral also. I was in a white trouser and a better kind of a blouse and different look though, because after coming from that place then they were asking, is this an NGO or is this a foreign thing? Because today my looks were different, no, people. So I thought no, they accepted it, there was not a problem. But the way we look is also important when we do something like that in Sri Lanka, because we have to, people have certain stereotypical ways of thinking about a person like Aryan Mahanse should be like that. So somebody who says, I have listened to this Dhamma for 5 years and really we feel that that's why I'm here, I'm a teacher also, that kind of introduction is given. So the attire should suit that. I felt it today. Otherwise they ask whether it's a Sri Lankan thing or is it an NGO kind of. Some asked. Then I said, no, it's
Mm,
for Sri Lankan. Because NGOs are also doing things like that, no, doctor, especially. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, true. I have won that honestly. That's why I was a bit critical about people going from door to door, why it should come to them like that. I was talking to you with that. You felt it,
Mm,
no?
yeah, I felt it. I felt the limitation there, but now
Yeah.
it's coming out. Actually, there are limitations.
Hmm.
Even this, even little things like in this country also. I'm feeling that, but I'm actually waiting for a better time because there should be a way, some way to come out.
You mean to talk about Dhamma, doctor?
Yeah, because in a different country, it is not
Hmm.
easy. But that should come out. If you are actually out of mind and the power is zero, it will be natural, like to an Aran
Hmm.
Hanse, because Aran Hanse, it
Hmm.
is natural. Aran Hanse doesn't really care, right?
Hmm.
He
Hmm.
doesn't care. He just try to give it maximum until his body is gone.
Hmm.
So because this body will not last.
Hmm.
So we don't know how long this body is going to last, because body is just a limitation. And we need a body to reach humans. We can't, we can't say that also, because Lord Buddha's power is also still here.
Hmm.
That is why the synchronicity is happening, but it is
Hmm.
happening through if it is happening through our enhance, it is happening through human body. So that human body is needed. So that's the thing. Synchronizing to Aranhanse and becoming an Aranhanse like him is magical, I think, but it would be so beautiful in the mind, right? It's a kind of a limitation. I feel it, but I'm still watching it. Because I can remember how monk went to Sunaparanta.
You mean controlling what are you doing this, and with 5 people I discussed Dhamma, but they
No,
really
for you
don't
it is
want to.
different. You are going back.
Yeah, I'm going back, but I can't put him in trouble. No, he was warning me. Nice thing has happened now. When I came back, so many people was asking him, "Where is your mother?" He didn't know that I have had that much of kind of popularity. No, there is a there is a place called, you might know, Doctor, Chemist Warehouse. Chemist
Yeah.
Warehouse is, I have made a lot of friends there. So one Fiji lady was there. So we talk about whereabouts and all. So when my son went there, he has asked, "You are the doctor, right?" Because my son resembles me a lot, because they are dark skinned people are not, they are not that much. So he has that this lady has asked, You are the doctor at Mackay Hospital. So did your mother go?" So my son got a shock, thinking that I have like, excuse me, doctor, someone else. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Actually, these limitations will vanish if we are actually becoming an arahant. That's what I feel. So
Yeah.
when Lord Buddha was there, this monk went to Sunaparanta. He asked, "What if they harm you? What if they remove your leg? What if they remove your hand? What if they remove, do this, do that, do that, like that?" He said, "Yeah, but they won't do this. They won't do this. They won't do this." So there was no limitation, right? But we
Yes.
have limitations.
Yeah, you have made lot of friends talking to everyone. I don't mind you talking about you, but you have told that I'm working at Mackay Hospital, this and that. You first understand this life and the way of life here. So I said I have traveled a lot before also. You are just so what to do, doctor? These young people, they still think differently, no?
No, actually,
Yeah,
I can understand that attitude. It's not
yeah, yeah.
really a thing, because I
Hmm.
went for a parent teacher meeting and I was
Great.
talking so openly. I
Hmm.
didn't realize that, and I came
Hmm.
back because I don't really care about the parent teacher meeting or whatever. But
Hmm.
then I came back, and my son next day asking me, "Did you tell that to? Did you tell that I'm like this to something like
Um,
that?" And I was like, "Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry
um,
if I made a
yeah,
mistake there."
yeah.
Because now it's really important to them that we should
Yes,
not divulge things about them.
yes, yes, doctor. They don't want.
They don't want, but it is kind of like, sometimes we don't really care, but then
Hmm.
it does matter to them. But now I learn uh, then, and not to make them so obvious like that.
Uncomfortable, no, doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't believe Sandeep's immediate neighbor didn't know he was married even.
Ah,
Yes, he talked very little. He just comment, but he helps them. They all like him, but he doesn't talk much.
but anyway, it's none of
Hmm.
anyone's business. That's the thing.
Hmm.
That's how it
Hmm.
is here.
Hmm.
But they slowly ask.
Hmm.
They slowly ask later, and
Hmm.
but they try to be not ask.
Yeah, they are inquisitive, but they
But they
don't ask. That's,
ask. Yeah.
yeah, they maintain the social etiquette. It's an art, no? Anyway,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
an art. That's the art that we are scared to break.
yeah. And doctor, me being there for 1 month, I enjoyed 100% freedom. I am not a teacher there. No one is judgmental. I can behave as a fool even. eh, I mean, despite
Mm.
that connection, me and the son, when I walk out of that premises, I enjoyed perfect freedom. So it's a beautiful kind of experience, doctor.
No, but an
Yeah.
arahant will experience perfect freedom even in your place.
True, true. Not things are external world is real for us to some level, so we have problems in our
Yeah,
area.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That so Aranwanse goes everywhere. He doesn't really live in that dream, so it doesn't matter to him. But he's trying to be cautious as much as possible.
But other people make it a thing, no?
Yeah,
Now it's a big
yeah.
trouble, yeah.
Actually, this is not known to us. That's why we don't know this kind of thing can happen. It is new to us.
Hmm. With
Even to
the
think that there is a person awakened from the dream is new to us, right?
yes, it's
I
very
mean,
new, and people have some knowledge of this Vinaya. I don't know what Vinaya Pitaka may be.
yeah, I don't know
So
whether
they,
even his family knows about him. It's very different things, these things.
no, I don't think his sisters, I think one sister is in Australia, no, I don't know, says even she is not listening to them. She doesn't believe and
No, recently they came down, Sudha.
really, really.
No, I
Good.
think it's only the three children or two children.
No, sister came, doctor.
Ah, really?
Yes.
Yes, very
Yes.
good. Came
He
to a
is-
program.
No, no. Anyway, to a program, those two children came to the English Zoom those days. You all had,
Really.
and Aryan said about sister. Sister was helping. I can feel the sister's help like that. She was here. They might know. The sister and them are knowing, but I don't know the elder brother.
Yeah.
He may,
Even Doctor and Champa, now Lord Buddha, King Suddhodana, and other people didn't come, no? Didn't come with him. They were dead against him, no?
yes,
He had
yes.
to do all miracles, to perform
Yeah.
miracles to prove. So,
Yes, true.
and actually, it is from the Lord Buddha's life itself, it's evident this Dhamma is not for family or friends or anything. No, it goes beyond that.
Yes.
I mean, the Arya family is a very different family. No? That is
But
evident from that. Yeah.
Sudharma, the cousins
Yes.
were him, no? Anand and some other.
Ananda was
But
a cousin.
Yes, Ananda is cousin and some other.
Nanda
Nanda,
is cousin.
Nanda
I don't know
is
about Anand.
Nanda is the
Nanda.
same family. Nanda is the same
No.
family. Yes,
Ah,
Ananda and
Nanda
their
is Prajapati's son.
son.
yes, same father,
Ananda
half brother, half.
yes. And then Lord Buddha is going to see Yabadaranne Sitinava.
Anuruddha?
Anuruddha is another cousin.
Ah, really?
Champa knows
Yeah.
Because Buddha means he is helping his own family members to come out from this sansaric journey. He did it as well as he can. Lord Buddha did it. And finally, a war came. Somebody came to vanish that, what do you call?
Shastriya or something.
No, Shastriya. Suddhodana, what their family called? Suddhodana Raja's family.
I thought it was Shastriya or something.
Some person came with 500 people and tried to kill them. Once Lord Buddha stopped it, second time stopped it, and finally let it go. Lord Buddha didn't stop it. So another king's person with 500 people and the balance of that Lord Buddha's family, they have finished them, killed them. So killed them, and the killers were lying on a river bank, right? Then a huge water came and all were dead. That man's name I can't remember. Killer's name. He's also a king. Vidudaba Kumarya. The person who the killer is he. Vidudaba Kumarya.
It was about a misunderstanding, some misunderstanding which I can't remember. It was about the power, some king's power.
Yes.
These are the things that Ganudenu. Sasara Ganudenu. Who is joining with this OPPOA78?
That is Sudharma, no?
Does Sudharma have two phones?
No, somebody else, I think.
No,
Sudharma?
I have made two phones, but that is not mine, Doctor. On one, I always change my name to Sudharma when I join from that. This is not me.
Somebody else.
Yeah, but better if we know who that is, because sometimes people create times.
Yes.
Also, maybe a Zoom operator.
Maybe a Zoom operator. No?
No. I think someone else is there.
A listener, maybe.
Yeah, it is good if they can at least say who they are.
Yeah.
for once they can be in the Zoom discussion. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Even if they don't talk, that's fine. But it's good if they can let us know they are. And
Yeah. Yes.
the other good thing about today morning, I thought so was the latter part. Latter part was not that that good in the sense it's not about Dhamma as such, but still, if we get that kind of situations like jealousy, I think we need to go through Dhamma again and again and dig deeper, right?
No,
It's
doctor, very good that you came up with that. Now, we even at home, I talked about that with my daughter-in-law. People are so inquisitive now to know about others. Now, here I am experiencing that. 101 people are asking me, why doesn't the daughter-in-law going? Why does she is now actually she is not in Dhamma that one. Sometimes she is in tears. So actually, what I told was for some with some people's questions, I actually don't know about their children, their marriages, their grandchildren, or whatever. I don't. Whatever they say is enough for me. Now, why isn't she going? She passed the exam and she, I mean, how years being alone. Of people from her style she's going, why aren't you going, why when are you going? So that way attaining their sense faculties after we were so maybe sometimes we wanted not about these people's lives, but still when somebody buys a sari, or from where did you get it, is it available, how much, that kind of thing we used to ask. When we see something nice we used to ask about them. But some people now, my daughter-in-law says some lady whenever she meets her, checks her from feet toe to crown, like
Yes.
that. And you so
That is
that
correct.
way, doctor, yeah, people, that is actually we have to we now we understand, because that is not their problem. That is the craving of the sense faculties. No, see, that is
actually
they need.
it is
Yeah.
directed outwards. That's why if you are
Ah.
actually watching your power, that will not happen.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
They don't know Dhamma. That is why they
Yeah.
don't.
If you
Yeah.
are watching your power,
Yeah.
even to a Mehenin Wahanse, that doesn't happen if they are
Yeah.
inquisitive only about their power.
They are our power. Yeah, doctor.
Our
True.
power. So if you are
Yeah.
inquisitive about our power, then there's no
Hmm.
time for the others.
Yes.
Hmm. Yes.
Because this
Can't,
Yeah.
how can we have time to do all that?
Hmm.
Yeah,
society
I
will
think
be okay, Sudharma, with this Dhamma. Though, don't worry. Until such time, we have to.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem for me, but sometimes I feel sorry for this girl because she is going. Then actually she has to wait for an interview, but still it's a problem for the
Others.
entire neighborhood and relations and the
Yeah.
people, other doctors in the hospital, nurses, for everyone. Because it's not a thing for us, Champa, but for this girl, I feel she is sad about that. But
Tell
she
her.
knows
Tell
that.
Dhamma to her. Dhamma.
Yeah.
yeah, it will be all right. I think we have come to the end of our
Yes.
session today.
Yeah,
Very
Thank you
much.
so
it's
much.
5-1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. There.
Thank
Everyone,
you,
seven.
Thank you very much.
See.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Champa. Everyone, seven. Worship Father.
Tedwan Saranai Dhamma friends. You're listening to the Buddothpado English PeoTV Dhamma channel, the YouTube channel. And this channel hosts various talks, including a discussion, I think mostly during the day, Sri Lankan time. I think but it goes on for about 12 to 15 hours. So this is just a talk for about 45 minutes, 30-45 minutes. We have various speakers speaking on various aspects of the Buddhist philosophy as explained by our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpado and Vahansa. And the difference in this Dhamma teachings is that this, though we call it the Buddhist philosophy, this is not something that is relegated to a religion as such, contrary to the usual way of thinking. We think Buddhism is a different religion. Christianity is a different religion, Islam is a different religion, and so on. The Buddha propounded the truth that he revealed more than 2,500 years ago is not something that is relegated to a religion as such. Back in the day, 2,500 years ago, when he found out the truth, when he discovered the truth about the cause of suffering and the reason for suffering, how suffering comes about, and the path to end suffering or cease suffering, that at that time there were no Buddhists, as you call it. There is no label, people didn't have labels like that. There were various people believing in various types of concepts, and to all those people, a society, a mixed society of people having various types of beliefs, engaging in various types of rituals, misconceptions. To those people only that the Buddha explained the truth. And having explained the truth, they realized that, the truth surpasses everything. The truth doesn't have beliefs. The truth doesn't have conceptions. And the truth is something that is universal, meaning that it resonates with everybody because of the fact that it is just the pure truth. The suffering is something that everyone experiences, isn't it? So if suffering is something everyone experiences, then there is a need that everyone has to bring an end to that suffering. Nobody wants to suffer. Nobody wants to be caught up in a misbelief or a misconception which they don't even know is the reason why there is suffering, why there is sorrow, why there's grief in this world, there's depression. All these things that people are suffering from is because of not understanding the truth. So the Buddha imparted the truth to everybody, and those who are fortunate enough in terms of awakening their spiritual intellect was able to really deeply understand how the mind works and then practically apply that in order to find salvation or cessation from suffering. So the uniqueness of Buddothpado and Vahansa's teachings is the application of that philosophy into day-to-day practice, the day-to-day lives and activities, because we can't think about the Dhamma as something separate, something that you listen to only in the temple or in the monastery, and that once you do that for, say, a couple of hours, you come back to your home, and then you get back into the family life, get back into your daily routine, get back into your chores, get back into your working life, and so on. There is no differentiation, because what we are talking about is and what the noble teacher found and imparted himself through his own lived experience is the workings of this mind. And the workings of the mind is the same and common to all beings. So the mind and the thought process and the way all these things work, the sensory perceptions that are received, how they become more and more valuable, significant, and how through making those perceptions real, believing them to be real, we suffer, are all things that cannot be just left at the temple, isn't it? Because wherever you go, the mind is there. They call it the monkey mind. They call it the monkey mind, but they call it also, like I think Ajahn Chah, if you have heard of or read any of his books, he has also, I think, mentioned it in one of his books about somebody wanting to, I think a person who was leading a domestic life had kept thinking that if I go to the monastery, if I go to the jungle, I won't have any of these things. It is because I'm leading a family life and all these troubles that I can't, find peace. And but then I think Ajahn Chah said, wherever you go, whether it is in the jungle or whether it is wherever you are, the mind is with you, isn't it? So by the mind is with you means the mind and the thoughts go along wherever you are. So that's a very basic way of saying that if one does not truly understand the process of how the mind works, no matter where you are, there is no solace, there is no peace. So, which is why the Dhamma or the philosophy, once one understands it, and that is absolutely core to finding solace through this philosophy and through understanding the truth, is that once you understand the fundamentals of this Buddhist philosophy, it has to be practically applied, because wherever you go, the sensory inputs are what is operating, and the reaction to those sensory inputs is the way the mind works. And if one understands that, to understand that as well, there must be first the understanding of the philosophy, and then how does this apply in daily practice? How does it apply in one's own life? Whether one is waking up in the morning, getting up to go to work, having a shower, having a conversation at the bus stop with a person, having a conversation over a coffee with a work colleague, whether you are sweeping in the garden, whether you are a housewife, whether you are a top CEO, whatever you are, wherever you are, this universal truth is working. And that is because of the sensory perceptions that are operating in each and every one of us. So understanding the senses, understanding how this world comes about, how does one interact with the world, is there a soul or a self here, and how does this self become so significant, how does this self become so magnified and become so important that everything is kind of likened, everything is considered in relation to the self, to the me or the I. How does this actually come about is very, very important to understand in order to get at the truth, get at that place where this whole thing is unraveling. So the world, as we call it, is actually a sensory output, and the self the concept of self, the I, the me, the my, which we have given so much of prominence in this day-to-day society, in this conventional world, the Buddha said is only a fallacy. How does that come about? Because if you think about a baby in the cot, the baby has no sense of sound, no recognition of sound, no recognition of light, no recognition of taste, smell, and touch. The senses are there. The baby has the eyes, the nose, the ears, the tongue, and the body, the 5 senses. And it is through these senses that we take on a sensory perception, and then those perceptions become real. So whilst the baby will have a reaction to the light, a reaction to the sound, because of those sense faculties, there is no recognition that sound is sound, no recognition that light is light, and so on. So the recognition comes only once the child progresses into about 2-3 years of age, matures, and then there is a learning process that happens. So initially the light or the vibration that happens in the ear, in the eye, gives rise to a spark. And that spark happening continuously at speed due to the speed of vibration gives the perception of what we call light. And that light continuously occurring because of the speed of vibration, which we call mental formations, sankhara, then gives the feeling that there is something called light. So the feeling that light generates, it's all created purely due to the speed of vibration. Not that it is there, but it is a manifestation. But nevertheless, that is what finally happens. So when we say eye consciousness, it is the feeling that light is there. It is the feeling, the same thing with the ear. The vibration in the ear gives rise to the sensation of sound. And that sensation is given a name, and that's the perception. And the perception is called sound. And the continuous occurrence of that vibration giving rise to the manifestation of sound is called the ear consciousness. So in this way, only these consciousnesses are created. It is not something that is out there, because if it was out there, all living beings should have the same perceptions, same sensory perceptions. But we know that that is not the case. For bats, for example, they would have different, they don't even see. They can't see during the daylight. They use radar-like vision. Dolphins use echolocation. Bees see in a different way to human beings, and so on. So from that you can gather that the sensor, depending on how the sensors position themselves in different beings, the output, the sensory experience, the sensory perception differs. So in the baby, these separate, the sensor faculties gives rise to various sensory perceptions, but the crucial thing is that they are disparate, meaning they are separate. In the output from the speedy vibration in the eye is light. The output from the speedy vibration in the ear is sound. And then from the tongue it's taste, from the nose it's smell, and from the body faculty it is touch. But these are all separate. They don't get joined together. They don't get combined together. But when the child reaches the age of 2-3 years of age, or we take a milestone like the Montessori time where actually a formal learning occurs, that is where when the teacher shows a picture and says this is a tree, when the teacher shows a picture and uses the word and pronounces the word, utters the word color red, that is the time the child or the way the mind works, the mind consciousness or the sixth sensor, the mind sensor, awakens. So then the visual, with the aid of the light faculty, the eye faculty, meaning the light perception, and the sound. When the teacher said the color red, showed the picture and said this is the color red, the sound gets associated, gets combined with the visual image. So the light vibration and the sound vibration then combine to form what we call the mind consciousness, which is, i.e., the thought. So it's not just those two are quite prominent, because most of the things that we know and feel and experience in this world has been given a name, isn't it? A label, a sound. So sound is quite crucial in that sense, but all the other sensor faculties are also recognized in that manner. So if we take an apple, for example, the teacher would show a picture of an apple, and he might even bring an actual apple to the classroom and get the child to touch the apple. And then he'll use the word sound, he'll utter the sound apple as well. So now what happens? There is a sound sensation, the light perception, and the child is given the apple to touch. So now the child touches the apple, feels the roundness of the apple, the smooth glossiness of the apple. So these are all taught one by one. The word smooth, what smooth feels like to the skin, to the fingers, and then what is round. The child has no sense of what round is, or what a square is, or what a rectangle is. That also has to be taught, isn't it? I mean, if you go back to your childhood, or if you have kids, you would understand that everything, every little thing has to be taught. Otherwise, the child has no idea, no perception about it whatsoever. There can be a basic hazy kind of image, but it crystallizes when it is actually taught. The features of something is taught and named, and then that becomes crystallized, and that is that mind consciousness. The combination of the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell coming together forms a new vibration called the mind consciousness, the thought. So it is that thought that finally we associate. Now it is no longer the light, now it is no longer the sound, now it is no longer the taste. When we say pineapple, we don't think about the light separately, we don't think about the sound pineapple separately. We think about the whole fruit and the experience of having that fruit, isn't it? But let's go back just one step, and I'll utter the word, let's say, rainbow. So now I just uttered the word rainbow. So you heard the sound rainbow. But what happened? Immediately in your mind, you are now envisioning a rainbow, isn't it? You can see the sky. You can see the rainbow in the sky, the various colors of the rainbow, and so on. So now what happened? I only uttered a sound from this end, but you envisioned a rainbow. The light perception immediately arose, isn't it? And where did it arise? You're not outside. You might be, it might be night wherever you are. You might be sitting in your lounge, and you can't even see the sky. Even if you see the sky, there may not be a rainbow there. So where are we envisioning this? We are envisioning it in the mind. So can you see that the word sound immediately brought the perception of the light consciousness? The light, and it wasn't light that you saw, it was actually the rainbow. With all the colors, with all the glory of it, with all the beauty of a rainbow, amidst the backdrop of the sky, is immediately coming up in your mind. So can you see that actually this whole thing is just something that is arising in the mind consciousness. Now, if you go out on a walk, say tomorrow morning or last morning or whatever, and you came across a dog being, walked by the owner, when you look at the image of the dog or the dog's image meets your eye, the word dog or poodle or whatever, it can either come as a dog or as the name of the breed, whatever it is, would immediately pop in your mind. Now, when the image is, the image arises, the sound arises. But now when I said the rainbow, the sound, when the sound is uttered, the pitch arises. Now when I said pineapple, the taste of the pineapple, you actually feel the taste of the pineapple. You actually can feel the outer crust, the hard crust of the pineapple. When it's cut open, you can envision the color of the pineapple, the yellowness of the pineapple, the juiciness of the pineapple, the slightly acidic taste of the pineapple, the sweet and acidic combination, and so on. Now, how did all that come about? And you now even actually think, oh, it's good if I can get hold of a pineapple. Maybe next time when I go to the market, I'll look for a pineapple. I haven't had a pineapple for a long time. So how did all these things come about? All giving rise to this entire thought brings about a complete sensory, it's a combination, isn't it? Of the touch, the taste, the smell, the light. At some point, can you see that you would have learned this? This didn't happen yesterday or today. This didn't happen 5 years ago. You keep going back to your childhood. At some point, either childhood or at whatever point, this has been taught to you that such and such a fruit is called a pineapple. If you go to some other country where you haven't even seen a fruit of that type in your own country, maybe even in your 20s when you were going backpacking, for example, when you went on a trip, you might have come across some different fruits that you haven't encountered in your childhood. And then for the first time, you'll know, this particular fruit is edible, this particular fruit has to be eaten in such a way, it's tasty, it's juicy, or it's sour, and so on. So to be able to understand that also, what do we use? The sensory output, the sense perceptions coming through the eye, the nose, the ear, the touch, the eye, and the body faculty. So can you see that every sensation that is arising, that is experienced by way of perceptions, is arising through the sensor faculties? And those perceptions arise only due to purely the speed of vibration. But contrary to common belief, the common belief is that these objects and objects, everything actually exists outside. Now here is the misnomer. This is the greatest betrayal, I would say, of the sensory perceptions which the Buddha found out, which our noble teacher has been so kind and compassionate to us, to fellow human beings, in being able to find it through his own research, through his own experimentation, and has been teaching and imparting this to us for the last 6 or so years. Because if you think about it, haven't we all been blind? Haven't we all taken this sensory experience that is occurring only in the mind as something that is existing outside? And this is again the way the mind works. This is called the phenomena of the mind, the chitta niyama. You might have heard of this word. That was mentioned in Sinhalese, but I think it's the same term in Pali, in the Pali canon. But it is the law of the mind, just like the weather, Just like, different types of phenomena, the mind also has a mechanism. And the way that mechanism works is these various sensory perceptions, that these disparate experiences are combined, and then it creates, because we give it a name, we give it a label, we give it a conventional name to that second vibration that occurs. The first cycle, the mind mechanism works in this this whole process works in 2 cycles. The first cycle is the disparate light vibration, the sound vibration, taste vibration, and so on. They don't mix, they don't mingle. But when something is taught, when something is learned, immediately these combine. And an object is being shown, and then the light object, the light vibration, the sound vibration, or whether it is a taste vibration and a smell vibration, whatever it is, gets combined. And then it creates a new vibration altogether. So that new vibration contains some or all the elements of those different sensory perceptions, different sensor vibrations. Which is why when we talked about the pineapple, it had the taste component in it, the light component in it. You experienced all that, didn't you? The light, the color of the pineapple, the texture of the pineapple, when you eat the pineapple, how it tastes, depending on whether you have experienced it or not. All these things come about. So your experience is a collective experience of that whole thing. And that is the mind perception. So this is this thought that we are now associating. But we are now associating something called a pineapple. We have given pineapple a weightage, pineapple a value. We like pineapple. So now by giving a conventional name to this new vibration, we have created something. We can't say we have created, so this is how this conventional world works. A name has been given to that combination of sensory output, and that has been called pineapple. And that in that same manner, consider, hasn't everything that we associate in this conventional world been given names in that same way? When you think of your mother, it is what? The color image, the image of the color image, whether she's fair complexioned, brown complexion, whether she has brown eyes, blue eyes, whether she's slightly, whether she's thin or slim, the feel of your mother, the touch of your mother, the kindness of her voice, the softness of her voice. All these things come to mind, isn't it? The combination of all that comprises of this thing called mother. And then when you think about the mother, all this telepathizes to this very moment, because remember, this is a vibration. And the vibration is always telepathizing to another vibration if it is of a similar frequency. So once that vibration has occurred at some point when the learning happened, when somebody taught you that that image is your mother, then from that point onwards, the association of that image with the word mother continuously happens. That sound with the image of the mother also happens, and then the touch of the mother is also combined there. The voice of the mother is also combined there, and so on, isn't it? So it is that combined experience that keeps telepathizing and telepathizing each time the word mother is mentioned. So now if we take that example of the rainbow, now if I say your mother, I am uttering only a sound. But immediately you will envision your mother. You don't envision only the sound, you envision the picture of your mother, the sound, your mother's voice, things that she did, the touch of your mother, you remember her holding you, and so on, isn't it? The warmth of your mother, everything comes around. So that is a combined sensory experience, and that is that thought. But that thought ultimately is only a vibration, a combined sensory experience. But we have given it the name mother, and it's not just a mother. Now it has been taught from your childhood days that this is your mother. So your mother has been resonating and resonating over and over again. Consistent association of your mother has made that magnify in value. And what are we actually doing here? The mechanics of the mind, now when it creates this whole combined experience, and then sound is given to it, this is your mother, the mind cannot come outside. The mind is entirely an internal experience. It's something that strings a lot of different vibrations together, that's all. But by giving it a name, and because an external object has been pointed to and has been shown, there is a betrayal. There is automatically a projection of that picture to the external world. So this is where this whole thing comes about, because the misbelief, the misconception happens there. The mind constructs something called a mother, but that is only purely a combination of the sensory experiences. There's nothing else there. We have strung a lot of sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell and called it mother. We have strung the sensation of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell and called it pineapple, called it the rainbow, called it a vehicle, called it our child, called it our daughter, next door neighbor's child, and so on. Can you see each of those have been given labels, but the label is only in the mind. It does not exist. But when it gets strung together and a label is given to it, immediately the way the mind mechanism works is there is a projection of that to the external world. And then there is a betrayal. There is a misbelief that that thing actually exists outside, whether it is an object or a person. Whether it is the rainbow, it exists outside, it's there in the sky. It happens when certain conditions are met. Then there is something called pineapple out there. You can buy it in the market, you can buy it in the grocery store, and so on. And there is something or somebody called mother outside. Father, children, friends, teachers, schoolroom, class, buses, vans, friends, society. Can you see how the world gets created? So this whole thing is what this Buddhist philosophy shines a light to. That this whole thing is just a process. It's a sensory output. And this combination of these creates a thought. And that thought is also it's just another vibration. And the common fallacy of thinking that one has a permanent mind is also not existent, not true. This whole concept of all these things come about in the mind, and the creation of various thought objects constitute this so-called external world. But is there such an external world? No, there isn't. It's just a projection of something that is getting constructed in the mind. But because of this wrong belief that these things are there, because of the mind projection, and that is how the entire world believes it is there. Unless one hears the pure truth, everyone is caught up in this big fantasy world. And so this world then exists. And if the world exists, if an object becomes true, then there has to be somebody experiencing the object as well, isn't it? So that is where the self gets formed. The I, the individual, and the whole concept of a person experiencing the world gets formed there. So the objects are formed at the point where there is a learning, where it is being taught, and the mind consciousness then occurs. The mind consciousness occurs, and then those thought objects are considered to be outside. All those objects constitute what we call the world, and then we get this feeling. A feeling arises because that consciousness, the word consciousness means that it gives rise to a feeling that these things exist. So an existent perception also then arises. And with that existent perception arises a self-perception, a self experiencing it, a self watching something, a self hearing something, smelling something, tasting something, and touching something. So a wrong sense of self actually gets created. But the self is not there if the object is not there, is it? Isn't the self coming about only because the object is there? Consider for a moment. How would one have any, how can the identity come about without actually there being something being considered to be real? And then what happens? Now the self starts becoming prominent, because just like the mother was shown and the father was shown and a name was given to it, and that is perception became more and more real. In your childhood, somebody took you in front of the mirror and said, there, that is you. You are Jack, you are John, you are Sarah, you are Anne, you are Annabelle, whatever it is. So the picture that was seen in the reflection that was seen in the mirror was said to be you. Now that, can you see, was also learnt. Until then, you had no idea that that was you. Now you believe. Again, what do you see in the mirror? Light perception, isn't it? Just an image. Now, is that any different to the other images that you saw? Somebody teaches you that this is something that is existing outside, that this is an image. And a name is given to it, a sound is associated with it. And then they might say this is your hand, they show this is the dress that you're wearing, and this is your body. And then they'll, even in school, they'll say name your different parts of your body. They'll say now raise your hand, this is what you call the hand, this is what you call the arm, this is what you call the leg. So each and every body part is also identified and named and labeled. Again, isn't all that just mind objects, stimuli? So the constant association of this. So now what happens? The I, the me, the self has also become a separate thing. So now it is I who is experiencing all this. It is I who sees my mother outside, I who sees my father outside. I am the one who's going to school. I am the one who has to take books to school. I am the one who likes to play ball with my friends. I am the one who likes to study history in school, and so on. And then so the constant association of this self-perception, it's not considered as a self-perception even, is it? The word perception even is coming about. I mean, we hear about the word perception in the English language, but that is not the same meaning that is attached in this way we try to understand the Buddhist philosophy. The perception here is just a sign given to a sensation that has come about through merely the speed of vibration. It is not true, it's just a manifestation because of the speed. The manifestation of light, the manifestation of sound is giving rise to an image which is a manifestation by itself. But for the purpose of conventional society, for the purpose of differentiating one object from the other, one person from the other, names and identities and labels have been given. But are they real, is the question. Aren't they all just a mind construct? So it is easy for you, if you want to take a couple of examples in your day-to-day life and just put it into practice and see anything that is around you. Example, if you see a curtain, how did you know that it was a curtain? All you can see is an image, isn't it? Somebody at some point taught you that this is what you call a curtain. If you see a window, again, the baby in the cot has no idea what a window is, has no idea what a glass is, has no idea what a rectangle is, has no idea what a transparency means. Everything that all the features that we now know of a window is completely unknown to the baby in the cot. Can you see the difference? But the baby also had eyes. The baby also had ears. Why hasn't it come together? And who or what brings that whole thing together? Isn't it at the point of learning or teaching that these perceptions, this basic light perception, basic sound perception comes together? There is a recognition, there is an identification. And the moment there is an identification of something and an object gets created, the self perception arises on this side. There is a split, a duality that occurs immediately when that learning occurs, and an object is taught, and then the object becomes real because the whole thing then crystallizes. Where nothing is there, the mind constructs it. And now there is this mind object. And then the mind object is projected outside. It's considered to be real. And if there is something outside, then surely there has to be somebody here, isn't it? Or so it goes. So the self-fallacy, the construct, the false belief goes. But the Buddha said, is there actually somebody there? Isn't this whole thing a construct? And isn't it because we have considered this construct to be real that we have attached value to it? And isn't it because of the constant association of this that it has magnified in value, that it has become so significant to us? Why is our child so significant to us? Why is our child so precious to us and not the next door child, not the child in the next village or in the other country or in the other country? It's the constant association, isn't it? It's the perception that this is my child, right? That same vibration is telepathizing over and over and over again, million, zillion times, right through. And it has, each time it telepathizes, it has grown in significance. And each time that object comes about, the self here is also connected to that, isn't it? So it's my child. And then if something happens, the entire world comes crashing down. The child falls ill, meets with a tragic accident, You can imagine the suffering on this side, isn't it? So what has happened? The object is holding the I, the wrong sense of self-belief, in a kind of a string, isn't it? If something happens to your job, if you lose your job overnight, suddenly again, immediately loss of income, loss of sense of identity, the identity that has been built around the job. This identity, the self, can you see, is built around each and every object that is being associated. Without the object, no self, no identity. It is the object that gives this wrong sense of identity. The object, what shall I say? The object almost kind of validates a sense of self or ego. Without the object, no self, no ego. So, was there actually a self here? No, there wasn't. It's a construct, because the object is also a construct. So the Buddha said a duality occurs in the mind of Pruthakjana, or the lay people, because of this split. Because the object has been taken to be real, the mind construct has been taken to be real, and when that object is there, then I am here experiencing it. That is the automatic conclusion that comes in everybody's mind when this whole thing is taught. And that is how this world evolves. This conventional world operates on that basis. So that's why each one, mothers say, this is my children, right? And then, somebody else says, these are my children. So for her, it's her children. For this mother, it's these children. The perceptions and the way this mother perceives her children are quite different from the way the other mother perceives those children, depending on how it is telepathizing. But fundamentally, the formula is the same. Constant association of a perception, considering the perception to be real, the object is projected outside, and objects, persons, people then constitute the world to this mother and that mother. And as long as those things are there, the mother exists. But is the mother in all contexts? No, it isn't. For the child, it is the mother. Then that same person is not the mother for her husband. For her husband, she is his wife. Then when she goes to work, she is just another work colleague, right? And when she goes to otherwise, she's just a citizen in the country. Or if she goes to some kind of social club, then she's a person acting like that. If she's a teacher in a classroom, then she acts in a particular way in the classroom. So what character is she? Is she the mother? Is she the wife? And the role that she plays in that kind of personality? Or is she the teacher? Is she the like civic-minded citizen? Which one is she? It's very easy to think about it, isn't it, that way also? We are all, as our noble teacher constantly tells us, these are all roles that are being played. It's an art. It's almost as if everything is being acted out. Depending on the circumstances, depending on the situation, the role is acted out. But where is the essence of it? If an identity was true, then it has to be true right through, right? Always, permanently. But it's not. It changes according to the object. It changes according to the circumstances. If it is changing constantly, based on an object. You can be very loving towards your child, and you can be completely, what shall I say, probably not care as much for something else. We can see there are, when you go to school also, sometimes certain parents are, very completely callous towards some other person's child. But when it comes to their child, they are like all very loving, all very caring. How did that happen? Is that person then the same person? So can you see the perception of the child has become so precious, so significant, so much of value that if anything happens to that child, that object immediately, the person identifying it has identified with it so much that that person's world gets immediately affected. When we say the person's world, it's the self itself, because the self there of that mother is only there until such time that child exists and the child is considered to be true. The beauty of this Dhamma is that when all this is understood, the significance and the value attached to all that starts diminishing. And the whole concept of this wrong self-view is thrown into the spotlight, and then one actually understands that this whole self is just a misconception because of taking mind objects to be true, not as if there were any real objects out there or a real world out there. The entire world is actually just a mind perception, nothing else. And if it is just a mind perception, then the self is only a self-perception, nothing else. Both are mind made up. And when both are mind made up, is there anything of substance there? No, there isn't. So the understanding of the Dhamma will then slowly start reducing the value that is given to these things. The association of these have to happen in our daily lives. That can't stop. What gets manifested to the sense faculties will still get manifested. Now, just because the baby experience light sensation, sound sensation, the adult will no longer experience those disparate sensory outputs. Because the teaching process has occurred and there is self-teaching after that. It's not just that I'm Montessori, then we've gone to school, there's tertiary education, then there's learning that happens through different ways, the environmental conditions, all these then have contributed to this experience, but all are essentially being experienced through the senses. That is something that cannot be forgotten. The Buddha said understanding the sensory experience is paramount, because this entire world gets created only through the senses alone. Understanding the senses will bring about salvation. Understanding the senses will make one realize that this entire thing is just a process occurring because of the phenomena of the mind due to ignorance. It is because of ignorance that one is unable to see the truth in the way things are. If one understands that there is no such thing as a mother, no such thing as an apple, no such thing as a pineapple, the rainbow, the mother, the father, the tree, the house, the mortgage, the family life, the children, all this conventional society, the conventional world has created these things, and we have been entrapped in the same thing all these years because of not understanding the truth, purely due to the ignorance. But once one understands how this mind mechanism works, we can then start slowly unraveling this entire reason for this suffering. Because each time an object person is taken to be true, the identity arises, isn't it? The self-perception arises. Because of that, the thing is true, that thing exists, and then you want to keep that thing. If it is of value, either way, negatively or positively, as long as that is there, you are there. That feeling of you being alive also comes about. Because why? Because it has been taken to be real. And what ultimately is the thing that keeps stringing one along? The wanting to feel alive. The sense of being, isn't it? And that sense of being is the thing that then drives this whole momentum that we call life. So it's important to understand that whole process. And gradually through the Dhamma, one is able to understand this lived experience. We still have to get about our daily lives, as I said before. Those things don't change. And for adults, our noble teacher says, once you make cheese, you can't turn it back into milk. So once that learning process has happened, the apple doesn't become something else. The apple doesn't revert back to the touch, or the apple doesn't revert back to the light only. Apple is an apple, pineapple is a pineapple, rainbow is a rainbow, mother and children, everybody is the same. But now the truth is known. The truth has been unraveled. And when the understanding is there that there was never any of these objects actually existent, it was just a mind projection. And the self and the wrong self-view has also come about through this whole phenomena, that there too was only a misconception. All the significance, the value, the sorrow, the depression, the emotional attachment to these things, the desire, the aversion, the ill will, the hatred, whatever feelings, whatever emotions that are being associated with these things, starts diminishing, starts falling away. Because are we going to continue to hold on to a construct? Because there is no person here to hold on to anything either. The person, the whole self-conception, the whole sense of self itself is a construct. So all start falling away. It's not easy. It doesn't happen overnight. It's with gradual application of the Dhamma and practically applying it to one's day-to-day life that one can slowly be able to reduce the defilements of desire, aversion, and so on. And so it's important to continue to understand and listen to the Dhamma. We'll stop the talk there today, Dhamma friends, but it's important to understand and continue to listen to the Dhamma, because these are only just very few aspects that have been explained in this last 1 hour. But gradually understanding it will bring that sense of calmness and peace, because it is actually the attachment that is bringing the stress, the worry, the heaviness of the thoughts are because of that emotional entanglement with a mind, with an object, with a person, with an experience that we have created also only through the mind. It's just that we don't know it. And when one actually understands that this whole concept of self that we have nurtured and believed to be true all our lives is also a misnomer. Well, I mean, is there anything more to be said beyond that? There's enough things to ponder about, isn't it? So we'll stop the talk there today, Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Sarna, everyone. Therwan Sarna, Pavitra Mehinwahansa. We can start the
Sorry,
discussion.
my mute. Okay, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Sarna.
Therwan Saranai, dear friends of Dharma, welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dharma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dharma Zoom talk. The Buddha said, Skandhanam Bhavo Ayatananam Patilabho Ayanachati Jhati. The Buddha said that the birth of the eye is the jhati. The eye is the ability to see. If we take the first mind of that newly born child as an example, when light comes to the eye, maybe the form of the mother at the same time making the sound as mom. Mom from externally, both the sound and the form, color are getting together and feel as one. This is the mind, Sita. That is why the Buddha told the birth of the eye is the birth. Skandhanam Bhava means the feelings, perceptions, auditions, contact, the thoughts are becoming together. Getting together, these five aggregate skandha is called the faculty, ayatana. It is the ayatana patilabho. The eye is the vision of mother. Then the form, the sound are the mother. The getting together of the color and sound and made us feel something there as mother. The consciousness, vijnana, is the feeling that there is some things and also the knowledge. Do we getting something from another? Where the feelings of something is there is also the formation, sankhara. Then, on the other hand, getting together sound and colors are formations. That becomes formations. Mother, it is also the consciousness. If it is considered a thing, it is ignorance, avijja. If there is a thing outside, then there should be a person. If there is a thing, then I am is also there. If there is a book, then the book is also an I. Without the book, there is no I, self exists. If there is the mother exists, then I am no exist. Also, if there is a mind there, then I am there. Here is form nimitta, is mother, which has been formed due to the mix of color and sounds. This is the consciousness as a result of name and form, nama rupa, paccaya vijnana. Therefore, this dependent origination, sampadaya, is ignorance causes formations, avijja paccaya sankhara. Formations cause consciousness, sankhara paccaya vijnana. Consciousness gives name and form, vijnana paccaya nama rupa. That is how the dependent origination is taking place. Ignorance is seen that there is a thing. The formation is the addition of names and forms getting together of sound and colors. It is also consciousness, the knowingness of the consciousness in ignorance. The eye is the ability to see. The mother in this example is also the same thing. When the addition of feeling, perceptions, etc. are taken as a thing, then it is the contact also. There are all mind objects. This talk isn't about the object coming into the mind at this moment. The task of the whole depend origin to investigate a single mind objects. This Dhamma is the timeless. This Dhamma is to see this moment. It is called momentless sampatti. Kshana sampatti seen this moment is the scene of nirvana. For that is that necessary to see the Dhamma, which is the scene of nothingness. This means there is nothing as such mother, instead seen as colors and sounds. Then there are no self in the colors and sounds. Seeing the Dhamma is seeing this truth. It is the Saddhamma, the realization. The realization of Dhamma is the realization of nature. That is way is called Dullabang Saddhamma Savana Dullabang Kshana Sampatti. It is seen in the mind of moment at this moment. Only this moment is exciting. The every moment there is a mind arise and passing away. Until there is breathing exist, the mind arise and passing away. The sparks and charge in the mind are taking place. The sparks colors in the five senses. The aggregation of spark of the five senses in the mind. In other words, the addition of sounds and form is the mind. Other than that, there is nothing in the mind anywhere. So, we always practicing day-to-day life in Dhamma. Sometimes we face many problems. We want the solution there. Then our Buddothpado guidance teacher always ready to clear our problems and to real path to Dhamma. So we always need our Kalyan Mitra, Buddothpado guidance, spiritual guidance teacher. Then we wait a moment, Buddothpado joining Tasan, Nirvan Saranai. Nirvan Saranai answer. Nirvan Saranai answer.
Yes, today let's starting the Dhamma, explaining Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. So okay, today we are explaining how is creating our mind. What is that dependent origination real? What is the truth? Is real. The real. The practical is happening. So we are that we are explaining this. So many of them their experience and they are explaining, but there's a real is you want experience. This is not a believing. This is not another religion. So this is true Dhamma. Every people want this. What is the truth in here? We don't know the truth. We are blind. So we first we know the truth. It's especially. Yeah, it's okay today. Our Dhamma friend is Rondima explaining something another part of this, another side of this dependent origination. How is this suffering is happening? How is this sadness is coming? How is this mind is creating? How is this world is existing, field is coming? How is the soul is coming? So we are talking about no one is here, nobody is here. So no being, no being, nothing existent. But it's not believe in it, not trust. So what is the truth? How we can experience it? What is the truth here? So okay, my Dhamma friends, Vandana, you can explain your experiences. Okay. Tevas Vandana.
Nirvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept my humble worship. We'll continue our Dhamma discussion today as well. First of all, I have to tell you that whatever the examples or the content and the Dhamma disclosures I'm referring in my speech is not arised originally from my wisdom. So actually, all the examples, whatever the content, Dhamma disclosures I'm referring in my speech is actually belong to Aryan Mahansa's wisdom. So if there is any incorrect or, lack of a knowledge of myself will be fixed by Aryan Mahansa then and there. So today we are planning to discuss a different topic. That is the Four Noble Truths of Sufferings. As we know, before 2600 years ago, Lord Buddha shows the way to stop the dissatisfaction and the suffering. So problem is, as we know, now with the false belief and the wrong view of this existence of individual being, that is the incorrect view of soul, all suffering come forwards. Because there must be a person to suffer. So we continue to believe existence of self, but we know that self, which is a Sambhuta Dharma. Actually, there is nothing called a self. So we continue to suffer due to that wrong view. So now we discussed during last couple of days that we know that our mind or whatever these thoughts or this soul, everything created in this moment. In this moment and disappear there itself. So the problem here is when our mind is in action, which we can't control, but suffering is also unavoidable. So when the mind is in action, we continue to suffer. So nobody can control the mind. Even you do concentration meditation, after sometimes you will realize the mind is not in your control. Right? So, but now as per our last few days discussion, we know mind is just a spark. It is a current that arises in this moment and then it disappears. When there are conditions, it arises. When there are no conditions, it ceases. So then what's the problem? Problem is, as long as the soul or the self is in existence, suffering follows you. Okay, because you think there is a source. But actually, existence of self is a false belief that we call Sakkaya Drushtiya or Sakkaya Ditthiya, or you call Atma Drushtiya. Right? So, we have to understand this wrong view of existence is also just another thought. So, thought means what? we know all thoughts are sounds and forms. There's nothing more than that. Everything, because it is a mind world we live that is completely sounds and forms. So this soul is also just another thought. So we go in samsara just because we cannot get rid of one thought. That we have to understand. So we are planning to discuss the Four Noble Truths today. So you know this Four Noble Truth is an important Buddha's teaching. Last few days we have been discussing the dependent and origination. Actually, all these Four Noble Truths, then the dependent and origination refers to one Dhamma. Right? So as and when your system takes things as real, automatically your self is created. So that is the Dhamma. So I think we discussed yesterday, it is the vibration. It is the speed of vibration is the cause. If you analyze in terms of the cause and effect, so all Dhamma is actually cause and effect. So then vibration is the cause and the effect is what? Sound and forms are the effect. And then what will happen? Cause is the sound and forms. And what is the effect? Effect is the soul. This is how soul is created. It's created in this moment and it disappears there itself. So Buddha had said that it is because we fail to understand the Four Noble Truths that we have continued to go round the cycles of birth and death or samsara. So as you know, elephant's footprint is larger compared to other animals. It is said as the footprint of every creature that walks on the earth could be included in the elephant's footprint, so does the Four Noble Truths hold the entire teaching of the Buddha. So in the very first sermon of Buddha, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, where Buddha delivered to the 5 ascetics at the deer park in Saranath, was the first time these Four Noble Truths were revealed to the world. So, what are the Four Noble Truths declared by Buddha? Actually, as indicated by Aryan Mahanse, Buddha has revealed this Arya Satya. We know they are Arya. That Arya means what? It is not the mundane world. So this Arya Satya, with the spiritual life, that is the Dhamma Chakshushe, spiritual life, that is wisdom or jnana. So that's very important, isn't it? Because this Dhamma Chakshushe means what? That is not the flesh eye. Dhamma Chakshushe means awakening of the spiritual life. That is a jnana or that is a wisdom to see through the illusion. So that is the ability to see through the illusion, because all sounds and forms, all external things, you get as an illusion. That is the mind consciousness. So Dhamma Chakshusha means ability to see through that illusion. Therefore, it will not become a thing for the one born in Arya Bhumi. So the Arya Satya or the Noble Truth are, the first one is the Noble Truth of suffering. That is Dukkha Arya Satya. Then Noble Truth of the cause of suffering. That is Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya. The third one is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. That is Dukkha Nirodha Arya Satya. Then fourth one is the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. That is Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya. So, even though we discuss these four noble truths separately, we need to realize that in Arya Bhumi, all will be realized in a one Arambhane. Arambhane means the object. Or what do you call Aramuna? That is in this moment. It will be realized together. So in the case of Paticcasamuppada, I think you can remember dependent and origination. Aryan Vahanse very correctly highlighted on the day we were discussing on it. I mean, even though we learned the 12 elements separately, all 12 elements will occur in one Arambhane. So Arambhane means, for example, the object, it can be any object. So maybe, for example, book, let's say. So in that Arambhane or in that object, all Paticcasamuppada will occur. So as we know, Lord Buddha realized these four noble truths at Gaya Shirsha. So basically what happened on that day was Buddha released from all three bhumi of, Kama bhumi. That is the Kama world, Rupa bhumi, Rupa world, and Arupa bhumi, that is the Arupa world. In same Arambhane. So that means what? It is not any outside world. All these three bhumi or three worlds are in mental world. So, as per Aryan Vahanse pointed out, what Lord Buddha revealed to the world is awareness of this moment, the occurrence and cessation of this moment. That is this Arambhane or Aramuna at this moment. So the release of all three bhumi of Kama bhumi, Rupa bhumi, Arupa bhumi will be realized in this moment or this Arambhane. That is important, isn't it? So Rupa bhumi means existence of a form. Arupa bhumi means formless existence. So we need to understand all the Kama bhumi, that is Kama world, then Rupa bhumi, Rupa world, and Arupa bhumi, Arupa world will occur in same Arambhane. So the moment you take the book as real, the moment you take the book as real, the value arise on the book is the Kama bhumi. That is the Kama world. And Rupa Sanya, or the perception of the form of the book, is the Rupa world, or you call Rupa bhumi. And the existent feel of the book, that is the Arupa bhumi, or the Arupa world. So my friend, I think it is a very important disclosure by Aryan Vahanse, so that everything occur in this moment. So one who see the reality of this moment is the one who has Dhamma Chakshusha and will enjoy liberation of mind. Right. Let's now discuss about the first noble truth of suffering, that is dukkha arya satya. So in the sutra we find Idam dukkha samudayang arya satchanti me bhikkhave pubbe ananustusesu dhammesu චක්කුං උදපාදි ඥානං උදපාදි පඤ්ඤා උදපාදි විජ්ජා උදපාදි ආලෝකෝ උදපාදි. So what is pubbe ananuttasesu dhammesu? That is very important, isn't it? What's that mean? That means this dhamma is something which was not heard before. I think this is very important. So this cannot be the same concentration meditation that was there even before the enlightenment of Lord Buddha. It cannot be that. This pubbe ananuttusesu dhammesu is something, that means something new dhamma. So what is this new dhamma? Actually, as Aryan Mahanse pointed out, this dhamma is the pure truth. That is darshana jnana. That is satya jnana. So if you look at Sabbasava Sutra, the first one is what? Darshana jnana. So that is that dhamma which was revealed by Lord Buddha. It is very difficult to write that dhamma in a book. That's why it is important for everyone to have the association of a noble friend. Because the noble friend is the one who will communicate that message to another person. Because it is very difficult. Right? So, and another important term here is chakkung udapadi. So that chakkung udapadi means what? Dhamma chakshushe. That is yata bhuta jnana, dosa jnana, darshana jnana. So that means this is the spiritual eye occur in the Arya Bhumi. So this is not the mundane world. I mean, you will not find it in the mundane world. Right. So now in the sutra, we find something more, regarding to that. But before moving on to it, let's try to, work around this. So we need to realize that even animals, animal also believe that outside is real. So people in the mundane world also believe in the same way. So there is no difference then between the animals and the people in the mundane world, because all think in the same way. So all think outside is real. But the problem is the moment you take that as real, your attachment, you can't avoid. So you can't leave them. But Buddha's path is what? Buddha's path is Majjhima Patipada. Majjhima Patipada means which is a Dhamma not falls into any of the extremes. So what are these extremes? Extremes of existing and non-existing beliefs. So what I am trying to highlight here is, it is not a belief that outside is exist. It is not a belief that outside does not exist. What do you mean? So the point what I am trying to say is, it is not a belief. It is a cause and effect. It is the mind world which created every moment and ceases at a fraction of second. So the mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. So everything form in this moment. That is the Buddha's way. It is not a belief of something. It is seeing how the world is formed in this moment and how it disappear in this moment. So the cause is the vibration, effect is the sound and forms. Cause is the sound and sounds and forms, and the effect is the soul. So we have to understand the Hetupala here. So when there are conditions, things will arise. When such condition ceases, things ceases. So Rupantiko also Rupa. So Rupa is formed due to vibrations. So we now know this world is created in mind. So this is the mind world. It is not the material world. So the moment when things are found outside, automatically self is created. So now we have that understanding. Now let's look at what is Dukkha Arya Satya means. Now as per Aryan Vahanse, this was the Arya Satya seen from Dhamma Chakshushe, or the spiritual eye in the Arya Bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. So Arya Bhumi or Arya state is what? It is Nisatto, Nijjivo, Sunyo. That is soullessness. So basically, Dukkha Arya Satya means not finding things. Not finding things due to wisdom or Dhamma Chakshushe or the spiritual eye or due to the Satya Jnana. For example, let's say if you take example of a book, so you will not find a book because it is only a name and form. So wisdom will find nothing for a given object, right? Wisdom will not find things. Now, if you look at a different sutra, that is Majjhe Sutra, when you find a thing means what? It automatically creates a duality, right? So we can understand duality will cause power or current to your system. That is plus and minus. Then what will happen? Craving occur, and then attachment arises and bhava occur. So as you can see, if there is a book, then there is origination of suffering. Then there is, what will happen? So the moment when you have a book, your desire, aversion, birth, decay, death, sorrow, lamentation, all come into play. That is jati, jara, vyadi, marana, apiyehi sampayogo, piyehi vipayogo, everything comes. But if you really analyze, any of the object occur in the system is just another object only for that system. If you analyze it from the system perspective, when there is no soul, for a system, every object is just another object only. But in the mundane world, every object become a thing due to ignorance. Look, you find various names for worldly things. Chairs, tables, mother, father, house, job. So all are names and forms, right? So all these separation was done by putting a sound and creating names and forms. So the moment when object or arambane become a thing, or when outside thing become real, all suffering started. So in the sutra we find Idanko pana bhikkave dukkang ariya saccang jatipi dukkha jarapi dukkha vyadipi dukkho maranampi dukkang apyehi sampayogo dukkho piyehi vippayogo dukkho yampincha nalabati tampi dukkang sankittena panchupadanaskandha dukkha. What do you mean? So finally, in a nutshell, it stated finally in a nutshell, the entire Pancha Upadanaskandha or the 5 aggregates of clinging, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, is suffering. So that is the suffering. So that means we can understand all Jati, Jara, Vyadi, Marana, all suffering is included under 5 aggregates of clinging. For example, book is formed by Pancha Upadanaskandha. So Sankittena Pancha Upadanaskandha dukkha. So all thoughts, because you find everything as a thought in your system, no? So all thoughts are suffering. So as Aryan Mahanse explained, Skandhanam patubhavo ayatanam patilavo. So birth of the eye is the birth of the book. So when you find things, it will lead to all jati, jara, vyadi, marana. Because when you find things, ajosaya tittati. That means the attachment or clinging will occur. So that will lead to bhava, occur in arambane. That is the feeling of becoming. Basically, birth occur at arambane and death also occur at the same arambane. So this is what's happening. So, but one in Arya Bhumi, as per the noble truth of suffering, not find things due to wisdom or satya jnana or due to darshana jnana. Then the second noble truth is the cause of suffering. That is dukkha samudaya arya satya. So in the sutra it is mentioned tanko panidang dukkha samudayang ariya saccang paha tabbanti me bhikkave tubbe ananussasesu dhammesu chakkung udapadi jnanang udapadi panya udapadi vinya udapadi aloko udapadi. So what is the meaning there? This is the second noble truth. This was the dukkha samudaya arya satya seen from dhamma chakshushe. That is spiritual eye in the Arya Bhumi. Back again, this is also not seen to the mundane world. So Arya Bhumi or Arya state is Nisatto, Nisjivo, Shunyo, no soul. So Arya Bhumi will not find any Brahma, Deva or human. Because you will not find Arya Bhumi in those lands. In Deva land or human land or Brahma land. Because all those are Mithya Bhumi, land of wrong view. Arya Bhumi is different. Arya Bhumi is in the right view, that is Sammaditthi. So, what is the dukkha samudaya arya satya? So, dukkha samudaya arya satya means you know that not finding things due to wisdom will cause detachment from the book. So, what is this detachment? So, there is no attachment. Attachment will not occur. Clinging will not occur. Because moment you cling only, bhava occur. So, wisdom will find nothing for a given object. So, no attachment or delight or existence occur. So, that is the meaning of that satya, Arya Satya. So, as we discussed earlier, you are really experiencing the mind world. So, the mind is created at this moment when the condition present. So, due to your ignorance, your system naturally takes outside as real. So, that moment craving arises. Greed, desire, all comes. You can't control. So, the attachment occurs. This is the problem. The moment you take things as real in the system, this is what happening. You are really come to a very uncontrollable stage. So, what is samudaya? So, we need to understand samudaya means any aramunu, any arambane, any stimuli that we create from our six senses is called samudaya. Suppose we receive an image of a book and we believe that it truly exists outside. It is called samudaya because we believe that the book truly exists outside. So we are actually tricking ourselves, right? It is our ignorance of the pure truth. That is avidya. That is the land of ignorance. Because that ignorance makes us believe in the outside. So samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance. And you believe that the book truly exists outside. So if you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. Both is possible. Either you attach or you dislike to it. So it can make you happy or it can make you sad. So what we need to understand is all thoughts generated in the land of ignorance are of lobha, dvesha, moha. Either it has a desire, ill will, delusion. So your craving to the book arises, attachment will lead to bhava in each arambane. So all suffering of birth occur in each arambane in the land of ignorance. So in the sutra we find idang kopana bhikkave dukkha samudayang arya satchan yayang tanha pono bhavika nandiraga sahagata tatta tatrabi nandini seyyati idang kamatanha bhavatanha vibhavatanha. So we know already there are three types of craving. So craving for sensual pleasure, that is kama tanha. Craving for continued existence, that is will to live. You have a will to live. That is bhava tanha. Then craving for non-existence, that is vibhava tanha. So craving is the burning energy of unrealistic soul. It is a burning. It is a fire. So naturally craving occur for sense pleasures in the land of ignorance, so in the avidya bhumi. So we have to understand in Arya bhumi, as per the second noble truth, in the Arya bhumi will not find anything for attachment. Will not find anything for attachment. So that is dukkha samudaya arya satya. So wisdom will not find anything. Wisdom will find nothing, in other words. Now let's look at the third noble truth. That is the cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha arya satya. So in the sutra it is mentioned, Tanko panidan dukkha samudayang arya saccang pahinanti me bhikkave pubbe ananuttusesu dhammesu chakkung udapadi jnanang udapadi panya udapadi vijja udapadi aloko udapadi. So this arya satya also you need to understand seen from the spiritual eye. That is Dhamma Chakshushe in the Arya Bhumi. It is not because these all are Arya Satya. You need to understand Arya Satya. So Arya Satya is seen in the Arya Bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. Because seeing means Dhamma Chakshushe, you have to understand it is not a syllabus. Or it is not another, kind of a theory. So you can't just read it and you can't, reading won't do anything. So this is something you must realize in and out, and that is the Yatha Bhuta Jnana, or you need to have the Dhamma Chakshushe. Then only you will able to realize the complete truth out of the Four Noble Truth. How can you realize one particular truth if you are still in the land of ignorance? If you still feel the outside is real, then we say maybe it's your theoretical knowledge, or you have only the syllabus knowledge. So clearly this statement says Dhammesu chakkung udapadi. Pubbe ananussasesu Dhammesu. This was not there before. And chakkung udapadi means what? That spiritual eye you will see only in Arya Bhumi. So Arya Bhumi or Arya state means what? No soul. Nisatto nisjivo shunyo. So in the same sutra it is mentioned, Idanko pana bhikkave dukkha nirodhang arya saccang yotassa eva tanhaya asesa viraga nirodho chago patinissaggo mutti analayo. So actually I will point it out how Aryan Vahanse explain all this. Here it is very important, these terms. This asesa viraga nirodho patinissagganupassī mutti analayo. So what is the meaning? The meaning is the noble truth of cessation of suffering. Right? That is the third noble truth. The dukkha nirodha arya satya means a complete relief, or the complete release from the object will occur, so that there is no residual of any attachment. So therefore there is no reason for bhava. No reason for bhava in the arambhana object. Feeling of becoming will not occur because there is a complete relief or release from the object. For example, if we take the example of a book, that is the object. So there is a complete release from the book. So there is no residual of attachment and there is no reason for bhava or becoming to occur. So this asesa viraga nirodho means what? Asesa viraga nirodho means, as Aryan Vahanse explained, no residual of attachment to the book. Therefore, you will not be born in the object. So there is no residual to born even in the same book again. Asesa viraga nirodho. And then patinissagganupassi. So the patinissagganupassi is important, no? Because when you say patinissagganupassi, it is mundane world is in the anusote. But Arya is born and then he is in the patisote. So patinissagganupassi means there is no possibility for attachment to occur in patinissagganupassi nature. So will not create bhava again. There is no reason to create again. Because there will not be things to create bhava. So because Arya Bhumi will not find things. So what is Mutti Analayo? Mutti Analayo means no pamper or no entertainment arise. Because there are no things to entertain or pamper. There are no things. So this is the noble truth of cessation of suffering. This is the dukkha nirodha arya satya. Right? So we can understand it is the satya jnana which causes patinissagganupassi. So anusote we can see in the mundane world. But patisote we can see in the Arya world, Arya land. Because in Arya land, all the objects are seen by Yathabhuta Jnana. Therefore, complete Yathabhuta Jnana means Satya Jnana. Or what do you call Udevaya Jnana, Darshana Jnana. Therefore, complete relief or release from the object occurs. Right? So there is no cause for bhava in that Arambane. Basically, things are not found and soul also not created in this moment, in this Arambane. So everything formed in this moment. So there I think you know itirupang samudayo and itirupang attagamancha. So iti rupang samudayo means how this form is originated. Then one who sees the origination of the form, he sees the cessation of the form as well. That is iti rupang attagamancha. So there is no reason to attach for a particular thing because that system will not find things. Right. Now we'll discuss the fourth noble truth. That is the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. That is dukkha nirodha gamini patipada arya satya. Tanko panidan dukkha nirodhan arya satchan sachika tabbanti me bhikkhave pubbe ananuttusesu dhammesu චක්කුං උදපාදි ඥානං උදපාදි පඤ්ඤා උදපාදි විජ්ජා උදපාදි ආලෝකෝ උදපාදි. So back again, this is the dukkha nirodha gamini patipada arya satya seen from the dhamma chakshushe or the spiritual eye in the Arya Bhumi. It is not seen to the mundane world. Arya Bhumi is nisatto nisjivo shunyo. So dukkha nirodhagamini patipada arya satya, what happens here is automatically one who knows the truth, one who has the yathabhuta jnana, automatically he will be developing or progressing for the complete realization of Noble Eightfold Path. That is the Arya Ashtangika Margaya. So there will not be a doing function by someone. Because there is no soul anyway. And we need to understand Buddha's path, there is no doing. It is the path of wisdom. It is the path of jnana. It is the path of jnana. Jnana is not a person. So there is, you can't say, I will do. I am doing samma vacha. I am doing samma kammanta. So if you are telling in that way, I think it is a wrong side of the teaching. How come I is available? Because in this Dhamma, this is Anatma Dhamma. How can you forcefully restrain yourself of not doing something? I mean, there is no soul, that means still you are in the ignorance world. But in this Dhamma, it's very clear, Anatma Dhamma, there is no soul. So this is the understanding, that you understand the mind formation process. So the moment you understand this is a system, and you will be in Patinissagganupassi, and then it is not a path of doing, it is actually path on jnana. It is a path of the wisdom. So basically, this jnana, is happening within you with your spiritual progression. Actually, this is the opening of wisdom or awakening of the spiritual eye. That is the Dhamma Chakshushe. So, but if you say you are doing, that means what? If you are doing means you use thoughts for doing. So there is an intentional doing. You are using thoughts. But here, remember, Nibbana path, if you analyze, there will be an automatic internal transformation will occur. That one has to experience. That's why we say this is practical Dhamma. This is practical Dhamma, because one will experience when that person study the mind formation and understand this Sambhuta Dharma and understand its all vibration. Once he understands the science, he realizes there is no soul. The soul itself is also another vibration. So it's all sounds and forms, just another thought. When you think, it is another thought. So for that person, definitely, that due to that Satya Jnana, he will have the Krutya Jnana and Krutak Jnana as well. So it will happen. So in the sutra, it is mentioned, Idankopana bhikkave dukkha nirodhagamini patipada arya satchang ayameva aryo attangiko maggo seyatitang samma ditti samma sankappo samma vacha samma kammanto samma ajivo samma vayamo samma sati samma samadhi. So one in Marga or one in the path to Nibbana will experience the automatically, developing the Noble Eightfold Path, Arya Ashtanga Marga. So that is Samma Ditti means right understanding. Samma Sankappa, right thought. Samma Vacha, right speech. Samma kammanta, right action. Samma ajiva, right livelihood. Samma vayama, right effort. Samma sati, right mindfulness. Samma samadhi, right concentration. So that will happen. We say that will happen. That will realize. You know, what is this Samma? We can see the word Samma followed by each and every one. Samma, Samma, Samma. So why it is Samma? So we need to understand all noble eightfold path can be realized in Arya Bhumi who has Darshana Jnana or Satya Jnana. And you need to understand, even though back again, even though we discuss these eightfold paths separately one after the other, actually it is not the case. All eightfold path will be realized in one Arambhana. So I think now you can understand. Now you can understand because the one in Satya Jnana, or one who is in Arya Bhumi, will not find things so that his action, his words, his livelihood, it's all effort and because he has the right vision. So he will not be, born in that Arambhana object. So automatically he will be relieved. He is peaceful in his word, in his action, in his thoughts, complete relief he will experience. Actually, the final stage of Samma Samadhi is the Animitta Shunyata Samadhi. So as Aryan Vahanse explained, that's Animitta Shunyata Samadhi. That is, worldly perceptions, that is Loka Sanya will not be formed. No nimitti. It is Animitta. So any of the object will not become a thing. So automatically, that Arya person is free from every object. Complete relief. No nimitti. Animitta. So I think we did a fairly some discussion on the Four Noble Truths. But we need to understand all Four Noble Truths will be realized in the same mind object. That is, same Arambhana, same, object. So one in Arya Bhumi, that happens. Automatically, this Four Noble Truth is realized to him the moment he contact with anything. So actually today we do not have time, but this noble truth go with three processes of wisdom. That is, we have heard Dvadasakaran Tiparivattam. So that Satya, Krutya, Kruta, that Tiparivatta. That is the wisdom of truth and action and wisdom of completion. So that of course we can discuss maybe tomorrow. So I think this is enough for today's session. So we'll invite our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse to add any comments. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Theruvan Saranai, that explaining is my feel is a theory.
Yes.
What's the practical side?
Yeah.
Practical side is non-existent. Non-existent is the Samma Samadhi. What is the Samma Samadhi? Is right vision is non-existent. Non-existent. Non-existent is I think it's the wave vibration. Otherwise, we are talking. That's a quantum theory. So everything is a nature. There's a alive field is a power, like electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power we are talking. How is creating this mind power? That one is. What's for noble truth? Well, how is suffering is coming? Suffering is something existent, no? That's a field of alive. That's a mind power, energy. So that's a field. That's a current. These six senses are creating. That's a current is coming. That's the alive field. That's the existent otherwise field. So it is senses are creating. That's a waves. Waves are so vibrations, no, sparking. This light and sound and the other sensoring, that smell, taste, and skin sensor. Every sutras there is what's that sutra's meaning is there's six senses. Six senses are creating. That's what we are explaining. Sutra there's the Nikaya third one and Santa Nikaya fourth one. What is this 40 sutras we are explaining? Every sutra senses creations. Senses creations is what is the effort is the suffering. That's the for noble truth. Sense creations. This sense creation is that no one is here. Nobody is here. Who is the suffering? Someone understood this one. Right vision. What is the right vision? What's the true Dhamma? What is the real dependent origination? That is why you be careful explaining, because where's the targeting? It's okay. So theory is a theory. Practical, we want theory. There's a message. What's the practical? We want to compare and we want experience. No? What is our experience? Our experience is our sounds and forms and this smell and this taste and skin. That's hot and cool. That's the world. Is six sense of the creating world is. How is coming suffering? Suffering is coming. The alive feel is here. Someone is here. That's the feel is soul. Nobody is here. Who is the suffering? No one is the suffering. Oh, it's a simple. Yeah, for noble truth also simple. That's a dependent origination included this for noble truth and the that's a eightfold path. It's the same. Everything is one Dhamma. What is that one Dhamma? Is non-existent. Existent is the lay people's going misunderstood. That's the misconceptions. That's illusions. So what is the real one is? What is the truth is? Non-existent. There's no one is here. No being, no living being, nothing exists. That's how is coming that. That's the vibrations. Sense creation is how is happening. This is the what to be a compare. That's a what to be that's a. I think it's want to be think. Realize. Special. What is suffering? What's the origin of suffering? Origin is how is it creating these senses. Our senses are creating, that's the coming attachment. That's the origin. That's an Nandi. Existence is something there. Chair or table or mother or father or son or moon or anything. That's a thoughts, not a real. Thought is not a real. That's the origin. Someone understood that. Crave is not coming. No, nothing value is coming. Anything. That's one is the that's a tranquility we are talking about. That's a peaceful mind is coming because nothing anywhere. That's why everything is a thought. That's a sparking. The senses are creation. It's a light also, sound also, light and sound. What is that? Sound and forms together. That's a thought. So charitable, everything is. It's a mind, mindful world. We are living our mind, not outside. Let people thinking outside. They are living. They are thinking the body is him. But someone understood this Dharma. Body is not you. It's your mind. You are thinking, I am living. What is that living? Living is the feel. Feel is existent feel. That's the life feel. So your breathing is ending. That's your death. No. So senses are not working. So there's no any feel. That is why body is not you. That's the origin of sufferings. That's not crave is coming. Not attachment or disattachment. So because it's nothingness there. So that's a cessation. Way to the cessation is someone understood this after every moment, every thought is not existent. That's the way to the cessation. Cessation is happening because nothingness is there. That's a Nibbana. That's the Four Noble Truth. It's a practical side. So all of this Buddha's explanations, one pointed, that one is non-existent. Everything is sensory. Senses are creations. Everything is a thoughts. It's not real. That's, I think, realize what to be practical side. That's the experience side. So we are reading books, but we want to be careful because there's a theories. Practical, you have experience. That one is the specialty. That's a senses. That's a senses. Nobody is here. Normally is you are working. Normally is your day-to-day activities is going, but no incoming pain. That is very worth. Not incoming pain, no incoming any vibrations, any stimulus. It is very worth. That's the tranquility there. That's the Nibbana. That's no one is here. Why are you? No worry or no anything. It's okay. No suffering, no sadness, no anything is okay. No. Who is here? Nobody is here. That is why. It's okay. That's the Nibbana path. So say every Dhamma is there. One Dhamma is here. So the pointed one is non-existent. It's vibrations there. We are talking vibrations, but not a vibration is not a suitable word. A word is that waves, sparking, sensors are creations. It is good. I think someone can realize this. You can experience it. Yes, it is very good. Okay, everybody. And tomorrow we can explain again. Oh, this one is how is the practical side. It is very worth everybody. So you can realize this. So people sometimes inside they have problems. Where's that problems? It's mind. That is the case. So some people, so Europeans especially have depressions. So because they are thinking they are dead. But death is only the thought. It's not easy to understand. We won't do that. Yeah, explain. The real, this present moment, only the moment. This present moment only we are living, but it is not the truth. It's not a real. It's illusion. That's something. Every moment is this present moment, and only you are living. No, the one thought is here. You are understood. That is the Dhamma. One thought you won't understand. That is the Dhamma. That's the true Dhamma. You won't awaken this present moment. That is the Nibbana. Nothing necessary. Non-existence. You don't understand. There's a sensor. Six sensor. One sensor is creating every time. That one is the thought. That one is the present moment. You are living only to this moment. It is not a true. That's the true Dhamma. Awaken to the moment. Okay, that's nothingness. That's your headache is going. Your pain is going. Your what you are thinking is not real. That's the tranquility is there. Calm and cool. Nobody is here. Who is worrying? Who is suffering? Who is coming sadness? No one is here. No. System is working. Senses are working. It's not you. That is special. Yeah. It's okay. Okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. Yeah, True Dhamma is the best. True Dhamma is the you want. It is this word. I think it's a very word today because everywhere is burning. No, war is everywhere. So Israel is there. We are talking yesterday. Yeah, that's a. What is the time? We can't tell. Something happened. More people are dying because someone mind coming. No, anger. How is anger coming? That's thoughts. That thought is not real. Someone understood this war, this whole world, everybody, people in calm and cool, settle down. It's okay. Dhamma friends, you can understand this very word, I think. My friend Randima also tried to explain that's a Four Noble Truth, but it's a more part is going that theory, but I know you can understand this, you know this. It's okay. I think you won't realize. Actually, that's a practical side is very worth. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, everybody, Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan
Therwan
Saranai.
saranai Aryan Hanse.
Yes.
Welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. And until Narayana's journey class, we discuss about Dhamma. The Buddha has preached in the Sambodhi Sutra, monks in the land of Brahmas, Devas, Maras, and humans are never said that attained Buddhahood without realizing the truth. It does mean that the land of Brahmas, Devas, Maras, and humans is the land of the wrong view. This can be seen through the wisdom the Buddha said. In the above land, in ignorance, the Buddha attained the Buddhahood means the above land of Brahma, Devas, etc. It's an unreal misconception. These all words are getting formulated within the vision, the T, in the mind. You think that the dog is in the animal world. When rubbing the dog's head, you say that the dog is in the animal world and you are in the human world. These words are not existing anywhere. They are being formulated right here at this moment in our minds. Now you can see the Brahma Devas, Maras, humans and animals all in our minds, all existed in our thought. That is why it is said Sankapparago Parisasakamo, feeling from the word of volitional hormones, Sankara, and the word of conceptions. In the wisdom of actions, Buddhajnana is completed. Then the wisdom of completion, Buddhajnana, arises. It is the end of result of the path. Therefore, to attain the vision, one has to follow the dual correct path, Anupubba Tikka. There are the wisdom of truth, Satyajnana, wisdom of action, Krutyajnana, and wisdom of completion, Krutyajnana. It is called Dvadasakara Tiparivatta, Four Noble Truth in 3 rounds. If there is a thing, it is the origin of suffering, and it is the suffering as well. It is saying that there is nothing. It is the essence of suffering and seeing there is nothing. It is the path of cessation. These Four Noble Truths work with 3 processes of the wisdom of truth, actions and completion. These details are in the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. Only the summary is there. There is no process for how to do the practice. That is where we have to find out the process. When the sutta was fetched to the 5 ancestors, they were able to understand it up to some levels. As they were ascetics, they had been practicing this, and that knowledge had helped them to understand this Dhamma. Especially the ascetics Kondanya realized this Dhamma and become the first thermal imprint, Sotapanna. But the realization of this Dhamma is not an easy task. This is the supreme truth. When this Dhamma is realized, everything becomes nothing. Things are turned into this, resulting in the disappearance of names of forms, Nama Rupa. What happens here is the dissolution of names and forms completely. As a result, the consciousness jnana is getting invisible, anidasana. Even after the consciousness jnana becomes not visible, anidasana, it can be seen, heard and touched as before, but the contact passes is not taking place. This means that even things it is seen, heard, thought, and felt like before, feeling lapsed within that, but there is no value for anything. This leads to a wonderful freedom within. This is the result of diluted, exciting desire, Chandaraga, diminished tents, Ashrava, and defilement, Klesha. Tanhakyo Nibbano, the one who sees this truth, the desire is getting diluted, and it is the Nirvana. The Buddha has said that this was the one and only path, Nirvana. Ekaino Maggo Yambikave Dittincha Anupagamma Silava Dastanina Sampanno. ආමේසුනේයගේ දන්න ජාතු ගබ්බසෙයම් පුනරේතිති. There is no birth again. This is the last existence, Baba. Okay, like this, our friend, when we are practicing our day-to-day life or in the Dhamma, we always face the many questions and many. I want to get a solution that problem. So our Buddothpado, our spiritual Dhammaguidance teacher, always ready to explain the correct path to us. Then Arinhanse during this moment, Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Yes. These days we are explaining dependent origination very well, I think. However, these explanations, this is not a regular, this is not a book explaining. This is a practical explaining. So Buddothpado Dhamma discourses is especially the practical side. What is the truth? This present era. That's especially what is the really is happening one is what is the real dependent origination. What is the practical is how is practically what is the happening one. So it is very worth this era because many periods we are realizing all of them and finding that what is the truth, what is the Buddha's correct one is dependent origination. So long period struggling all of them, whole world, Nibbana path is going, struggling, they are searching what is the real dependent origination. So many people experiment is doing, concentration meditation is doing and trying, what is happening. So everybody know this. So someone try to become a Nibbana, ending this suffering. He have this experience. He know it's not happening. So books there. We can read the books. We can get the knowledge. But it is the truth. It's okay. Somewhere how something secret is. Why is not happening? We know this. We have knowledge. We try to. Practical is doing, not experience is coming. Defilement is normally is here. Defilement not fading. So defilement is not fading. It cannot be a real one dependent origination. But this is not a dependent origination error. This is our understanding error. What is the real one we want? That is why we want a experience. That is why we want experiment doing. We want to go and realize, and practically we won't do the practical. Try, yes, try and try. One day you can win. That is why many periods, 30 years I did that concentration meditation, but not happening. there's a different origination that not happen in the defilement suffering. So concentration meditation is not. It's not that one is okay. Concentration meditation, someone doing that's is happening. The samadhi is coming. That's a first stage is okay. Pratama dhyana. The Buddha's word is second stage. Devani dhyana. Third stage. Tungani dhyana. Fourth stage. Hatarani dhyana. Is a nothingness stage is coming. The fourth stage is after coming. You can experience it, but it's not ending the suffering. It's not ending the klesha or desha. It's not ending the craving. It's not ending the defilement. It is not the path. So you know that Buddha's time, 5 teachers also doing that. That's a Siddhartha Tapasa is doing that, but not happening. It's okay. It's a concentration meditation is going that it's a samadhi stages. No problem is there. Samadhi is okay. It's not inside meditation. It's not, your egoistic is not going. Yeah, that is the case. So long period, I have that experience 30 years. But it's not, the samadhi also there. Yeah, you can experience it. Nothingness stage is coming. But nothingness stage is coming, but nothingness stage how? Well, I feel. Soul is there, not ending. That is the case. That is a whole world, everywhere, is what is people are doing. People are doing concentration meditation. Yeah. Australia, Myanmar, Thailand, so everywhere, India, Sri Lanka, and America, UK, everywhere. What is Buddha's Red Cross sitting is, that's a art. It's concentration meditation, yeah. So that is why people think that one is the path, but it is not the path. You can realize this. You try. You can. You can get this experience. It is not the Buddha's real dependent origination path. It's not the inside meditation. Inside meditation is the other one, understanding one. How is this mind is creating? That's how is your alive feel is coming? How is this soul is coming? You won't understand. Someone understood how this mind is not real. These thoughts are not real. These are illusions. That is the way. Non-soul Dhamma. That is the way ending the suffering. Because suffering someone have, sadness someone have, they want to be someone. Someone there, no, that's a experience. Want to be happen, somebody is want to be there. But you know, someone understood this dependent origination, no one is here. That's a natural phenomenon. There's a nature like that. That's a nothingness, real one. The soul is going, fading and going. Egoistic is fading, going, disappearing. That's the tranquility is coming. This path is the inside meditation. It's understanding one. not a concentration meditation. In concentration meditation, people talking enlightenment. Here they are talking there's a universe connecting that energy. They are thinking they are in the universe same level. But it is wrong. It is not truth. That is not the Buddha's words. Enlightenment is not a Buddha's word, it's a Hindu's words. That is the misunderstanding. Concentration meditation path is going there. Hindu's path. Universe. So connecting the energy. So it is not the Buddha's path. Enlightenment is not a Buddha's word. That is why we explaining, understand after different origination, how is this mind is creating, how is alive feel is coming, how is this soul is coming. The nothingness here. No being, no living being, nothing exists. This is the way. This everything is your mind, everything is your thoughts, not real. That's the correct way. Understanding one. After you know what is the illusion. What is the illusion is? This mind consciousness is given you to this world. It's not real. It's sound and forms together. That's consciousness is creating this. These senses are ear, eye, nose, tongue, skin. These five senses are creating. That's the world is creating. It's the sensoring. It's the sounds and forms. What is this? That's a together combining. That's the thoughts creating. This thoughtful world is only the sound and forms and other sensoring. Nothing else here. So this, how is creating this energy? What is that power? Is alive feel. That alive feel is coming this creation. Someone understood this creation, this process. That's alive feel is the energy. That one is the fading and disappearing. That's the craving. It's disappearing. That's the defilement fading. It's your soul, alive feel is disappearing. This is the only the one path, not another way. Only the one way to Nibbana is explained in the Buddha. You can experience it. It's not a believing. This mind, how is creating, how is happening this defilements. Defilements are fading. That's the Nibbana. No one is here. Nobody is here. Nothing connecting universe, any energy or anything. Energy is over. Energy is over. No energy is here. That is the super awaken. Buddha explained. Super awaken is awaken to the moment. This present moment is the only the you are living. But that one is living is your thought. That present moment thought is not the real. You understand after you not exist and feel is coming. So that's the I feel is disappearing. That's a craving, disappearing, fading. That's a defilement of fading. So same happening. One time, this present moment, only the time, only this present moment. What is the future? Is the present moment only the thought? What is the history? Remembering something? That's a present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought is not real. Someone understood this present moment thought, how is happening? That's the Yatha Bhutam Pajanati. That's the Buddhist word. That's the Nibbana way. Yoniso Manasikaran Yathabhutam Pachana. That's the way to Nibbana. One way is not another. Ekaina Maggo Ambika is the Buddha's word. One way is to Nibbana, no another way. So this is the dependent origination, creation. No one is death or no one is birth. This is only your thoughts are creating. Every moment, every second is creating these thoughts. Thoughts are not real. That's the way to Rimpa. I think, my friends, the Buddothpado Dhamma discourses following and understanding, that's the Dhamma friends. Okay, today explaining you, I think join everything, everybody's another guy, yeah. So many guys here to explain this, because there's an experience, that is why the very word, not a book reading, this is the experience. So these guys understand and they have practical experience. They know what happened here. That is why they are explaining what's their experience. It's okay. Andima is today ready to explain you to how is this way is her experience. It's okay.
Peruan
Andima,
sir, please accept my humble worship, Aryan Hansa. Peruan Saranai, everyone. Today also, through this Zoom, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. The message we received through our spiritual guidance teacher just now spoke, our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, who have experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. Actually, it is the story of how you get rid of your old sorrows as well. So this is a very important discussion. And also I like to emphasize that in my speech, I mean, whatever the examples or the content I'm raising, which was not originally, formed in my, knowledge or wisdom, that was really, it is the wisdom of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and I'm trying to put to the words. So this is a humble effort. But anyway, then and there, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse will, add something or improve, or maybe if there is any correction required, definitely Aryan Mahanse will do it. So let's start today's discussion. So I'm planning to discuss the 3 marks of existence, anicca, dukkha, anatma, and also a bit about the satipatthana as well. Before me moving on to that, let's analyze, what is this I-ness, I, O, me? So let's analyze our role, right? So let's try to understand what is this soul, what is this I concept, what is this me concept, right? So if I ask you, what is your role? So you play, I think, different role, isn't it? So if we analyze that bit more, you will be working somewhere. So you can be a doctor, or you can be a lawyer, or you can be a writer, or you can be a lecturer, right? Now that is your role. So the role of a doctor, the way it speaks, maybe to a patient, and the way it dress, everything would be different. Then, but after coming home, let's say this is a female person, so she's a mother for several kids, isn't it? So then the motherhood is another different role. So being a mother, you need to act like a child sometimes. So having a chit chat with them, play with them, feed with them, that's again a different role. So then the same person is the housewife at home as well, isn't it? So now it's another different role. So she has to cook or clean the house or maybe command to others, what should be done and what should be not done and so on. So the same person, we can see play different roles. So that role doesn't end. Now the same person may be a wife to her husband, no? So that is another complete different role. Then maybe the same person interact as a friend to someone, then the role would be different. Okay, then we understand the same person is a child to another mother, isn't it? Because when you are with your own mother or your father, your role would be completely different. The way you talk to them, the way you deal with them would be different. So same person is a brother or sister of somebody, right? So then that role would be back again different. Then when the same person go to temple or let's say go to a religious place, so then the way it dress would be different, the way it walks even would be different. I mean, the way it speak with the religious priest would be completely different. So what we can see here? We can see a same I, the same me, plays various roles, right? So now if I ask you, who are you actually? So where is this I? Because there are several I or me here. We can't see a single me here. Is there a single me here? No, several me's, several I's. So you have to understand you are acting different roles in different places. This is the Maya. This is the illusion. So you are acting. So actually, there is no single I. So that is several roles. So therefore, I think we need to understand how this soul is formed. So today, actually, in my discussion, I'm trying to show you how this soul is created. So you can see in our cover page, it's given that we are supposed to discuss Satipatthana. But you need to understand this Satara Satipatthana, that is mindfulness of the body or the mindfulness of the feeling, Vedananupassana, mindfulness of the mind, that is Chittanupassana, and mindfulness of Dhamma, Dhammanupassana. I mean, there is no meaning if somebody is doing this Satara Satipatthana without having the Yathabhuta Jnana, that is Satya Jnana. So one should understand how the mind is formed, because mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. Without understanding how mind is formed and how the soul is formed, if somebody tries to do Satara Satipatthana, will not be meaningful. So we'll discuss about that later. So therefore, it is very important you to realize this Yathabhuta Jnana or Satya Jnana. Because one who has Yathabhuta Jnana can only experience Krutak Jnana, or that is the practical stage, and the Krutya Jnana. So you need to understand this Yathabhuta or Sambhuta. What do you mean Sambhuta? Sambhuta means, now from the word itself you can understand. Everywhere in Dhamma we find what Yathabhuta Jnana, which is being discussed everywhere. So what is Yathabhuta? What is Sambhuta? So the mind is a Sambhuta Dharma. That means what? Means Sambhuta means what? Sambhuta means something which was, it is like some form. So that some form which is created at this moment. Something which is created at this moment. And it was not existed before. That was not there before. It is arising now. And at the same time, we have to understand it will not exist for future too. There is no continuation of that to the future, because that arises. Sambhuta means what? That arises. Something arises at this moment, and then there itself it disappears. That is Sambhuta. Then if you ask yourself, what is this form? Because some form is created at this moment, and then that disappears. So that is none other than, as Aryan Vahanse explained very clearly, Rupantiko also Rupa. So that Rupa,